Welcome to this afternoon's live commentary coverage for the NASCAR Cup Series at the Pocono Raceway for this weekend's running of the Great American Getaway 400. And as we are about to begin this stream here today, it looks like we do have a brief weather hold for the time being. So it's kind of a good thing that this stream started about 15 minutes late, because it looks like we're not really going to miss anything. And not only we're not going to miss any of the race, but we're still going to be able to get through our full usual pre-race show. We'll have some NASCAR trivia, and then after the NASCAR trivia, I'll break down who I think will run well / not run well for today's race at the Pocono Raceway. Appreciate everybody tuning in for this stream. As we kickstart things on this Sunday afternoon, of course, we're going to do the NASCAR Sporkle trivia here first. And this weekend's NASCAR quiz, we will have 20 minutes on the clock, and we have to name anybody who has ever led a lap at a cup race at Pocono. So obviously with racing at Pocono this weekend, we're doing a Pocono-based quiz. So anybody who's ever led a lap at the racetrack in a cup race, and the last time that this quiz was updated was July of 2017. So that tells me, unless they ran the second race in 2017 in late July, I think it's only going to be getting the chat up on my phone at the moment. Thomas Forbes, Frank Powers, Bam Hall, Matthew Dorter Bruno, Wade, Mark Guest, Marcus Villarreal. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. You guys are the first in the chat below. Final race on Prime Video for the year. Long story short, so I wasn't able to get into my Prime Video account yesterday during practice and qualifying. For those of you that watched that stream, I didn't have any visuals, and it was looking like it was going to be the same problem again today. I had this problem back in February. I don't know what exactly happened. Long story short, I couldn't do the Atlanta qualifying, or at least I did do Atlanta qualifying, but I didn't have the visuals for it. So I just basically freelanced it on the raw feed, and I was basically having to do that for qualifying for Pocono yesterday as well. It was a little harder there because I was flustered, honestly, is what it boiled down to. So it was a little harder for me because it was a spur of the moment thing yesterday. And then the week after Atlanta in the spring, which would have been COTA, practice and qualifying, I went on to Prime Video and everything was working perfectly fine. So there was something wrong with my account for whatever reason. It would say that I didn't have an account, and then when I would try to sign up, it said there was problems with the payment. The payment was updated. I'm not sure why, for whatever reason, it wasn't going through. So I ended up signing my mom up, who did not have an account, and just put my card on file. So forgot that there was a free subscription for 30 days. So I was like, oh, okay. So it didn't even cost me anything to do that. If I would have known that, I probably would have done that for yesterday's stream too. But that is the issue that I ended up having. It is now resolved. That is why we're about 15 minutes late to the stream. I've been trying to get to the bottom of this again for about the last hour plus, but we are here now. Time for NASCAR quiz. Enough of that talk. And again, 20 minutes. Anybody who's ever led a lap in a cup race at Pocono. We got 126 names on here. Jeff Gordon, top of the list. Jimmy Johnson, former track winner. The Busch brothers, they both won here before. Carl Edwards has won here before. Jeremy Mayfield is a former winner here. Earnhardt Jr., Sr., they both won at Pocono before. Put Bobby Allison, former winner. Richard Petty, David Pearson, Cale Yarborough. It's going to be on the list. Darrell Waltrip. And we'll get Michael Waltrip on the list as well. Sterling Marlin, I'm sure, has led a bunch here. 211. Mark Martin, former winner at Pocono. Matt Kenseth. Going to be on the list. Greg Biffle. Chris Buescher. Keselowski. Joey Logano. My man Ryan Blaney, that was in 2017, so he's going to be on here. Dave Blaney as well. I'll put Alex Bowman. Yeah, he's not going to be on here. I know he's a former winner, obviously. Denny Hamlin. Tony Stewart. Clint Bowyer is on the list. Ryan Newman. Kevin Harvick, yep, former winner. All right. So we've got 33 names already. I don't know if I'm forgetting anybody that won a race or not. Probably. Ernie Irvan. Harry Gann ever win here? I'm not sure, but he led a lot of laps here. Off the top of my head. I mean, I'm sure Austin Dillon's on here. Yeah, Ty Dillon's on here too. Vickers is definitely on here. Casey Mears, Jamie McMurray. Now I'm just kind of jumping all over the board at this point. Danica Patrick lead here. Yep, 5 laps. Almirola. Eric Almirola's on the list. The Labontes. The Burtons. Scott Riggs. Oh. Casey Kane. It's another big one. Elliott Sadler. Byron is not going to be on the list because it was only updated 2017 was the last updated on here. Allmendinger. Got AJ. Scott Speed on here at all? Yep. Oh, Lake Speed, not Scott Speed. Wrong Speed. A Speed was on here. Rusty Wallace. That's going to give us Bubba and Mike Wallace also. All right. David Reagan? Trevor Bain? No, Bain's not on here. David Gilliland. Oh, I already got him. Michael McDowell. David Rudiman. I do have Chris Buescher already. Ambrose, baby? Yeah, 1 lap. Montoya, 53 laps. All right. Or said ever run here just because be a racetrack I feel like road course ringers would do pretty good in. Larry Foyt's on the list. I tried AJ Foyt. John Andretti. He's on the list. Bobby Hamilton. Johnny Benson. Hornaday. Not on the list. Bodine definitely is on the list. Parsons. Okay, that was too far back. Off the top of my head, what was the first race here? I don't have Ricky Rudd yet. Yep. Dale Jarrett. There we go. Elliott. Yep. Former winner. Okay. I gave us Chase Elliott too. Larson. Any other active drivers that I don't have yet? Trying to think of who's been around long enough. Paul Menard. Menard is not on the list. Alan Kulwicki. I didn't put him yet. There we go. Jimmy Spencer. Reed Sorensen. Jeff Green. Tony Raines. Raines is not on the list. Casey Mears. I might have put him already. I don't know if I did or not. Parker Kligerman. No. Josh Wise. Under caution. Oh, yeah. Truex. Duh. There we go. Martin Truex Jr. Ricky Craven? Okay. Johnny Sauter is not on the list. Steve Park. Mike Bliss? Nope. Dave Marcus? There we go. Lenny Pond? Got him. Anybody in the chat that I haven't tried yet? Quapple. Travis Quapple. Oregon Shepherd. I do have Earnhardt already. Bobby Isaac? No. Eric Jones? There we go. Got PJ Jones for that too. Nemechek. Joe Nemechek. David Stremme is not on here. Yeah, I got Petty on here already. Petty is on the list. Tim Richmond, yes. 310. Got the Burtons. Got the Allisons. Leroy Yarbrough. Not on the list. I tried him. Dollenbach? Yeah, there we go. Wally Dollenbach's on the list. JJ Yaley, I did not try him yet. One lap. Jason Leffler. No. Stephen Light, Rookie of the Year. With Brett Moffitt on here too. I didn't know if they ever maybe let a lap under caution or something. Green flag pit stops. Kevin LePage. Yep, 7. 7 laps. Ted Musgrave. Musgrave's on the list. Chad Little. There we go. Doubt Randy LaJoy's on here. Nope. Uh, I have Jimmy Spencer. I did not put Hornish yet. There we go. Sam Hornish, 25 laps. Yo Bonnet. We got 96 of 126. We got 30 names to go. Still 10 minutes left. Does anybody know what the first race? What year was the first race at Derek Cope? Yep, Cope's on the list. I don't know when the first year that they started racing, Mike Skinner. The first year they started racing at Pocono. Tried Childress, that didn't work. Scott? No. Good try. Jimmy Means. Oh, let's go. Robert Presley. Stacey Compton? No. Casey Atwood. Of course. Donahue. Not on the list. 70s, 72. Okay, so it is more modern era done. Because I did try like Fireball Roberts earlier, and so that was kind of telling me that the 60s isn't on here. So Curtis Turner's probably not on here either. Um, I do have Tim Richmond already. Jerry Nadeau. Boom. One lap. One single lap. A 101 of 126. Put more modern guys just in case, but I know Cole Custer's not on here. Justin Haley might be. No. Uh, no, he was a rookie in 2019, not 2017. Stenhouse. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. There's got to be some more. I don't want to look at the active list. I don't want to cheat. Who are some active drivers that have raced long enough I haven't put yet? Oh, the Bakers. Oh my gosh, that would have been terrible. Well, Buck isn't on here. Buddy Baker is. I do have Stewart. Like Christopher Bell's not going to be on here. Briscoe's not going to be on here. Because it was last updated in 2017. That's why those guys are not on the list. "1971 was the first race. All right. Yeah, that we can Google. I don't think that we get points off for Googling when the first race was here. I did try Michael McDowell already. I think he was on here. Kenny Irwin is not on the list. Putting in some guys that ran like mostly trucks full time just to see if any of them would pop up. I do have Gilliland already. At 6 minutes. Still got, what, 23 more? Ken Schrader. Oh, of course. Okay, so we've got everybody that's led over 100 laps now. Smithley. Oh, Purvis. That's a good one. But he's not on here. It's a nice try. I've got the wall trips. Daniel Suarez. Ah, there we go. Chastain? No. Suarez was a rookie in 2017. Rick Mast. There we go. It's taking a collective unit from all of us. Regan Smith is not on the list. Michael Annette? No. I do have Rusty Wallace. I'm stumped. Probably not. Nope. Just looking at my die cast. Hut Strickland. Hut Strickland's on the list. What else are we maybe missing here? I'm getting stumped now. We're at 107 of 126. Oh, Brendan Poole's in the race today. Did he ever? Nope. Back marker equipment. It's worth a try. Cody Ware. uh, spitballing now. Rick Wilson. No. See, like Panch isn't going to be on here because it was, you said 71 was the first race. I tried Truck Bound. Not on here. I thought that was a opportunity we could have gotten one there. Chris Paul Menard wasn't on the list. He was good at Indy. Similar track, long straightaways. BJ McLeod. You know, it's worth a try. No. I tried LaJoy. He's not on here. Greg Sachs. Oh, yeah, I didn't put him yet. There we go. 66 laps led. So everybody else that's led at Pocono, all single digits. Setzer. No chance. Dick Trickle. There we go. 109 of 126. Got less than a minute. Any more that I can think of. I already tried Mike Bliss. Jack Sprague? Yeah, I'm out of ideas. My brain's fried. Sieg's not going to be in here. I don't know. We've I think I tried. Is it still raining at Pocono? It's hard to tell. Well, our time's up. Bobby Hillin Jr. Jimmy Hensley, Joe Ruttman, Buddy Arrington, Landon Castle, Justin Allgaier. You know, I was thinking around that era of backmarker drivers, and I didn't come up with those two. Doug Heverson, Ron Bouchard, Trevor Boys. I don't know who Trevor Boys is. I don't think I've seen that. Pancho Carter. I don't know who that is either. Stan Barrett, Jody Ridley, Ronnie Thomas, Jack Pennington. Excuse me. Scott Wimmer's on the list. Mike Garvey, Rob Moroso. Not bad. 87%. 70% was the average score. 109 of 126 for us. Alrighty. Well, that wraps up our quiz. We did good. Will we ever get a perfect score on a quiz like this? I don't know. I don't think so. Not for a cup one. But 87%. There's a couple of names on there that I've never heard of, and there's a couple of them that I feel like I could have gotten. I feel like I should have gotten Scott Wimmer. Just because he's in my lifetime. Maybe Landon Castle too. Justin Allgaier wouldn't have really popped in my head, but I guess Michael Annette, you know, I just didn't get Justin Allgaier. All right. Track drying process still underway for the rain delay side of things for today's race at Pocono, but we'll go into the normal pre-race show now that we've done our NASCAR trivia and knocked that out of the way. So I'll highlight the drivers who I think are going to run well and or not run well for today's race at Pocono. And you can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. If you haven't done so yet, this is all to highlight the Fantasy League when we go through these pre-race predictions. Drivers who I think you should stay away from and or start. And it is free to sign up. All you need is your email. And you'll want to join our league, KRC League. KRC in all caps, space capital L on league is the league name. And if you win our league championship, you do get 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500. And you get 2 chances to win. Playoff championship, 2 separate champions will be crowned. So KRC League, just put that down in the chat. Again, KRC in all capitals, space, capital L on league. And I'll show you how to get there here as I'm on NASCAR.com right now. There'll be a fantasy tab up at the top of the screen. And then Fantasy Live on the left. So Fantasy Live, you'll click on that. And I'm already in the league, obviously. So this is my team from last week. Shane Van Gisbergen and Michael McDowell, Ty Gibbs, Chris Buescher, Daniel Suarez, Chase Elliott. I still have to put my starting roster in. It doesn't look like it's going to lock until 2:40, so I'll definitely have time to do that. So I'll put my starting roster in after I go through and let you guys know who I think you should have and or shouldn't have on your fantasy league for today. So I'll pull up my notes, and I'll start off with the drivers who I am predicting to finish outside the top 10 today and or not run well. First driver that I think you should stay away from for your fantasy league, if you have him in there already, swap him out for somebody else, Ross Chastain. Chastain has never scored a top 10 at the Pocono Raceway, and he's had competitive equipment in 5 starts, each of the last 5, 2 with Chip Ganassi Racing back in 2021, and then obviously the last 3 years with Trackhouse Racing. His 3 finishes with the next-gen car here have been 36th, 13th, and 32nd. Qualified 21st for today's race. He was 11th fastest in practice, so he may flirt with the top 10. I don't expect him to score a lot of stage points unless he's on the strategy of the guys who aren't going to compete for the win, so he stays out to get stage points. I guess that's yet to be determined, obviously, who does that, who doesn't. I guess with him running mid-pack, that could be a possibility for him. But I don't expect him to go out there and compete for the win by any means. And for that, I'm predicting him to go with an outside the top 10 finish. My record this year on the don't have's 15-9 so far. It's not as good as it was last season, but going out on the limb with that one. Well, not out on the limb because there are stats to back it up. This is maybe a little bit more out on the limb. These 2 drivers at the top 2 in the point standings are both at Hendrick Motorsports, Kyle Larson and William Byron. Byron spun out in qualifying yesterday. He starts deeper in the field. He's only had 1 top 10 in his last 4 Pocono starts. And Kyle Larson qualified 24th outright on speed. He was 17th in practice. The speed hasn't looked great for Larson. And finished 13th and 20th the last 2 years at Pocono. So not great either. It doesn't seem like this has been a great track for Hendrick Motorsports with the next-gen car outside of Chase Elliott getting a win here in 2022. So these last 2 years, it's been kind of abysmal at Pocono for Hendrick Motorsports. And this weekend has not been good for him either. Highest qualifying effort was Chase Elliott at 18th for that team. As a whole between the 4 cars, and the other 4 were 24th, 25th, and 30th in qualifying. So off the brakes on Hendrick Motorsports for today. If you have any drivers from them in your lineup, maybe Chase Elliott would be the only one I would consider. Obviously, Kyle Larson could get a top 10 anywhere because it's not as likely today, and there's so many other tracks that he's so great at. Same for even William Byron. I would not have them in your fantasy lineups, and I would look to start somebody else. Sleeper picks for today's race. Carson Hocevar, he's been on a hot streak, especially on the ovals. I know he had a down week last week in Mexico City, but now we're back on the ovals. His last 3 oval starts, he had a second at Nashville. He was leading the Coca-Cola 600, or battling for the lead with Hamlin when he blew an engine in the final 90 laps. And then he was leading at Michigan when he had a tire go flat in the final 20 laps of that race. He was 17th at Pocono last year, but again, the speed this year for Spire Motorsports as a whole, but especially for that 77 bunch through the early summer, month of June in particular, late May, Hocevar's on a hot streak, and I think you should ride that. If you in Hocevar bandwagon and are pumping the brakes on maybe putting him in your fantasy lineup for today, consider him a good garage start. That way, if he is having a good run or maybe stays out to get stage points, which I think he could be a good driver for that, considering he's on the playoff bubble, I could see a lot of stage points for Carson. But outside the top 10, I think if he does finish outside the top 10, it's probably going to be in that top 15, top 17 range like he had. And if he scores a bunch of stage points, it could be a decent start for your fantasy team. So Carson Hocevar is a sleeper pick for that side of things. Bubba Wallace is a good sleeper pick at Pocono. This is one of his better tracks. He's finished 11th or better in his last 4 starts here. He was 2nd overall in practice yesterday. He does start deep in the field because there was a clutch problem with the car in qualifying to where he couldn't even make a qualifying lap. Considering how many Toyotas qualified inside the top 10, 6 of them, including one of the 2311 Toyotas, Tyler Reddick, and of course our pole sitter, Denny Hamlin, I would like to think Bubba Wallace would have a good starting spot considering his speed in practice if he had a chance to qualify. So Bubba Wallace should be a good pick. He's probably not going to get a lot of stage points considering he is starting deep in the field, but I think he can get a good race finish considering, again, he's had 4 straight top 11 finishes, 3 of those obviously top 10s. Outside of Bubba Wallace, staying with the Toyota side of things, I've got Chase Briscoe on the sleeper pick for this weekend. Martin Truex Jr. in all 3 next-gen races at Pocono finished in the top 10, even though he was on the decline at the end of his career with the next-gen car when it comes to statistical performances. So this team has had great runs here. Toyota, again, looks fast this weekend. They dominated through practice and qualifying yesterday. And I'm going to ride Chase Briscoe to get a good finish. He is starting 6th, so a good qualifying effort for him again. They've struggled in the race trim the last several weeks despite qualifying well for the most part. So that is a bit of a concern for Briscoe. I'd probably say of the 3 sleeper picks, he's the least likely candidate of Wallace, Hocevar, and himself to get a top 10. But the Toyotas are just too strong this weekend. It's hard not to ride a lot of Toyotas, at least on my fantasy league team for this weekend. On the must-have side of things, usual suspects who I would expect to compete for the race win today. Hands down, I think Denny Hamlin is the favorite to win the race. He is my personal pick to win the race. He has finished in the top 5 6 times in his last 8 Pocono starts. He's finished 2nd or better, so win or runner-up in 5 of those last 8 starts. He's a 7-time winner at Pocono, and he's starting on the pole yet again. Give me Denny Hamlin. He did win this race back in 2023 with the next-gen car, so he does have a next-gen win. And the other race of the next-gen car, he finished in 2nd, which was last season to Ryan Blaney. So give me Denny Hamlin. He is my pick to win the race today. Honestly, I'd almost be shocked if somebody other than Hamlin wins, because considering who's at the front of the field and Hendrick Motorsports struggling this weekend, Blaney's a former winner here, or defending winner of this race. He's won here 2 times, so maybe Ryan Blaney, but I didn't see the great speed out of the Penske cars in practice yesterday compared to what we usually see, especially on the long runs with the intermediate tracks. It seems like that 12 car's been great on the long runs this season. If we get a lot of long green flag runs, which I would expect there to be at least 1 or 2 today at Pocono, maybe he gets up there in the top 5. But yeah, outside of that, I don't really see anybody competing with Denny Hamlin today. Tyler Reddick has been good. He's had 4 straight top 10s at Pocono, so maybe Reddick could compete for the win. But 2311 Racing just hasn't shown that race-winning speed this year. Not just the 23, which we've seen, for the race win side of things the last couple years, but Tyler Reddick hasn't won a race this season and really hasn't been competing for any wins for most of the year. He's been good when it comes to consistency. He's the 2nd highest in the point standings that doesn't have a win, only behind Chase Elliott, but he's just not up there leading a bunch of laps. He's under 100 laps led on the season right now, just kind of riding around 6th to 10th most weeks, and I think he can have that again today. So not going to say that he is one of the favorites for the win per se, but I think he could have a solid run. Therefore, he's on the must-have list. Again, 4 straight top 10 finishes here, and he does have 2 runner-ups with the next-gen car in 2022 and 2023. So it's a good track for him overall. He qualified 8th, and he was 4th fastest in practice, so the speed is there. Again, Toyota's looking quick, but Hamlin's still my favorite. The only other driver outside of Ryan Blaney who I could see maybe upsetting the field for a win is potentially Chris Buescher. The only reason I would pump the brakes on Buescher is because he's only had 2 career top 10s here, none of which with the next-gen car. His best finish with the next-gen is 11th last season, but he has had a lot of speed as of late on the ovals. He does have back-to-back top 10s coming into this race, including a 2nd at Michigan, which is a higher speed oval, just like Pocono is. Another reason why Denny Hamlin, I think, is the favorite for the win, considering he just won at Michigan a couple of weeks ago. And First career win for Buescher did come at Pocono, so he is a former winner here, 2016, albeit a shortened race, fog shortened with Front Row Motorsports. He did qualify in the front row today, and he was top 5 in practice, so kind of similar to Reddick, where the car is quick this weekend. I think he'll be up in the top 10 all day, but yeah, Denny Hamlin's my pick to win. This is one of the more unanimous picks I've had for a race winner all season. Last week was too with Mexico City. I took SVG to win, and he ended up getting the win in dominating fashion, so taking Hamlin. I don't know if he dominates or not. You know, he maybe pits early and sacrifices stage points, so that could hurt your fantasy team a little bit. But if he ends up winning the race, he's still going to score you a bunch of points. So Denny Hamlin is my pick for the day. So I'm going to go through here and put my starting lineup in. Obviously, Denny Hamlin, my pick to win the race today. Going to have Chris Buescher in there because he's one of my must-haves. I'll have Tyler Reddick on the fantasy team today as well. Ty Gibbs was on my team last week. He had a good run. Kind of slipped late. I guess I'll go with Briscoe because I've only used him twice this season. Again, the Toyotas look really, really quick. I'll have Chase Elliott in my garage because I haven't used him much this year. I only got a few starts left for Ryan Blaney, so I kind of don't want to use him. I only used Chase 4 times. I guess I'll put Joey Logano on there. I've only used him 4 times too. Maybe strategy-wise, that 22 team, could get something going for him. So I'll take Chris Buescher over Logano. Hocevar over Stenhouse. I like how they match those two up with each other today. Oh man, Blaney Elliott's tough. I have Elliott on the team, but I feel like Blaney has a better upside. Hendrick's struggling this week, so I'll go Blaney. And then Hamlin and Byron, I'm taking Hamlin easily. I mean, he's my pick to win, and Byron starts 31st because he spun in qualifying. So there you go. That's my team for the week. So just to quickly go back over the pre-race predictions. I don't have lists for this weekend. Kyle Larson, William Byron, Ross Chastain. Sleeper picks for this weekend: Bubba Walsh, Chase Briscoe, Carson Hocevar. And my must-haves: Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, and Chris Buescher, with Hamlin my race win pick for the year. For the week, excuse me. 7 on the year. And 10 would be the record. So I only need 3 more left for the rest of the season to get the record for Cup Series race win picks. Who knows? Maybe I can get there with number 8 today. Kyle Larson standing in with, I believe, Trevor Bayne for an interview.
Fantastic, I didn't think yesterday, but I think, and it really hasn't, been the best car here in the next gen era. But I feel like Cliff and everybody's done a great job with strategy to give ourselves an opportunity to win, every time we've been here. So I'm sure it'll take all that again today. But pit crew, hopefully need to execute well, and I'll need to do a good job on restarts, and then, not kind of bleeding ever. So yeah, Pocono's a fun track because of all that. I think it really takes a team to win here. So yeah, a lot of confidence in that, but still got a lot of work to do from 24th.
Kyle, you do a lot of dirt racing, obviously, and I feel like they never stick to the schedule at a dirt track, so this rain delay is probably nothing for you, right?
Yeah. Unless you're at a high limit race, we are quick. We're done. We run like a 2.5 hour program. You go to some other races, and man, it can drag on, and you'll farm the track up all night long. I was up late last night watching some racing, but help you for the rain delays and all that. But hopefully we get on track here soon. The crowd's amazing here at Pocono. The campgrounds have been just sold out, and the atmosphere is really cool. So hopefully we can get out there and put on a good show.
All right, Kyle. Hope you have a great day today.
Here's it.
All right. So if there's any other driver interviews here in the meantime, obviously I'll let you listen in. Track drying still continuing after an early rain shower at the Pocono Raceway. So if you're just tuning in wondering what is going on with the race, they have not started yet. It does look like they're trying to get the pre-race invocation started at 2:45, I believe, which is about another 20 minutes from now. David Moreau, Chris Davis, thanks for tuning in. Emogene Blevins, Earl Arnold Jr. I know I haven't shouted any of you guys out yet, so thanks for tuning in. The Ghost, thanks for playing along. Obviously, JTH, Duddlebug 5. Is playing along with our pre-race with the quizzing. While we're waiting out the rain delay, I mean, I've gone through everything we usually would for the pre-races. So I think we're going to just end up doing another NASCAR Sporkle quiz. to try to pass the time. There was one I wanted to go back and do again this year that I know I can get 100% on. And we did this very early in the season. And that would be the all-time Truck Series race winners. Yeah, you can see I did it earlier this season. And we came very close to 100%. Okay, no, hang on. That's only 7 minutes. We need more time than that. 20 minutes. There we go. 7 minutes. We're never going to get that. All right. So we've got time to kill. Oddly enough, 126 drivers have won in the Truck Series all time. This is up to date. 2025, June 21st. So it was literally updated yesterday on the channel. And Lane Riggs isn't a new winner. He's won 3 times now, but he did win this weekend. So it is updated. 20 minutes. I think we can get all 126. We came very close. I think we were within like 5 or 6 the last time. So I think I could get this done. I wanted to try this quiz again because we were so close to 100% before. And let's go for broke. We know Kyle Busch is number 1, and that's going to give us Kurt Busch 2. Hornaday is number 2. Mark Martin won quite a bit of truck. Well, okay, 7. Christopher Bell is on here. Corey Himes won a bunch already. Lane Riggs won on Friday, and we're going to get Scott Riggs with that as well. Jamie McMurray, I know, has a win. Carl Edwards is going to be on here. Newman, Truex, Logano, Keselowski. It's going to give us Bob and Brad. Cole Custer, William Byron. It's kind of going through anybody who's ever won a cup race and won a truck race. Michael Waltrip, Brian Vickers. Oh, Vickers isn't on here. Okay. No. Trying too hard now. Blaney. Ryan Blaney. Alex Bowman. Oh, he's not on here. Okay. Larson. Allmendinger hasn't won in trucks. I'll put his name on here, but kind of figure. Justin Haley has, though. Bodine. Todd Bodine. Jack Sprague. Former champion Greg Biffle. Former champion Quapple. Crawford's on the list. He never won a championship, I don't think. Presley. Brenda Gaughan. Johnny Benson's a former champ. Mike Skinner. David Reagan? No. Regan Smith. Chandler Smith is going to be on here too. Zane Smith. Regan Smith actually isn't on here, but Chandler and Zane Smith are. Grant Enfinger. Matt Crafton. Ben Rhodes. Tyler Ankrum. Hemrick. Jumping all over the place. It's where I lose myself a lot. Yeah, Raja Karuth. John Hunter Nemechek. I'm going to lose? What? Somebody said I was going to lose the quiz. Johnny Sauter, yep. Jay Sauter on here as well. Jimmy Spencer. 1. Horace Said. Ron Fellows. Chase Elliott. Ryan Preece. Busher. James Busher, former champ. Brett Moffitt. Sheldon Creed. Rafael Lessard. Ooh, there's a good one. Spencer Boyd. Tate Fogelman has a Talladega win. Cale Gale. John King. Parker Kligerman, Timothy Peters, Eric Darnell, Bubba Wallace. That gives us Mike Wallace, too. Eric Jones. That gives us Brandon Jones also. Ty Majeski, yep. Carson Hocevar. Any other Cup guys that have won this year? Chastain. Ross Chastain. Cindric. I already put Logano on here. Almirola, yeah, he's got a Talladega win. I don't know about the other one. Maybe Daytona too. Bobby Hamilton. Jason Leffler? Alright, got Scott Riggs because of Lane Riggs. Scott Wimmer. That's Xfinity. Jack Sprague? I didn't put him yet. Mike Bliss. I know he's on here. Daniel Suarez is on here. No, Arnie Irvin's never won a truck race. Ricky Craven has. No, no way. No way. Morgan Shepherd's on here. See, now I'm trying too hard because. All right, Kenny Schrader. There we go. Probably already put some of these names on here multiple times already. You know, Taylor Gray. The Grays haven't won yet. I've got to be missing somebody who's won this season. Well, last year, Christian Eckes, he's won several times. At 73 of 126. Yeah, the Dillons, both former champs. Green, yep. No. Jeff Green's not on the list. Terry Cook is, though. I didn't put him yet. Stacey Compton. There we go. Joe Ruttman. Sadler's. Well, Elliott Sadler. Hermie's not on here, apparently. Or at least I didn't see him pop up. Kevin Harvick. Oh, my goodness. You're right. I didn't put Harvick yet. Stewart. Tony Stewart. Denny Hamlin. Jeez. Labonte. Terry and Bobby. Yeah, I know Kenseth's not on here. Yeah, Johnson's not. Gordon. Robbie Gordon? No, okay. Wondered if he maybe won any. No, Allison's not on here. Larry Pearson on here at all? Probably not. No. John Wood. There we go. Ambrose? No. Hornish probably not either. Menard? No. Steve Park has one. I put Jimmy Spencer yet? Yeah, I must have. Harrison Burton. Oh, Jeb Burton, my bad. Harrison didn't. That's right. Noah Gregson. Allgaier ever win a truck? No. Michael Annett? No, probably not. I already got him. I do have Ankrum. I put Ankrum. Gralla, I don't. Oh, okay. Yeah, Kaz Gralla's got one. Wow, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I do have Bell on here already. Vickers? No. I probably already tried him. Oh, boy. Boyer. Clint Boyer. Got 90 of 126. Yeah, I got Jones. Got Mark Martin. Volume is really low compared to normal volume. All right, I'll turn it up. I got you. Hopefully it's not peeking out. Nathan Danner, Christopher Hayes, thanks for tuning in, guys. Connie Ream, thanks for tuning in. I do have Hosevar already. I've got Presley. I would put Presley. Craig Kinzer didn't win. I'm trying to think of the NASCAR 08 gameplay here. Chad McCumbee? Oh, dang it. Stuart Friesen. Oh my gosh. Just won at Michigan a couple weeks ago. Yeah, Stuart Friesen. 91 of 126. I don't know why I'm getting stumped the way I am right now. Just got to think of active Xfinity and Cup guys. Because there's got to be more in there. Volume's better? Okay, that's good. I tried Ambrose. He wasn't on here. I don't think Jerry Nadeau's on here. Nope. I put Schrader already. David Reagan? McDowell? You ever went on like a road course? Trevor Bain? Probably not. Stenhouse? Probably not. I don't remember him ever really running trucks. What's Cindric? No, Gibbs. Ty Gibbs isn't on here. John West Townley. He does have one, yep. I got Ryan Preece already. They're interviewing him right now. I got John Hunter. Sieg's not on here. I already got him. All these guys I'm naming, I've already got on here. Timothy Peters, I got him already. Got Ryan Preece. Oh, man. I already tried him. And 17. I'm missing two very big names in the truck series. I might have a worse score than I did the last time I played this. I thought we were super close to getting 100% the last time. I do have Spencer Boyd already. Norm Benning, he never won, did he? Like, was he ever competitive? No. Really thought I could do better. Busher already. Spitballing. I do have Fogelman, Quapple, Rutman, Nemechek, Boyd. Yeah, I've got everybody that I've seen in the chat, unless I missed somebody scrolling back. But I don't think I did. I don't think Bill Lester won a race. Yeah. He's not on here. He came close. He had that photo finish with Eric Darnell at Michigan. That's the only win I ever remember Darnell having, which I do have him on the list already. I got John Wood. Yeah, we got trivia. Killing off the current rain delay. There's got to be somebody. There's got to be some active drivers I've missed. I haven't stuck to a particular strategy, and I feel like I've skipped over some. Oh, Gilliland. Yeah, Todd Gilliland. See, that's an active driver. Chad Gregson. Got to be some Kyle Busch Motorsport drivers that I haven't put yet. Daniel Dye did not win. Got Brandon Jones already. Xfinity. Sammy Smith didn't win in trucks. He never raced trucks. I got the Smiths. I have Hornaday, Boyer. I got Lassard. Oh my gosh, Ted Musgrave. That was one of the big ones I was missing. I just completely skipped him. Can't believe I skipped Ted Musgrave. There's somebody with 18 wins I skipped. There's another big name I'm missing. Tony Raines. I tried Scott Wimmer. He wasn't on here. I was kind of surprised. David Rudiman had one. Okay. Austin Hill. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I didn't have him. I do have Sheldon Creed already. Jesse Love went from ARCA to Xfinity, so he's not on here. Can't believe I forgot Austin Hill. I thought I put Moffitt. I did. Dennis Setzer is the big one I'm missing. I put him on the last quiz, too. Oh, that would have been terrible. All right. Well, I don't have to be too embarrassed anymore. Hopefully. You got Byron Blaney. Bowman wasn't on the list. My brain's fried. You get this deep 98 names in, and we actually had a better score on the last quiz. Yeah, I already tried Regan Smith. He's not on here. I tried Michael and Ed. Ricky Rudd on here at all? No. No way. Yeah, no way he's on here. Casey Kane? Oh my goodness. Oh, that would have been hard. I remember winning at Charlotte. Uh I do have John King. I've got Larson. How long until the race starts? I don't know. I am unaware of that. The drivers are still back by their haulers getting interviewed off and on right now, so considering they haven't been called to their cars yet, it's not anytime too soon. Kenny Irwin. Ernie Irvin's not on the list. LePage. Kevin LePage isn't on here? Well, dang. I already tried him. 100. David Starr. I quit. Oh, there's so many active drivers. Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, Nick Sanchez. Oh. Andy Houston, Rich Bickle, Dave Resendez, Matt DiBenedetto, another active driver. Sam Mayer. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, we definitely had a higher score the last time we did this. Because I thought I was within a couple names the last time I tried this. My brain was on autopilot. I failed myself. Chat did help. And, oh my gosh. Randy Tolsma, Brian Scott is on here. He won 2 races. Nelson Piquet Jr., of course. Jimmy Hensley, Chad Chafin. Ben Kennedy, that's right. Colin Braun, Joey Coulter, I remember that one. Ricky Hendrick, Shane Meal, Justin Lofton, Butch Miller, Scott Speed, Brandon Witt. See, that was more like NASCAR 06. I was thinking NASCAR 08. Brian Reppner, Donnie Leah. We barely got above average score on that. That was disappointing. That was very disappointing. It still would have been tough to get 100% just because 126 is a lot. Man, I mean, there were, what, 5 active drivers I forgot? Across all 3 series, of course. I can't believe I forgot David Starr. That's one I feel like I really should have gotten. And then I obviously, Joey Coulter, I can remember him winning a super speedway race. Brandon Witt, I feel like I could have gotten just from the NASCAR video games. But yeah, active drivers, Matt DiBenedetto, Sam Mayer, Tyler Reddick, are you kidding me? BK Motorsports, Brad Keselowski, his team. Nick Sanchez, that's so recent too. That was literally just last year. Chase Briscoe a couple times. That's bad. That's bad. Yeah, my brain's fried. It's because we did one quiz already. You do more than one of these quizzes, and it's nearly impossible. Well, we're going to do another one because I don't want to go out like that 1 and 2. We still got time to kill. Rain delay wise. Long way away. Is it actually 4:30 start time? That's over an hour and a half from now. I might be able to do a NASCAR 08 race on stream. On the video game side, I mean, I don't want to do quizzes for that long. Like, my brain is already fried from doing 2 of them. We've done 40 minutes of quizzes already. Plus, we went through the whole pre-race show. Oh, yeah, IMSA's at Watkins Glen this week, right? I think I remember seeing that somewhere. Oh, I thought it said driver introductions, NASCAR instructions. I'm surprised there isn't a quiz on here that's like celebrities that have driven the pace car or something like that, or like given the command, like to give the command. There's some big ones in there. Tigers are up 7 runs. They were up 3-1 in the eighth the last I saw. 8-1. Sweet. They're on a rain delay right now too. Jeez. They just put up 5 runs in the ninth inning then? Yep, 5 runs in the ninth. There's still nobody out. My goodness. My goodness. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to do a NASCAR 08 race then. Truck or bush race. Oh, might as well fire it up. Is it actually starting at 4:30?
Carl Edwards scoring with joy, guys. That's some great news.
Oh, and the fans are pumped. They're responding. This is listen. And I was wrong. I thought, man, it's going to rain all day. It has cleared out. The sun's coming out. It's going to be a beautiful day for racing.
I can't even think of anything better because this little bit extra time made everybody's come behind our stage and act.
Let me go back on the NASCAR. Yes, on 4:30. Goldberg gave the command. I don't remember that. Most of the notorious ones, celebrity-wise, that I remember giving the command in years past have always been from like the Daytona 500. That classic one with oh shoot, I'm trying to think of the comedian actor's name. Like I said, my brain's fried now from those quizzes. I can't think of anything. My head is not screwed on straight anymore. I'm sure you guys know exactly who I'm talking about, though. Kevin James, there we go. I was thinking like James something because I was thinking of his last name. Kevin James, yeah, that was the classic one. Is that the 2007 Daytona 500? Because I thought it was like one of the more like impactful NASCAR races of all time. It's like a historic race, and I still remember his driver intros there, or not his driver intros, but the command. Yeah, I mean we've got 90 minutes to kill here. It's gonna be right up there with the Daytona 500 for the longest pre-race we've had on the channel this year. At least they're getting the race in today, though, so that's a plus. Weather's cleared out. It's just rain. I didn't think there was rain in the forecast for today, Pocono Raceway, either. All right, let's see here. This up on screen. A special NASCAR 08 on our live commentary stream. This is the content that we do during the week, for anybody wondering. Just picked this back up again on Tuesday last week. Jeez. Just blaring out some music. I'm sorry for that. I really hope I don't get copyrighted for that. I had no idea the music was playing as long as it was. I usually have the main menu muted, but because I was just firing it up, I had no idea it was playing the whole time. All right. So, yeah, there's a very high probability I think I'm going to get copyrighted for this. Gosh darn it. I just hope it doesn't happen midstream and take the stream down. Because that would not be good. I wasn't trying to play the music. Like, I have that muted at all times. But I wasn't expecting to obviously do this right now. All right. If there are more ads during the course of the NASCAR race today, then it's just in case the I don't get anything from the stream, or if I have to trim out quite a bit of the stream. Just a fair warning. I can't believe I did that. Give me all the downforce necessary. Just go with that for right now. I'll run a few laps of practice. It shouldn't be a long race. 300 laps. This is the original Dodge Raceway for anybody that played the NASCAR races on the EA games growing up. This was like the original stadium short track. It's the Tiburon Raceway in NASCAR 08. It's just a different title sponsor. I'm way too tight. I gotta loosen this thing up. And see, it's a good thing I practiced before I just went out and qualified. It's way too tight. Bring it in, bring it in, bring it in. Drop the wedge. Bump the air pressure up a little bit. Might have to take a bit of downforce out of it too. Yeah, I'll pin the start time for the race in the chat. NASCAR Cup Series race at Pocono starts 4:30 p.m. Eastern. All right. Yeah, we'll stay live here on the channel. Obviously, we won't go anywhere. The game's muted now. Gosh darn it. That's what happens when I'm on the fly. Of course, you guys want to hear some race car noises. All right. Flat Bristol. It's not really Bristol. This is, oh my gosh, I just pulled right up in front of that guy and he tried to boot me. I'm sorry. That was me not using my rearview mirror. He tried to punt me. He's like, hey, man, what was that for? Oh, yeah, this is way better. I definitely have to back the corners up a little bit more. Yeah, this is shorter than Bristol. I think it's only a 1/3 mile oval. It's very, very small. It might be listed as a 1/2 mile in this game, but it's definitely shorter than a 1/2 mile because our lap times are 13.328 is the fastest one I ran. Just a few more laps of practice and then I'll hop into qualifying. Now it might be a little bit too free. Yeah, I think I gotta find a happy medium here. I think I adjusted it too far. I'll just exit practice and go into qualifying. Try to get a little bit more grip. Let me just drop the air pressure down a little bit. And we'll see how it is for qualifying. Bristol's long-lost cousin. I'm racing as Martin Truex Jr. on this season, by the way. For those of you that do watch the gaming content on the channel, you guys voted for me to race as Truex. I know we have a cross here. We have a lot of people that don't necessarily listen to this or watch this stuff on the channel. But the fans wanted me to race as Truex for this Busch Series season. We started this right at about the time he was retiring last year, too. All right, so I was 17th on lap 1. I picked up to 6th on lap 2. I think I'm going to leave the setup where it's at, and if I have to make any adjustments during the race, I will. I think I can at least drive with this. We got a good starting spot, so 6th place. I have to back the corners up a lot more than I already had. I know the main menu music here is fine. I won't get copyrighted for that, but the whatever song was playing on the intro of the game, that'll get copyrighted for. I was trying to back up the start so I can jump down to the bottom, but it looks like I'm getting freight trained. That was a bad idea. Get me in there. There we go. All right, we're in. Here we go. So we got a 2.5 mile racetrack at Pocono. We'll be doing live commentary for today. Now we get a short track race here, 300 laps. But it'll fly by at this racetrack, so we should get this done before 4:30, which is when the Cup race starts. If for whatever reason they go green before 4:30, somebody please let me know in the chat so we don't miss the start of the race. Now the game's muted. Is it? No, the game shouldn't be muted. I might have to turn the volume up a little bit. This is a racetrack that I've been dominant at before on these NASCAR games. We haven't raced here in the Busch Series, I don't believe, on NASCAR 8, but NASCAR 7, I obliterated the field. The big thing here, though, there's obviously going to be a lot of lap traffic, so there can be some chaotic moments, because when the field spaces out, we're going to have nothing but traffic almost this whole race. Paul Menard, I believe, started on the pole. He's the leader right now. Boeing Logano, yeah, that's normal. Pushing too hard. Cross Clint Boyer over. I'm getting back into the gas too soon. I mean, you kind of just got to sit off throttle for a long ways into the corner. This track will test your patience real quick. I don't know why the game is... Is there no audio of the game at all? Real quick. Yeah, so now... I don't know what the problem is here. We're going to have to get rid of everything on screen and then put the application back in again. So when I muted it, I obviously unmuted it once I got to the racetrack, and for some reason there was nothing there. Whoa. Usually I would have the point standings for our season scrolling at the top of the screen, but I didn't want to waste too much extra time getting all that stuff in there. Okay. Let me know if the audio is too loud on the game. I think it is going to be. You guys should have audio now. And if not, it looks like we're going to have to go without any audio because I don't know what the issue is. I'll tell you what, I've had so many technical difficulties on the channel here in the last 2 days. More in the last 2 days than I have had probably all year. I almost gave up the bottom. I was committed to trying to get down there as quick as possible, and I almost shot Mike Wallace's nose off. Right, up to third, just past Casey Kane. Got Matt Kenseth and Paul Menard in front of us now. Got him. I'll get the hang of this racetrack eventually. Curious to see how the car's going to handle on the long run. You know, if we go like 100 laps without any cautions. Got our bonus points for leading the lap. Game is good now. Again, if you're just tuning in, live commentary, obviously, as usual, would be on for the NASCAR Cup race, but wait now to weather delay. 4:30 Eastern is when they will go live. I did put a comment pinned up in the chat, but that is when we can expect the race to start. So, killing time here. Did some NASCAR trivia for a little bit, and then my brain got fried out, so I needed to do something else NASCAR-wise to try to kill time, so here we are. We should get this Busch race in. Got an hour and 20 minutes to get this thing in, so. We're already 20 laps complete. It should be a one pit stop race. I think we can go 150 laps on fuel here. '95 in Detroit. Yeah, that is warm for Detroit. Tigers game still on a rain delay, Wade? Oh, you're probably keeping up with it. I gotta get my laptop on a charger. My goodness. There we go. Left, left, left. Yeah, a lot of lefts. A lot of lefts. I think we actually started the stream like 15 minutes late today, too, so. Weather delay, it was A-okay. Got about a 1.8 second. Oh my gosh, he just ran right back into me. That guy was carrying a little bit too much speed. Is that the first time I made contact with anything? I don't think I made contact with another car up until that just happened. In practice I did, but I don't think I did in the race. No, it's not a rain delay, or no, it's not back to playing yet. Whoa. My bad, we're good. There's going to be contact. I mean, this is as tight quarters racing as you could get. That guy just got shoved out of the way behind us. I saw that out of the rear view. Oh. I think he hit the brakes when we got up off the corner. I was getting on the throttle and he wasn't on the throttle yet. So I got about a 2.1 second lead. 1.8, 1.9. Joe Logano fan, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, race doesn't start till 4:30 now. Trying to give you guys as much content as I can in the process of trying to kill time before the race starts. We got through our normal pre-race. We did an extra NASCAR trivia quiz. Usually do one for these Cup race streams. Alright, this guy's got to get out of my way. He's holding me up. I tried putting the bumper to him. I might have to be a little bit more aggressive with it next time. Because now my lead's down to about 1.5 seconds. He's really holding me up. Move. Come on, dude. It's getting ridiculous. I'm already getting frustrated. It's only lap 37. My lead is down to like 0.5 second now. I had a 2.5 second lead. I think that's Matt Kenseth right behind me, actually. Yeah, Kenseth's in second. You see what this guy's done? Some fantasy driver. A 112 car, I think it is. Oh, he moved down. Okay. I actually got underneath him, and then he just moved down on top of me. Kenseth overdrove the corner. We got a little bit more breathing room. This guy's got to move. My right front's already burning up. That's not good. I'm only on lap 40. Oh, boy. I might have to pit twice just because of the tire wear. This 112 car's being pesky. There we go. I didn't even have to move him that time. That was a pain in the rear. And oh, boy, here comes Kenseth. Scott Dixon pitted 17 to go from the lead. Where's IndyCar racing at this weekend? I have no idea. I don't know if this is going to be a race I'm just going to run away with it. This car's tightening up quick. Once that right front started to go at about lap 40, it's very hard for me to pin this car in the bottom of the track, and I'm not able to run as fast as I was before. Road America. Ugh. Pushed a little wide. Lap 50 already. My left thumb is going to hurt so bad at the end of this. I'm pulling so hard on the analog stick to try to get this thing to turn left. It is very tight. John Wood right in front of us. This racetrack's going to give me carpal tunnel. That's what it's going to be. Going to be doing the live commentary of the Pocono race. My left thumb's going to be throbbing. I might break my controller accidentally. I do have another controller on standby if that did happen, so might have to burn up both controllers on this racetrack because of how tight the car is. The problem is we're not even halfway out of gas yet, so I'm just gonna have to deal with it. The problem is also I might have to pit before everybody else. That the tire wear was going to cause us to pit more than once, because I figured coming in fuel mileage wise, if we could go 150 laps on this 3rd mile racetrack, no problem, and make this race on one stop. But yeah, the tires are not looking great. I think it's only the right side tires, specifically the right front, that's burning up as much as it is. Kenseth was putting a battle on us there for a little bit. The 112 car in lap traffic was holding us up a lot. We went from a 2.5 second lead to a dropping back a bit. 9-3 Tigers. Is that the final? Oh, that's right now. What a 9th inning. Wasn't it only 3-1 going into the 9th? Crazy. Ride this out as far as we can go. I wonder when that right front tire is going to go into the red on our tire wear indicator. I'm going to assume about lap 80. If lap 1 or if lap 40 it was starting to fade a little bit on us at that time. Back to a half a second lead again. I think Casey Kane's in 2nd place now. Oh boy. Yeah, it is Casey Kane. I think he's going to pass us. I'm too tight. And I'm stuck on the top. Oh, he might lose the bottom. Lap car's going to get underneath him. Pretty wide middle. He's able to get back down in front of Boyer. I'm losing him. Oh no. Oh no. I'll tell you what, man, this is a tire attrition race. And we haven't really had that much on NASCAR 08 before. Casey Kane is just pulling away from him, so I'm kind of holding up everybody behind us. I guess it's going to be okay to be a little bit more on the loose side than the tight side because I have burnt the right front up so much I can't get the car to turn. I have to go so slow, and I'm holding everybody up behind me, and Casey Kane's in the lead and pulling away. Yeah, right front's in the red now, lap 77. I think I'm going to have to pit before, easily going to have to pit before halfway. There's no question about it. Now I just got to hope that everybody else is going to have to pit before halfway, otherwise we're going to be in trouble. Like, I'm going to lose 2 to 3 laps pitting under green. Our pit stop's on the outside of the racetrack because of how small the infield is here. Boyer just knocked me out of the way. I was holding him up too long. Now I'm getting freight train. Tried to jam it back into the bottom. Wow. I can't believe how quickly this car's gone away from me. Well, I guess I didn't pace myself well enough or something. I don't think the balance of the car is where I needed to be, though, to keep from running over that right front. Oh, we got one car pitting. I think that was unscheduled, though. It looked like Reed Sorensen might have blown an engine. Just pulled the pit road. 5.5 seconds off the lead, 6th place. And we're losing time to Casey Kane, who is the leader. I'm staying out of the pits, just hoping for a caution at this point, because we're obviously going to have to pit. But I know how much time we're going to lose if I have to pit now. Or we can hope it stays green. It's such a risky play. Oh! That was the process of him getting back into the gas and trying to get under me, and I was trying to cut down to keep from losing more time. Come on, we need a caution. In the worst way, we need a caution. It's been 88 laps and we're caution free at this place.
You're 8 seconds behind the leader. Stay smooth. We'll get up there.
9 seconds off the lead. Running so slow. Maybe if I log jam them up enough, they'll trash each other behind me, because there's a lot of 2x2 racing going on back there. They made a bunch of contact with each other. Might be going too slow, though. Denny Hamlin's trying to pass us on the outside. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it or not. He's close. He probably will. Unless I do that. I was not trying to do that. Leaned on Denny Hamlin a little bit. Oh, man. Casey Kane's getting through all this mess behind us. J.J. Yaley's trying to punt me. I don't blame him. Oh. We're about to go a lap down. Going so slow. My pace has dropped so much. Best lap is a 13.375. This last lap was a... Is that a 14.4? That tells me that they're holding the pace that I had at the beginning, and I'm not. Oh, that was 15 seconds. Oh my gosh. Let Hornish go. Casey Kane's right behind us now. We're about to go a lap down. There's quite a bit of damage on the front of Montoya's car to our outside. He's got to stay on the lead lap. We need a caution right now. We're about to go a lap down. I can try to stay with Montoya enough. Casey Kane's not going to have anywhere to go except for to try to move us, which he'll probably do at some point. I didn't think I was going to be the guy holding everybody up. Ooh, I left a little bit of room open, but he didn't get underneath me there. They're still crunching fenders behind us. I gotta race like an ass, unfortunately. Can't let these guys go. I mean, my right front tire is gonna end up blowing out here before long. I'm definitely not going to make it to halfway like everybody else is. All right, we're going to go a lap down anyway, so I'm pitting. 4 tires and fuel. I'm going to put a half a round of wedge back into the car. Oh, sorry. I got to take a half a round of wedge out of the car. I'm going to bump the air pressure up 1 pound. Try to free the car up. Yeah, thank you for the moderators in the chat taking care of all the bots that we've had over the course of the stream today. Appreciate it. If you're just tuning in again, NASCAR Cup Series racing at 4:30 Eastern. Roughly 1 hour from now. Rain delay causing the slight delay of the race. All right, it's a clean stop. I was about to go a lap down. Casey Kane just got underneath me. So that's why I decided to pit when I did. Now we have to cycle through green flag pit stops. And hopefully get back on the lead lap. I'll have the fresh tire advantage. So the hope is that I can get back on the lead lap if everything cycles. And then catch a caution because we're going to be short on fuel the rest of the race, even if the car's handling well. But I can't get a yellow right now because I'm 3 laps down. Made some massive adjustments to try to help the car. I don't have the clean traffic to really use these fresh tires to my advantage right now either. Get by Hornish, there we go. Now I got to get used to driving the car being a little loose. I swear if my rear tires start burning out instead of my right front this time, it's like, what do I have to do to get the right balance? There you go. Get by Montoya. Give me the clean air. There we go. Dang it, I can't clear him. Why is he running so fast up there? There we go. Little slide job. My lap times are way quicker than what they were before I pitted. This thing is too loose. Loose as fast if you can hold on to it, but I don't think the rear tires are going to hold on with this setup. I was fast for like 60 laps, and that was about it. It clipped quick. I did just run my fastest lap of the race, so I did something right. 13.341. Picked up a few hundredths. I also had clean air, though. That also helps. Oh, I just realized Casey Kane's not leading anymore. Jeff Burton's leading. Bad corner on my end.
Number 178 is outside. You're looking real strong out there. Let's just push the pace a little more.
Go through this lap traffic. We should be the fastest car on the track right now. With the fresh tires. On the consistency side, even in traffic, I'm running about 13.5s.
The 144 car.
3 wide right in front of us.
Still inside. Hold your line and keep this going. Clear.
I made up some spots too, because I wasn't 42nd when I cycled off of pit road 3 laps down, and now I'm up to 35th. Nobody's pitted yet. Sliding into 33rd, it looks like.
You're looking good. Clear on both sides.
There's still just that one car out of the race.
Taking it easy on you.
I think it was Reed Sorensen, if I remember correctly. Fluid engine.
The 151 car. Come on. Still hanging on. Number 151 is shadowing behind you.
Whoa, blew that corner.
Clear. Watch it. Car behind. You're clear. Car outside. All clear. You have to keep it in one piece.
Ah,
Fast. Keep it clean, buddy. Someone we can work with. Watch the outside. All clear, bud.
they should pit right around the halfway mark. Again, they'll make it on 1 tank of gas. I didn't trust my right front tire making it the whole way. Plus, they're about to go a lap down. So, the thought is, hopefully we get all the way through green flag pit stops without a caution. We get back on the lead lap. And then we're going to need another yellow at some point before the end of the race so we can ensure that we can make enough fuel to the end. And then I can take fresh tires again. It's really about all I can do to try to get myself back in contention for not only a top 10, but a good finish. I mean, I fell lap down outside of the top 10 After we were leading there in the first 60 laps of the race, qualified 6th. Short run pace is good, but the long run pace was lacking. We made some major adjustments to try to loosen the car up and help it. Took a half round of wedge out of it, flipped the air pressure up only a pound all the way around, and it definitely freed it up.
Clear on either side.
So hard to pass cars.
Going outside. Guys, keep working together. Get up there.
It's nice when the really slow ones just kind of get out of the way for you,
184 car.
but they definitely don't all do that.
You got both sides. You're all clear. Going high, going high. Okay, we're clear.
I feel like I haven't gained a lot of time on the leader, Jeff Burton, though. Maybe they get congested on pit road with all pitting at the same time?
Giving you some room. Going outside.
They have a tendency to get cautions in the middle of green flag stops on short tracks on this game, though, and I don't like the idea of them pitting and not getting a yellow. Sometimes you just got to go off strategy and give yourself a chance, and that's what we're having to do here today. I mean, it was either that or the right front tire was going to blow out before we got to halfway. We were going to crash, so didn't want that to happen.
Don't worry about a flash from him. He'll up to today. Outside, outside. You got one outside.
Almost halfway.
Clear, all clear. Right front tire's a little
Yeah, right front's wearing out on me again. I tried to free the car up as much as I could, and I only made it about another 40 laps.
Number 112 is outside. He's not racing you as hard as he could.
I mean, it definitely could be the way I'm driving the car.
He's coming high. There you go. All clear. The 109 car. High up high.
The fact that it's wearing out like that already, though,
You and him have got something going.
it's not good. That means we're looking at having to pit around lap 200.
Still alongside. Need someone to draft with. He'll work with you. Take it easy out there. Guess the more respect pays off. He's not blocking like usual. Wonder why.
Casey Kane's back in the lead.
Hold it there. Stay wide.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
Stay wide. Hold that
Oh,
line.
boy.
Still there.
Get me out of the middle 3 wide.
Still beside you.
There we go. I don't know how I got out of there as quick as I did.
Just giving you some space.
Great exit to the corner.
Going up high. We're halfway home. How you holding up in there? Still there.
Halfway, and we still haven't seen a caution. Nor has anybody pitted. They've got to be pitting sometime soon. Man, how have they not pitted? I was expecting them to pit like right at halfway.
There's some leaders coming in.
There we go. Now some of them are coming in on the back straightaway. Well, this is the moment of truth. How many laps are we going to get back? My car's just getting tighter and tighter and tighter. It's not terrible right now, but it's going to be getting there pretty soon. Okay, they're all pitting. Got one lap back. Definitely going to get another one back. Like one of the only cars on the racetrack right now. Okay, we're one lap down. There's Casey Kane right there. Is he going to be the leader when this all cycles? Am I that close to being back on the lead lap? Oh my gosh. One lap down. Yeah, Casey Kane's the leader. Well, I did all I could. Maybe we catch a caution and I'm in the free pass position. Okay, now we need a yellow.
Hey, look out. You usually see a black ramp out here, but I guess these guys are friendly out there. Number 112 is coming up quick.
At 11th.
All clear.
I don't know how many cars are on the lead lap. Hopefully I'm the first driver a lap down. Gained a couple of spots because I was 13th or 14th when I pitted. But we're still a lap down.
You haven't got much farther on that left front tire.
Clint Boyer, by the way, just took the lead from Casey Kane a few laps ago. I feel like on older tires, the car's handling better than it was. The problem is I'm on older tires compared to everybody else, so I'm losing more time again. Which is why we need a caution. Now the next question is how many cars are one lap down, because I'm not in the free pass spot. There are 9 cars, or 8 cars on the lead lap, and then 9th place Paul Menard is currently the first car one lap down. I wouldn't lose too many more positions pitting. 17th or 18th, I'd probably fall back. Yeah, the car's definitely better than it was. It's hard to believe that we were out there in front. We made passes for the lead early in the race. been a long time since I've had pacing to be 1 lap down. We still haven't had... Is this race going to go caution-free? You wouldn't expect a track like this to do that. Well, we went through a cycle of green flag pit stops. I didn't get my time back I wanted. About 123 to go yet. Holding up Matt Kenseth. I have old tires. Gonna be holding up the entire rest of the pack here before long. Oh my gosh! That was unnecessary. Mike Wallace. How many car lengths back did he come from? And how did I keep that off the wall? I think we might have had a speed glitch or something. I mean, that was insane. I don't think I could have gotten hit any harder. Force him to go wide and like hit the tire barrier without making contact, because otherwise I'll be causing the caution if I do that. Which is not going to help me. Nah, I don't think I can. Oh boy. Cars are crunching around us. So, I mean, a caution comes out now, at least I know that I'll be good on fuel to the end, and I think I can get the tires to at least nurse it this far. Noah Hall, thanks for tuning in. No, the race hasn't started. 4:30 is when they're going to be racing. After a rain delay. If they were racing, obviously this is not what you would be seeing on screen. Race leader Jeff Burton right behind us. It's on the outside lane behind the lap car that was just to our outside. Oh, wait, hang on. No, the 21 is actually the leader, Kevin Harvick. He just passed us already, so we're 2 laps down. At this point, I'm just trying to get the best finish I possibly can, because I know a race win is out of the question here. No way I'm winning or coming anywhere close to the win. I don't even think I can get a top 10 with the pace we have right now. Paul Menard, you son of a gun. Oh my gosh. That's my teammate. That wasn't very teammate-like. Like, I know I'm slow, but you have to use me as your brakes. Was that not intentional? Who was that? He flat out turned me. Who did that? Oh, did he get hit? This angle ain't gonna do it. What the heck? I don't know who that was. It's not the caution I wanted. Somebody dumped me. Hope I can make it for the race. Why are they starting? Pulling up on my laptop, just see where they're at right now.
And I really think he's handled it well. I think that he has the depth of experience, of lineage, of people around him to support him.
Get the chat back on. We'll definitely finish this before the race starts. Even if I'm not done, you know, I'll pause it and finish it after the fact. I need to find that 126 car and pay him back. If I need another caution, he's going to be my caution. Brandon Martinez, thanks for tuning in. Good on fuel to the end. Tires are holed up. I'm not one for, you know, wrecking people for cautions, but I got dumped by the 126. I feel like it's only right that we pay him back. See how much the fresh tires do for us, though. Up to 16th. I think I restarted 22nd. Just got one of our 2 laps back. I didn't make any adjustments when I was on pit road. 14th. Do I think I'll make it? Yeah, I should finish this race. We have less than 100 to go. Ran 200 laps in less than an hour, I believe. Forgot how loose the car was in the early going of a run. Only for it to get pushing tight as the run carries on. Just ran my fastest lap, 13.246. Kevin Harvick is still leading. somebody's up against the wall.
He's not racing as hard as he could.
Is it going to cause a caution? I kind of hope it does.
Seconds up.
Catch back up at the front of the field again. On the inside.
Has a run. Watch him to make a move. You're clear.
No, you got the pit road. It's not going to cause a caution. This car to our outside's got quite a bit of damage. I'm surprised he hasn't brought out a debris yellow.
All clear.
I find that 126 car, that's going to be our caution. I don't want to wait till I get on the lead lap because I don't think
Good about giving us the move lately.
I'm going to be able to unlap myself again. Even on fresh tires, because I'm going to start giving up time here 40 laps or so into this run. So the right front is faded more and more. Got the race up to this point on me. Not the 26, the Jamie McMurray up here, the 126.
Giving us some room. Nothing damaged. Keep
That
digging.
guy trying to make a crossover on somebody while I was there.
What's up high? Go ahead. Number 123, closing the gap behind you. Just trying to race a little
Come on, dude, move.
Got both
This is the guy that was holding me up earlier in the race. Come on. Tempers are flaring. Caught back up to him again. All right, move, dude. You're in my way. Look at how much faster than you I am.
You usually see a black right about here, but I guess you guys are friendly out there. Okay, we're clear. Number 109.
I'm on a mission to find this 126 car.
Clear all around.
Still got 2 sets of tires left too.
12. Normally, you see him black right about now.
112 just moved me.
12 cars has got a run. Look left. Clear, clear. All clear. The 122 car.
I'm surprised I kept it off the car to my outside when he did that.
Still hanging on.
Oh, Denny Hamlin just took the lead. I don't know if he's led yet today.
Usual from him.
I see my 126 car.
Looks like you guys are working well together. Let's keep it going. Both sides clear. Going outside.
There he is, a few cars away up on the outside.
Getting more room than usual here. Clear, all clear.
There he is. Hey, buddy.
Still alongside.
You scared? You should be. Oh, he's slowing up. Where are you going to do this Denny Hamlin, Ross Chastain thing here? Well, you know what's coming.
Giving you some space. You gotta race a little quick.
Oh, he didn't want it.
Whatever you need, you're clear.
He didn't want any.
Let's keep working.
Wow.
Get some accurate later. Down low, watch it.
He knew what I was trying to do, and he was trying to steer away from the wall. Get me back up to him. Let me back in line.
Trying to race you as clean as possible. Do the same. There you go. All clear.
I gotta make sure I don't lose my lap again by doing this. Come on, get me back up to him. If I don't get back to him again.
Don't worry about a block from him. He's feeling nice today. Watch it. Come on.
I like to think I've got the pace to get back to him. I'm just scared Denny Hamlin is going to put me another lap down again. The idea is to not have that happen. That's why I was trying to get a caution for wrecking the 126 like he wrecked me earlier. First time we've seen him since. Now he's pulling away from us. Like, what sense does that make? And here comes Denny Hamlin. How did that happen? Now the right front's fading. Like, how did my tires fade as quickly as they just did? I think Harvick just passed Hamlin for the lead. So now Harvick's behind us. He was leading earlier. Again, the Cup race starts at 4:30 today, ladies and gentlemen. So to try to kill time during the rain delay, we were doing a full NASCAR 08 Busch race here at the Tiburon Raceway. And we will have the live commentary content of the full race in its entirety like we do every Sunday. Once we get to the bottom of the hour, it's got about 59 laps to go here, and then we'll get right back into Pocono. Anthem is starting. All right, thanks for letting me know on that. Yeah, just keep me posted on what's going on at the racetrack as I try to click away the laps, obviously, here to get us closer to the finish of this race. Kind of pulled back away from Hamlin and Harvick just a bit. And I'm hoping that means I can run this 126 car down again. Because I'm getting my caution. If we don't see him this race, I'll remember him for another race. I'll get my payback on that 126 eventually. Don't you worry. I think he's stuck on the outside right now. Oh, caution! And it wasn't for wrecking the 126. Debris off of the car that was running in front of him. His hood came off, the 184. It's going to be our second yellow of the race. Well, now that means we're going to pit, take on fresh tires. And with the fresh tires, we should be able to get back on the lead lap. I still owe the 126 one, so the Anthem is not starting. Yeah, they're on commercial right now. Top off on fuel while we're down here. No adjustments, 4 tires and fuel. Well, 40 laps, 40 to 60 laps is our fall off on the tires. We should have less than that left in this race. Again, we won't miss any of the actual NASCAR race. Live commentary set to begin. Bottom of the hour, as is the NASCAR Cup race in Pocono. Yeah, they haven't started the anthem yet. Maybe soon. All right, so we're a lap down. Caution helps us. Finally got a natural yellow there, debris. And with fresh tires, we're going to try to do our best to unlap ourselves. Problem is, oh, I thought we were at the tail end of the line. No, we are not. But 14th. I just blew that first turn. Carried too much speed. All right, back up the corner here. We got 45 laps to go. Freshest tires in the field. I don't think anybody else at all pitted during that last caution. Denny Hamlin's still leading. Get our lap back and maybe we catch another caution. I mean, maybe we get out of this. Leaning on Casey Kane and Matt Kenseth. Don't cause a wreck. Look out, Harvick. Power slide, get by Hornish. Hamlin leading. Well, Pablo Montoya right in front of us. I don't know if he's a lap down or not. Got to be aggressive here. You got to get this lap back. I'm all for racing clean, but got to get this lap back. Get the lap back. We owe the 126 car. You know, that could be our caution. If I end up seeing him before the end of the race, I'm definitely wrecking him. It's a cheap way to get the yellow, but he turned me first, so it's only the right thing to do. Just past Hamlin to get our lap back, so back on the lead lap. Got a fresh tire advantage here, about just over 30 laps to go. $30 to go. Jackson Robinson, thanks for the update. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, we got 30 laps left on this 3rd mile short track, and then we'll turn to Pocono Raceway for a live commentary coverage. I'm aware the race starts in 15 minutes. Get 4 laps in less than a minute here, so we'll get there. We'll get through the starting lineup. Obviously, we already did our full pre-race a few hours ago while we were waiting out the rain delay. Hopefully I have enough time to get my payback on the 126 car. I don't know where he's at in the field. He's got to be in the back half of it because we were ahead of him on the restart. So he's several laps down. See, that's the bad thing is he wrecked us when he was probably a couple laps behind us. I don't know why he decided to sail it off into the corner and wreck me the way he did. But it's what he did. It's hard to tell if he had contact from behind. I don't think he did. Honestly, he probably just overdrove the car. The way he wrecked me made it seem like he was a rival. Just cleaned me out right in the left rear. .24 to go. .12 seconds off the lead. Kevin Harvick's back out in front again. He passed Denny Hamlin for the lead. So it seems like on the restarts, Hamlin gets off, it gets running, and then Harvick catches him on the long runs. And we are 11.5 seconds off the lead. Well, the way things were going today, the fact that we're going to get a lead lap finish is pretty impressive. Definitely quite a bit of luck in there. We still don't have the long run speed. Making the most with what we've got. About 10.5 seconds off of Harvick for the lead right now. Just less than 20 laps left. I get to this 126 car and I'm wrecking him, and I see him up there. He's like 5 cars ahead of me. I am going to wreck him. We're going to get our payback. And then I'm going to slap fresh tires back on this thing again. We got 1 set left, and whatever little time we have in the race to get to the front, I'll do my best. The 126 is up on the outside right now. There he is. There he is. Let me at him.
Number 126, outside. You need to make some adjustments.
I tried.
You're clear.
Oh, I ain't done yet. There we go. That took almost the whole race to get him back, but we got him back. We got him back. I should still be on the lead lap. I think we're only going to have about 10 laps left on the restart. Maybe less. I got my caution. What lap did he wreck me? It was before lap 200. That took a long time to get him back. We got the lucky caution a little earlier that helped us get back on the lead lap, and now we can take fresh tires here with this caution. It may be deemed cheating. I don't like doing this, but he wrecked me first, put us in a hole, and now we're going to get ourselves out of this hole. Sold out at Pocono. Nice. Stands have been pretty packed for the most part for the truck and Xfinity races so far this weekend. Good crowd on hand. They were packed at Michigan a few weeks ago when I was there too, so that's good to see. I think a lot of it is the tracks that had 2 dates for the longest time, and then they're back down to 1. You only get one chance to see, you know, a NASCAR Cup race every year, so gonna draw more tickets in. Green flag's back in the air, 9 laps to go in 12th. Last car in the lead lap, I do believe. And we've got the tire advantage, but we don't have a lot of laps on a very short track. Back up in the top 10, up to 8th. Paul Menard moving Mike Wallace out of the way. Casey Kane to our outside, 3 wide. I could not get back into the gas when I wanted to. That was so tight on the bottom. Denny Hamlin back out in front. That short run speed, short run burst again. Back up into the top 5. 5 laps to go this time by. Jeff Burton going to get past. Trying to work on the 7 car of Mike Wallace. 5 to go. I don't think I'm going to get back to him. Harvick's closing in on Hamlin. Maybe they get into each other. We have a chance to get around him here. Three to go. Can't wait for Harvick to get to him. I got to get by Harvick first. Oh, that was a big mistake. Overdrove it trying to get underneath him. Oh! That was a big power slide. It took me a little bit longer than I wanted to get by Harvick. White flag this time by. I don't know. I think I'm too far back to get to Hamlin. So close. So close. Another lap or two, and I think I had a chance there. But Denny Hamlin's going to win at Tiburon Raceway. Sure enough, maybe this race is predicting the future. Maybe Denny Hamlin wins today's race at Pocono. It's very well possible. 1 hour, 17 minutes, 2 seconds to finish those 300 laps. We had 3 cautions, 26 lead changes, 0.2 of a second margin of victory, 87.61 mile per hour average race speed. Hamlin led 67 laps. Those are the most laps led in the race. We led for 53. Kevin Harvick for 41. Those were the top 3. Jamie McMurray in 4th and Mike Wallace 5th. Matt Kenseth 6th. Paul Menard in 7th. He led 14 laps. Casey Kane led 56 laps in the race, second most. We had the 3rd most laps led. Casey Kane finished 8th and Ty Kluber 9th. Dale Jr. rounds out the top 10. Jeff Burton led for 43 laps. Looks like 12 cars finished on the lead lap. And there were very few DNFs, obviously with only the 3 cautions. In fact, 2 DNFs. Reed Sorensen, we saw him blow an engine early in the race. Then Dee Powell, fantasy driver, also failed to finish. Alrighty. On to Pocono Raceway. And I will get that up very shortly. Next race, Nazareth for the Busch Series. 300 laps is going to be a long one there. It's about a full cup race length. Just got to save the game real quick. Alrighty. I mean, that's about perfect timing. I'm getting Prime Video up on screen right now. Get our usual live commentary setup going. Appreciate everybody that stayed tuned throughout the course of the rain delay coverage with our NASCAR trivia, and then obviously on to the NASCAR 08 race. We were able to do a full Busch race and two 20-minute NASCAR trivia quizzes in the span of this rain delay. So we got some NASCAR fixing in before the actual NASCAR race. On top of our normal pre-race show, which also took place. STL Mark, thanks for tuning in. All right, getting Prime Video up on my TV at the moment. All right, there we go. And the raw feed is all ready to go at the moment as well. Oh. Yep, I got my screens ready. All right. We'll go through the starting lineup for today's race in a couple of moments. Get the starting order up on my phone real quick. And the notes, and we'll get through this. All right, starting today's race on row number 1 and on the pole, Denny Hamlin, 7-time Pocono winner. He just won our NASCAR Busch race, as you saw moments ago, so he's trying to go for the sweep today. But we'll see if Denny Hamlin can get the race win. Chris Buescher also on the front row for the 3rd time in the last 4 races. He's a former Pocono winner. He won the August race back in 2016. And row number 2 will be Carson Hocevar, who's had a lot of speed on the ovals lately, and John Nemechek, who finished 6th last week in Mexico City. Cole Custer off a top 5 a week ago in Mexico, and Chase Briscoe make up row 3. Behind them in row 4, Ty Gibbs, who has the best Pocono finish, a 5th in 2023, and Tyler Reddick, who has 4 straight top 10s at the Tricky Triangle. In row 5 will be Christopher Bell, who was a runner-up last week in Mexico City, and Daniel Suarez, who has a Pocono best finish of 2nd in 2018. Eric Jones will be on the inside of row 6, Joey Logano to the outside. Logano, the 2012 winner and the June race here, and then the Pocono best for Eric Jones is 2nd in 2019. Row 7 for Ryan Preece and Brad Keselowski at RFK Racing. Keselowski, the August 2011 winner. Zane Smith on the inside of row 8. Austin Dillon to the outside. Dillon, his best finish 10th in 2022. Noah Gragson making his 4th Pocono start. Chase Elliott, who is the 2022 race winner. And row 9, the 2-time Pocono race winner, including last season's event. Ross Chastain on the inside of row 11, looking for his first career Pocono top 10, and Justin Haley making his 5th start at the track. Shane Van Gisbergen making his Pocono debut on the inside of row 12 in last week's race winner, alongside Kyle Larson, who is a 2-time Pocono runner-up, but he has never won at the track. Alex Bowman, the 2021 Pocono race winner from one of the 2 doubleheader races on the inside of row 13. And on the outside of that row, another one of the drivers who won in 2021 at Pocono, Kyle Busch. He's a 4-time Pocono race winner. Row 14 on the inside, Ty Dillon. Outside, Michael McDowell, who has got a Pocono best of 6th in 2022. Riley Herbst making his Pocono debut today on the inside of row 15 in the Cup Series, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who finished 7th 2 years ago in 2023. William Byron, best finish is 3rd at Pocono. He finished 4th last season, but only 1 top 10 in his last 4 races here. And Todd Gilliland also making his 4th Pocono start on the outside of row 16. In row 17 will be AJ Allmendinger, who finished 21st in this race a season ago, and Bubba Wallace, who has 4 straight top 11s. Row 18 for Josh Berry and Cody Ware. Cody Ware crashed in practice yesterday. 20th in last season's race for Josh Berry, his only career Pocono start prior. And Brendan Poole will round out the rear of the field in row number 19. Starting last, he is in the New York Racing 44 car. That is the only open entry this week. And this is the first Cup start for Poole since 2023. His 3rd in his Cup career at Pocono. Our stage splits today, 30 laps in Stage 1, 65 laps in both Stage 2 and Stage 3. The fuel window estimated of 38 to 40 green flag laps with the pit road speed of 55 miles per hour. 400 miles, 167 laps. 400 laps at Pocono would just take way too long. 160 laps, 400 miles for today's race is our scheduled distance. And we'll now highlight the point standings coming into the race as well. William Byron currently has just over a 1 full race lead in the point standings over his teammate Kyle Larson. He's got a 67-point cushion with 10 races to go in the regular season entering today. He's 80 points ahead of Christopher Bell, 104 ahead of Chase Elliott and Denny Hamlin, who missed last week's race in Mexico City, fell back about 30 points. He's now 110 back in 5th. On the playoff grid, we've had 10 different drivers win a Cup race this season of the Cup regulars that are locked into the playoffs. 6 spots are open with 10 races to go in the regular season. Those 10 drivers locked in would be 3 wins for 3 drivers, including Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, and Denny Hamlin. 7 drivers with 1 win, which would be William Byron, Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain, Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, Josh Berry, and last week Shane Van Gisbergen. The 6 drivers who are to the good on the points cutoff line are Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace, Chase Briscoe, Alex Bowman, and Chris Buescher. Buescher has the last spot over his teammate Ryan Preece, coming into the day by 19 points. Preece on the outside looking in, first driver out. Second driver outside the cutoff line is Michael McDowell, then AJ Allmendinger, and Kyle Busch. Those are all the bubble drivers entering today's race. Final race on Prime Video. On the call, Adam Alexander, Dale Jr., and Steve Letarte. Lights are out on the pace car, and they will be going green this time by. Bond 1771, thanks for tuning back in. Joe Rochester, thanks for tuning in. Good afternoon, everybody. Appreciate you tuning in. If I haven't shouted you out, and appreciate you sticking out the rain delay for today's live commentary stream, but we are live and ready for the action. We had a fun one on a fast oval at Michigan just 2 weeks ago. What will this fast oval at Pocono Raceway have for us today? Drafting is going to be huge down these long straightaways. About a 10-mile-per-hour difference in the draft versus not in the draft through practice yesterday. A lot of drag with these next-gen cars. Sold out Pocono Raceway. Crowd on their feet as the pace car heads for pit road. Denny Hamlin on the outside of row 1 is our starter. Green flag in the air, and we're underway for the Great American Getaway 400. Hamlin rushes the field down into the first turn, is well clear of all the cars on the bottom lane of the racetrack. Carson Hocevar going 3 wide to the inside for third underneath Chris Buescher and Chase Briscoe. Briscoe almost making contact with John Hunter Nemechek in those outer couple lanes as Nemechek goes backwards. 4th starting spot for the 42, and he's all the way almost outside the top 10 already. Clear for second was our second place starter, Chris Buescher. And Hocevar with the 3 wide pass, he was able to get through to third. Tyler Reddick guns it into turn 2 as he gets by fellow Toyota driver Chase Briscoe for 4th. 5th place, rather. Cole Custer's in the 4th slot. Again, only 30 laps in stage 1. They will not have to pit for fuel purposes in the first stage, so it'll be interesting to see if everybody at the front of the field now will all stay out to get their stage points and pit at the stage break, or maybe shortly into stage 2. That'll be when we'll start to see the pit strategy unfold if we don't get a caution naturally for incident before then. Chase Elliott back in traffic. He's 3 wide in turn 1 on the second lap of the race underneath Shane Van Gisbergen, the rookie, and Austin Dillon on the outside. 3 cars nose to tail, all bump drafting each other simultaneously down the Long Pond straightaway. Gregson, Justin Haley, and Kyle Larson. Scramble in the middle of the pack. A lot of big names back there. Alex Bowman, Chase Elliott are now 3 wide under SVG. Not a lot of room. As they get up off of turn 2, Elliott blistering through the middle, trying to get out in front of both the cars that are sandwiching him. Into turn number 3, Elliott is going to be able to pull clear of SVG on the outside. He should have the 48 of Bowman in his rear view off of turn 3 as well, and he does. Denny Hamlin has led the first 2 laps of the race from the pole. Again, Chris Buescher is currently in second. Buescher just set the fastest lap of the race that last time by, 53.525. Carson Hocevar is in third, Tyler Reddick 4th, and Cole Custer rounds out the top 5 in 5th. Then Chase Briscoe is 6th, Daniel Suarez 7th, Ty Gibbs 8th, Christopher Bell 9th, and John Hunter Nemechek rounds out the top 10 on lap 3. Very bumpy through turns 1 and 2, especially turn 2 in the tunnel turn. Down around the bottom of the racetrack, a primarily one-groove track. No PJ1 or traction compound this weekend like we've seen in some of the years past. But a lot of slipping and sliding on a very hot racetrack with 88-degree ambient temps this afternoon for Long Pond, Pennsylvania. Carson Hocevar has closed the gap a bit on Chris Buescher for second place. Ross Chastain making a pass on Joey Logano for 14th, entering turn 1 as well, right in the middle of the pack. Chastain easily clear on corner exit. Hosmer had a big run into turn 1 that last time by on Chris Buescher. Peeled out of line looking to make a pass attempt. Couldn't quite get to the inside of the 17. We'll see if he tries to set him up in turn 3 and get another run at him down into turn 1 for lap 5. Chase Briscoe moving past Cole Custer, clearing him at about the start-finish line on the front straightaway. And the pass was made for 5th there for Briscoe. Martin Truex Jr. in that 19 car in the next-gen era. 3 top 10 finishes. Obviously, Briscoe, the first driver not named Martin Truex Jr. to drive a next-gen car in the number 19 at Joe Gibbs Racing. Qualified 6th. He's up 1 spot from the start. And looking for a good run. Briscoe's best finish at Pocono is 15th multiple times. Obviously, all of his starts prior to today were for Stuart Haas Racing in the 14 car. Coming to complete lap 5 this time by as Denny Hamlin is still out in front of Chris Buescher and Carson Hocevar. Tyler Reddick less than a second and a half off the lead as well. Because of the draft effect, though, Buescher and Hocevar still tight behind our race leader.
That's really the key, right? So in the corner, you want to be Denny Hamlin. Look at the speed difference. Denny Hamlin's actually slower max speed. 191 to 194 for Buescher. So check this out again. On the right side, Hamlin leading will have the advantage in the corner. Fresh downforce, but the draft is in effect. So on this straightaway, probably 2 or 3 miles an hour more top speed out of the trailing car of Buescher. Look at that right there. He's going to be 180, and then he's about 2 miles an hour, but he actually closed all the way up. I think at one point he started pushing the 11 away again. He has to lift earlier. The 17 has to lift earlier for the corner. He's in 30 air, not going to have the grip he needs to be able to drive the car deeper into the corner than Denny, so he'll back off the throttle, back up the corner, offset such as he's doing right here to try to get some clean air underneath that car for the downforce. Then get in the gas maybe sooner than Denny. Start to accelerate down the straightaway. We'll see him get closer and closer. Here he comes. Does he make a move? Denny's looking in the mirror. Do I need to defend? Look, Denny goes low to defend. Here comes the 17 to the inside. There goes Chris Buescher looking for room to race. Down low, turn 1. Hamlin led the first 6 laps. He's led here in Pocono in 11 consecutive races, and he stays out front as they make their way down the Long Pond straightaway and head to that tunnel turn. Buescher just didn't have the confidence to jump the outside there when Denny faded low. Then he's like, all right, man, if you want this, you're going to have to go the highway, the hard way around, if you will. Now, Buescher has to time all of that again. Take this entire lap to maybe put himself back in that position to try to make that pass down in turn 1. May take a few more laps for him to get back to the back bumper of this 11 car. And Denny's hoping that 17 will start to struggle, will start to fade. The balance will go away. With Hamlin who's leading. Buescher's been outstanding in 2nd. Hocevar hanging tight.
We'll go through the full field running order as Prime Video heads to their first full screen commercial break of the race. We're on lap 8 of 30. Denny Hamlin out in front. Chris Buescher is in 2nd. Carson Hocevar 3rd. 4th place for Tyler Reddick and Chase Briscoe in 5th. 6th is Cole Custer, Daniel Suarez 7th, Ty Gibbs 8th, Christopher Bell 9th, and John Hunter Nemechek in 10th. Brad Keselowski is 11th, behind him in 12th is Zane Smith. Eric Jones in 13th, followed by Ross Chastain in 14th, Joey Logano 15th, Chase Elliott in 16th, Austin Dillon 17th, Ryan Preece 18th, Alex Bowman 19th, and Austin Cindric in 20th. William Byron 21st, Shane Van Gisbergen in 22nd, Kyle Larson 23rd, Justin Haley 24th, and Riley Herbst 25th. Michael McDowell in 26th, Noah Gragson 27th, Todd Gilliland 28th, Kyle Busch 29th, and Ryan Blaney 30th. Josh Berry 31st, Bubba Wallace 32nd, AJ Allmendinger 33rd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 34th, Ty Dillon 35th, Cody Ware 36th, and Brennan Poole rounds out our 37-car field. Everybody obviously on the lead lap in these first 8 laps, caution-free so far, and Denny Hamlin has led every lap from the pole. Fastest lap of the race is still Chris Buescher on lap 2, where he put down a lap time of a 53.525. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, it looks like Carson Hocevar on lap 3 actually has the fastest lap time of the race, 53.359. So Buescher had it for 1 lap, and then Hocevar from lap 3 to now on lap 9 currently has the fastest lap. We'll take our first break of the stream. You're listening live on KRC to the NASCAR Cup Series at Pocono, the Great American Getaway 400. $133 votes casted in our chat poll for who you think is going to win today's race at Pocono. 24% have Hamlin, 19% took Ryan Blaney, 9% Christopher Bell, and 48% have somebody other than those three for the race win. I really didn't know who else to put in the poll. Hamlin was clearing away my favorite. Honestly, you could kind of put the rest of the field in a bag and a bunch of names in that bag and pull a name out of the bag, and you'd probably come up with whoever else would win this race outside of Denny Hamlin, in my personal opinion. Do I think darkness is going to be a factor in the race? I don't think so. Longest weekend of the year, I would imagine they could race till like 8:30. No more rain in the forecast. It shouldn't take 4 hours to get a 400-mile NASCAR race, and usually these 400-mile races are in the 2.5 to 3 hour time frame. So it'll probably get done between 7 and 8 o'clock if we saw a lot of cautions, but definitely won't have to worry about darkness today. We will get the full 160 laps in uninterrupted. Buescher still trails Hamlin while Carson Hocevar has lost a bit from these top two. Hocevar is about 1.1 seconds off the lead. Tyler Reddick has reeled in Carson for third place in that battle. Again, stage points are awarded to the top 10 positions at the end of lap 30. Very short opening stage here today at Pocono. Within the fuel window, we'll see if anybody sacrifices stage points to try to get track position early or middle of stage 2, depending on how all the strategy unfolds. Sure, Steve Letarte in the prime booth is going to be talking all about the strategy as we get further along this race and closer to the end of each stage.
He said it might even be a little bit better. But I find where they are in the point standings very compelling. See, they're pretty comfortably above the cut line when you look at where the 17 is. But when you talk to Chris Buescher, you talk to Scott Graves, they will tell you that doesn't matter. We're in must-win territory. So if you were Scott Graves, Steve, how would you play the game from where they sit in the point standings?
I think you have a car that I've seen so far that can win. I'm not worried about points. I believe we're going to have winners. I know it says plus 55, but if you get 1 or 2 winners from below, you do not want to go to Daytona to end the regular season needing anything. You want to be locked in. We see it every year. Someone's going to get in on points, but it doesn't make that race any better.
Byron on the move early from the back. They made the repairs. He's inside the top 20.
Yeah, there you see it on the box lap, plus 20, plus 14. Those passes will get tougher as you get closer to the front of the field, but this car had incredible speed in practice, led all of the 5 and 10 lap averages. And let's look at the start of the race to see how aggressive he was. One of the first cars we saw jump out of line to make it 3 wide down the front straightaway, grabbing a couple of rows right here. Off into turn 1. That's a good handler. Race car right there. Drive right up in that pocket. There's dirty air all around, and the car still has the grip to be able to do that.
And just remember, this is a car that wrecked in qualifying, yet repaired. You know, I think you asked me, go to a backup? Absolutely. I didn't give it enough up. For sure, it's a backup. Big contact in front of the car. No such luck. The 24 decided that they could fix this car. It was unbelievable in practice, and so far, it looks like Rudy Fugle, this 24, made the right decision because it has the same speed I saw yesterday in the practice charts.
It's been a great track when you look historically for Hendrick Motorsports. Pocono, 19 wins here, the most all time. But it's a Toyota and a Ford at the front right now. Hamlin hanging on, and Buescher just will not go away.
Yeah, Denny's doing a little bit of air block, a little bit of defense in turn 1 there. Kind of run into the middle of the corner and force the 17 to choose a lane. Have to drive through his wake a little bit. Down here, as Steve pointed out, you have to follow the driver through this particular corner. There is no second groove. But you see how that caught the 17 speed on exit. But down here, turn 3, we've seen them both take different lines. I think Buescher would love the top. He's not going to get it. Denny's going to take the top, so Buescher has to take the bottom. Denny will have the momentum off the top for a little bit before the draft starts to sort of flip the speeds a little bit down the front straightaway. Here it goes. But the 17 just not in position to really take advantage of that here.
195 for the trailing car. So you talk about the pass, and we've kind of shown you the onboards. If we head into the prime garage, right, we're going to show you exactly from an aero standpoint what these drivers are trying to do. So this is the point of the straightaway, right? Second car wants to get in line, reduce that drag. It does reduce the drag force, but your straight line speed is much better, so you pull up. Well, then, at the end of this super long straightaway, you get to a corner, so what do, Dale? Now you're searching for air. So that trailing car, this is what's happening in turn 3. He's got to move left, get out of the wake of that leading car. Downforce goes up, drag goes up. So offset at the corner, in line on the straightaways. That's the magic here at Pocono, but you got to get the timing right for it to work. That's what the 17's trying to do.
And what Denny wants to do is watch in the mirror what that 17's doing down here in turn 1. And if he can drive across the nose of that 17 and put him in that dirty air, he'll do that all day long. They've got to race just to keep the lead, to keep the clean air. That is, I mean, Denny's looking at this. I know it's 16 laps into a 160 lap race, but he's looking at this as the race for the win. You always have to have the clean air in the track position to be able to have the advantage on strategy and so forth throughout the day. So he doesn't want to get this lead up, even though he knows the 17's faster. He knows the 17's faster because he's hanging on right here in this dirty air, able to stay within a couple car lengths. Let's see if he can get this on. And turn 1, I think Denny's doing an amazing job of kind of taking that air away. That arrow lock I'm talking about. So let's see if he can pull it off down here. It's pretty fascinating how good these drivers have become at defensive driving. Yeah, Denny's been probably notified by his spotter, hey man, I think you're better running the middle of 3 and 4. That also doesn't allow the 17 to put the momentum together to be able to tie that corner exit into this front straightaway. He's also moved up the racetrack down here, just trying to keep the momentum up in this car, doing a really, really good job and starting to spread out, make a little distance here between him and the 17.
But then we went into the prime garage to talk about what the trailing car is trying to do. Well, let's talk about the leading car, Dale. What's this air block? What is the leader trying to do in this situation right here to protect?
Well, in the corner, he's trying to make it as dirty as possible. So when the car behind offsets a little bit, you see the downforce drag go up. Well, the lead car can just drive right across that nose. We'll see that happen a lot down in 1 and 2 and in 3 and 4. If a car goes into the corner lower than you, you can drive your car across the racetrack right in front of that car, take all of that downforce and drag away. The advantage now for Hamlin, a half a second. Busher, Hocevar, Reddick, Briscoe, your top 5.
All right. We'll go through the top 10 in the running order here quickly, and we'll go through the intervals between themselves and the race leader, Denny Hamlin, with 13 laps to go in stage 1. Hamlin is out in front. Chris Buescher in second, half a second off the lead. 2 seconds back is Carson Hocevar in third, then 2.4 seconds to the fourth place car, Tyler Reddick. 3.9 seconds to Chase Briscoe in fifth. Cole Custer, 4.6 seconds off the lead in sixth. Seventh place is Daniel Suarez, 5.8 seconds behind Hamlin. Ty Gibbs is 6 seconds off the lead in eighth. Ninth is Christopher Bell, 6.8 seconds off the lead. And Brad Keselowski is in 10th at 7.9 seconds off the lead. So that is the top 10 in the running order in these first 18 laps of the race. Again, 13 laps to go in stage 1. Carson Hocevar swerving down to the bottom of the racetrack. Might have had a moment or something off turn 3. Tyler Reddick making a pass for position on him. Hocevar definitely lost quite a bit of time. Just in one lap, one corner. Because the lap before that, he was 0.2 of a second off of race leader Denny Hamlin. And he had about a 0.7 of a second gap over Tyler Reddick for that third spot. And then off of turn 3, he was slow on the front stretch. Down to the bottom of the racetrack. Reddick was already up to third at the time the camera had panned to the 77 of Hocevar. He's at speed right now in fourth. Just a few car lengths out ahead of Chase Briscoe rather, in the fifth spot. Brendan Poole in the 44 has gone a lap down at the hands of our leaders. He should be able to get the free pass. I don't think Cody Ware is going to fall. Well, Cody Ware might fall off the lead lap for the end of the stage, considering we still got 10 to go this time by. It's about 40 seconds off the lead. So one car off the lead lap right now. Again, some of the drivers at the front of the field might end up pitting to short pit for strategy purposes, expecting most of the field to pit at the end of stage 1. We might see some drivers try to stay out at the end of stage 1 for track position. They've got a fast enough car to try to hang into those front couple of spots. Should be a little bit of tire fall off, but there isn't as much in the Cup side as what we saw in the Xfinity and truck races this weekend. 20 laps in, and Denny Hamlin, that last lap, 53.952, was only 0.4 of a second slower than his fastest lap of the race before that. Willie Bart, thanks for tuning in. Blaney fan here. Well, welcome, fellow Blaney fan. Started 18, fell back 10 spots. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened for him. I do see what happened to Carson Hocevar, though. What a save. And it was probably the right rear corner panel touching the wall off turn 3 that allowed him to make the save, but he was sliding so far sideways off the corner in that third position, and that is why he had lost the third spot and fell so far off in the lead. I mean, he lost like 3 seconds of one lap to our race leader, Denny Hamlin, and now those rear tires have to be cooked with as big of a slide as he had off of turn 3. But what a moment, what a save by Carson Hocevar. Had the right rear corner panel not touched the wall, I don't know that he was saving that from nailing the inside wall head on. But lucky enough for him, with that save happening, he could kind of calm down, settle down, get back into a rhythm, survive to the end of the stage. You know the limit. Don't push it that hard again. And salvage any stage points you can, because you're in a battle to try to make the playoffs on points with not having that win yet. And he's in a prime position to get quite a few stage points. Hocevar still going to keep the aggressiveness up, though, as he tries to block the 19 of Chase Briscoe. Did not want to get picked behind the lap car Brendan Poole getting into turn 3 either. Hocevar still sliding around very loose in the bottom lane of the track through turn 3. And at the exit of the corner, Briscoe still right there in the draft behind him. Cole Custer gets by the lap car of Poole. Briscoe looking low for fourth place. Side by side underneath of Hocevar through turn 1. Best thing for Carson is maybe to surrender this position as soon as possible, because with 7.5 laps to go in the stage, I just don't think he's going to be able to hold on. 19 car's been fast all weekend. Toyotas as a whole have been so quick this weekend. 3 of them now in the top 4 spots if Briscoe could take this spot away from Carson. 5 of them in the top 9, including all 4 Joe Gibbs Toyotas, and then obviously the only lone Toyota outside of that is Tyler Reddick in 3rd for 2311 Racing. The 10th place car is John Nemechek in the 42 for Legacy Motor Club, so there's actually 7 Toyotas in the top 10 right now across 3 different teams. Eric Jones is in 13th, not that far outside of the top 10. They've had speed all the way around. Great in qualifying, they were great in practice. Bubba Wallace didn't get a chance to qualify. He was 2nd fastest in practice yesterday, so he's currently 30th, only up 4 positions from the start, to see if they could get track position on strategy, try to help them out, because they should have good equipment. Cole Custer now looking to break through into 5th place as Hocevar's failed through the run, continues to move on. He was very loose on entry into turn 2 as he tried to cut the car back down to the bottom of the track, but he is racing the heck out of everybody he can. Cole Custer in the 41 had him cleared off turn 2. Hocevar with the crossover down to the bottom and will hang underneath Custer all the way through turn 3 and now onto the front stretch.
Yeah, this 54 right now is getting a monster tow. Brad Keselowski's flying. He's going to pull up here. Brad's thinking 3 for 1 right here. He's got to turn down to the 54. If he can roll the bottom, see right here, Bill Submarine's got Tom on board with the 6. He's got to gas up. The 54, that's a big if. Can't do it. Now, no drafting help. 54 is going to pull back ahead with the tow from the 77 and the 41. Brad's going to try to keep that side draft alive. He's going to do it.
Brad is rolling early, +6 in the first part of this race.
And he's in a really important position as we're coming around for lap 25. On board with Brad again. Will he make this pass? He will get shut off. What I was getting ready to say is, remember, you want to pit. It's advantageous to pit before the end of the stage. But unlike a road course where everyone can do it, you need to be within about 15 seconds of the leader. So you see on the left side, Nemechek in 10th is 14 seconds back. as we see Brad pull by. We'll see how many of these drivers decide to pit before the stage ends. They would come in a couple laps. Suarez on pit road already.
Suarez started this race inside the top 10. Good qualifying effort. And now making a scheduled great flag stop, Marty.
What Steve was talking about, Adam, was exactly the conversation between Matt Swiderski, the crew chief, and Daniel Suarez. They were right on the edge of being able to beat the leader out of pit road by making a pit stop here. So they probably a little bit earlier than they wanted to, but because of that time difference, they had to come now. So we'll see where Suarez will be. Overall, Rick desires.
Well, I know they thought they were right on the number, and it is going to be close because here comes Denny Hamlin with a full head of speed down at turn one. The 99, though, beats it onto the track, just punches the momentum. I think it's fine, right? I think he's going to stay a second in front of the 11. It's a great call by the 99 team. Hey, remember, they stayed on the racetrack a couple more laps. They're going to keep losing time because they're back there in traffic. Right. Just a bright call on top of that pit box to leave that pit opportunity for the 99 a couple laps earlier than they wanted, but mission accomplished, stayed on the lead lap. Now, next time around with 3 to go, it is going to be busy. Dale, you think this is a pit road entry that's pretty straightforward, nice, flat, you can kind of attack it.
Yeah, there's a really long braking zone, very straight entry. And so drivers get aggressive with that opportunity. We see a lot of drivers lock up tires coming on the pit road, spin out, wreck their cars, or get caught speeding in those first few segments. There's been some challenges this weekend with pit road speed throughout the weekend. The NASCAR's been working on the speed loops. We'll see if anybody gets popped today. Here comes some of the leaders. Osavar, Keselowski. Planned stops toward the end of stage one, Trevor.
Yeah, we've got the 6 of Brad Keselowski coming down. One of the fastest cars in the field the last 10 laps or so, was able to drive up and do it the hard way. It wasn't on a restart. He passed them all under green and was able to make that speed. You're going to see 4 tires fuel on this car. Carson Hocevar as well was able to hit 77 and maintain some track, but they get the distance and foot speed for him.
Remember, you don't see a ton of cars, but that's because you can't. You'll lose a lap like the 99 almost did to Denny Hamlin. I will say, as we see these cars leave pit road, the leaders are going to be on the front stretch kind of at the top of your screen. The 99 did pull out in front of the 11. The problem he has right now is 11 on old tires is still just faster. He has closed in now. So now Suarez has to drive these last 2 laps for everything it's worth to try to stay in front of the 11. That's going to be difficult with that traffic off pit road.
Plus, Denny is also seeing traffic for the first time all day. So you got to hope that you're telling your driver, you're telling Suarez, look, man, just hold him back there. He's going to struggle in this dirty air. Give him all the confidence you can, whether you believe it or not. You got to tell this driver, hey, man, a couple more corners, good exits. Don't give up anything. Don't make mistakes trying to overdrive the entries. Give me good exits down these long straightaways.
And when you look at the strategy, it makes perfect sense to me. Denny Hamlin could win a stage and get a stage point. Buscher, Reddick, Briscoe, what does it mean when you haven't won a race? That you have to get those points. You got to get them while you can get them. So Buscher, Reddick, and Briscoe all stay on the racetrack because they're above the cut line, but have yet to have that guaranteed entry into the playoffs, trying to pad that point gap.
Buscher came into the day at plus 19. Briscoe nearly 40 points above the cut line coming in. They'll take all they can get here. Jones, Zane Smith, Logano, Chase Elliott, Byron, other drivers inside the top 10. How about William Byron? You start in the back after crashing yesterday in qualifying, but you drive through the field. Other drivers pit, you stay out. Going to get a couple stage points here. On board with driver 24. Comes in with a regular season points lead. Final lap, stage 1. Denny Hamlin, so good at this racetrack, and he's going to lead them all in this first stint of the race. Back to the green and white checker. Despite all of his success, this is only the second stage win for Denny here at Pocono. It's the 4th time he's won a stage in 2025. Buscher second, Reddick, Briscoe, Jones complete the top 5.
Took us a little bit to get going with the weather. But those first 30 laps didn't take long at all. It went by in a blink.
Pit stops when we come back, and then the cycle prior to stage 2. A little delayed, but so far, so good. NASCAR on front, live in the Poconos. We're glad you're along for the ride.
All right, so Denny Hamlin, our race winner, or not race winner, but stage winner here in stage 1. From the pole, he's led every lap so far. Staying out to get those stage points. Wanted them, got them. It's 10 points for the regular season standings, and obviously another playoff point for winning the stage. He's got a fast car. You'd have to imagine he can get through the field better than most of these other cars. I think him and Buescher honestly looked like the 2 quickest cars. They were setting a pretty good pace ahead of the rest of the field. Tyler Reddick, for instance, who was third at the end of the stage, also stayed out of the pits along with the top 2 through those last couple of laps, and he was 8 seconds behind Denny Hamlin. Chris Buescher was only about a second and a half behind Hamlin, so he was keeping pretty close pace. Buescher was a lot faster in the early going to the run, it seemed like, than the 11. He had a couple passing opportunities. He wasn't quite able to pull alongside of Denny and make that pass for the lead. So I would probably favor Buescher more on the short run, especially if he gets clean air later. Denny Hamlin definitely has a great long run car as expected. Great at this racetrack. 7 wins, and I believe that is the most all-time of any driver here at Pocono Raceway. As far as the rest of the stage results go, Hamlin with the stage win. Chris Buescher was second. Tyler Reddick third. Chase Briscoe fourth. Eric Jones fifth. Sixth for Zane Smith. Joey Logano 7. Chase Elliott 8th. William Byron 9th. Alex Bowman rounds out the top 10. Again, 1 point per position for those top 10 spots. 4th stage win of the year for Denny Hamlin, second of his career at Pocono. And we get to that stage 1 break. 30 laps in the books, caution free, for incident at least. So this stage yellow is the first caution of the race. You're listening live on KRC to the Great American Getaway 400 at Pocono Raceway. Some point I'm going to end up having to refill my water, and I'll probably end up getting a snack too, because I was not expecting the stream to be as long as it's going to be today, considering that they had the rain delay at the start. Kind of getting a little bit of a headache because I haven't eaten much. So I'll grab something and try to mow down on that at some point a little bit later in the race. Again, much thank you to everybody not only watching the stream right now, but that stayed tuned in throughout the course of our lengthy rain delay at the beginning of this race. We started streaming just after 1:30 p.m. Eastern for today with the pre-race. We got through the pre-race show. Obviously, the rain delay was lasting much longer. We did some extra NASCAR trivia, tried to play some NASCAR 08. We did a whole Busch Series race, 300 laps at a 3rd mile short track to try to bypass the amount of time, and that ended, and here we are for the race, and now pit road is open under the stage yellow.
Agree, but I'm worried if we make an adjustment, I'll get too tight 1 and 2, so they're electing to leave it alone, and we'll take 2 cans of Sunoco fuel and put fresh tires on that Toyota. Trevor.
Yeah, Chase Briscoe was talking about how much the track is about to change after they put rubber down during that run. James Vaughn told him to wait on him for some fuel. It's going to be quick, though, he says.
Archer told Scott Graves, Trevor, the fire off speed was so good, and he's got some turns 2 and turns 3. Denny Hamlin, classic flag stage win for Hamlin. He gets the 1 playoff point. He said the car was neutral, but overall 2-3 off turns 2 and 3. Of those who pitted, Chris Buescher wins the race off pit road.
Very interesting to see if it was just a fast stop or if they waited on fuel. You saw the 11 wait. Fuel games already being played on pit road.
So 8 drivers stayed out of the pits. Chris Buescher, who won the race out of the pits, will be in 9th. We'll have to wait for our leaderboard to cycle back through when the race leader gets to the start-finish line this time by, and we'll see exactly who those 8 drivers will be out in front of the field that chose to sacrifice stage points and leapfrog the running order. So it looks like Michael McDowell, Brad Keselowski, Carson Hocevar will be the top 3, and I don't think Michael McDowell pitted at all in this race. So I think he's the only driver that is not pitted. He stayed out. Brad Keselowski hit pit road already. He'll be the leader of those that have pitted, which is pretty much everybody but McDowell. He will have about 3, 4, 5 lap green flag older tires than everybody from 9th on back who just pitted during the stage yellow. So Keselowski in 2nd. Again, Hocevar 3rd. Ty Gibbs stayed out. Same for Cole Custer, John Hunter Nemechek, Christopher Bell, and Daniel Suarez. Those are the 8 that stayed out of the pits. Plenty of racing obviously still to go here at Pocono Raceway as we wrapped up stage 1 without any incidents. 63 laps to go for stage 2. Both the second and third stages are 65 laps in length. That's over 2 times the length of what stage 1 alone was. It's our first pit stop of many for a lot of the field here. Again, 38 to 40 green flag laps, the estimated fuel window with these next-gen cars at the 2.5-mile tricky triangle. So McDowell waited to hit pit road, and I believe he just came into the pits this time by. So I'm not sure exactly what the reasoning for that was. So 7 cars will restart in front of Chris Buescher, who won the race off of pit road now. And again, Keselowski will be the race leader for the first time today, and he was looking very fast. Both RFK Fords of the 6 and the 17 look very sporty. Top 2 looked like some of the favorites there. You get Brad Keselowski track position like he's got right now, and I think he's going to be tough to beat today. And obviously we know he's in a must-win situation to make the playoffs, so could wreak havoc for some of those drivers that are trying to point their way in to the postseason. Again, with only 6 spots open and still 10 races left in the regular season, you don't want to have to bank on points to be your only way in.
Our national debt relief gets you back on track. Cody Ware gets his lap back here in Pocono. And now we go down to Danielle and the fellas. What's up, Danielle?
Well, Double A, we had our first caution-free stage here at Pocono in the next-gen era. A lot to keep our eye on. Denny Hamlin winning stage 1, but it's the young gun, our last rookie of the year, 2024 Hocevar. You have your eye on, Carl.
Yeah, when we heard the drivers talking about how their cars were balanced, Buescher was running Denny down. He said it got too loose, right? It's really treacherous here. Denny said balance was great, but a little too loose. We saw Carson Hocevar, I think, is a save of the year. Came off at turn 3, obviously too loose. I'm worried that maybe he damaged that car a little bit, but this is a save that you just don't make hardly ever. That is very, very difficult to do in any type of car, but these cars especially, Court.
Man, and every lap, Carl, you're trying to push the limit of that grip through 3 to get the long run down the straightaway. And right here, he's just trying to squeeze the gas pedal, loses run retraction, but somehow straightens it out. An immaculate save by the Carson Hocevar. But notice me, that big red dot popped out, and it has changed the dynamic of this race. A lot of wedge wrenches going to the back windows, tightening these cars up. I wonder what the direction's going to go.
And I think this is going to fall in the hands of the experienced drivers. You see Denny Hamlin, obviously in control of the race. William Byron coming up through the field. Brad Keselowski running well. Lots of changes are going to happen, and we will not go caution-free this entire race.
All right, you heard it from Carl Edwards. Denny Hamlin won stage 1, will restart 8th in stage 2. Sounds like Double A. Brad Keselowski's going to inherit the lead here.
Yeah, another driver that's experienced success here at Pocono. Brad, a winner, 4-time runner-up. Also, one thing to pay off, speeding for Kyle Busch in that cycle of stops. He'll come from the back here.
Yeah, the 45 of Reddick also lost a couple spots on pit road. He's going to restart just outside the top 15. So the tire changer is going to wait on fuel. Priority fuel. See, wait. And then gets a little tripped up. Actually steps on the gas man's foot. Gun changes. Then he goes to tight, goes to loose. It comes back. Car's full. But it was just really interesting to me how you talk about the choreography. Normally, it's all about speed for the tire changer. He just waited, let the gas man get his business done first, because that's what everyone is waiting on pit road.
And you see the front of the field there, all those cars flipping the stage. The cars that have come to pit road will be in 8th and 9th position. Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin. And now on these restarts, Carl talked about how they'll get more intense as this race goes. What you really want to depend on if you're in that front row is to push from the car in the second row. You can force that to happen if you're in that outside lane. The inside lane, though, that driver can take you 3 wide if he chooses to do so. So what does Cole Custer do in row 2? What does the cars behind him do? Do they jump out of line or do they stay committed? Yes, when you make it happen on restarts, some of the best eating.
All right, lap 36, green flag back in the air. It's Brad Keselowski and Ty Gibbs on the front row. Keselowski on the outside is our restarter. Good launch and a great push from behind from Carson Hocevar as well for the 6. Keselowski's well clear into the first turn as he pulls to the bottom of the racetrack now in front of the 54 of Ty Gibbs. 3 wide, Chase Briscoe very tight. Might have made some contact with the 17 of Chris Buescher. Buescher was forced to having to lift, and that backed up Eric Jones and a few other cars in the middle lane, 3 wide still. Now 4 wide down the long pond straightaways. They tried to funnel their way into turn 2. Luckily, by the time they were 4 wide, they got down to 3. Zane Smith in the 38 washed up the racetrack, lost some ground to a couple cars on the outside. The 17 and the 22 will get by him and several others down the next straightaway chute before turn 3. Not as much drafting help in the bottom compared to the cars up on the outside. Plus, not able to get that straight line exit speed on the bottom lane compared to cars up high, losing momentum that way as well. Denny Hamlin looking to get a spot back as he's underneath of Daniel Suarez in the 99, who he was trailing towards the end of the stage. Suarez was the last car in the lead lap, therefore restarted 8th of the 8 that stayed out. Hamlin has made his way up to 6th. Christopher Bell has also been passed by the 11. He's on the strategy of pitting before the end of the stage. Chase Elliott up to 9th after starting in the 18th place position. Battles with Christopher Bell in the 20, and Bell's going to get right back around him. Great crossover by the 20 to keep from losing the 8th spot, although he couldn't clear off turn 2 like I thought he was going to be able to. He lost ground as he struggled to get back to the throttle soon. Elliott is going to be able to double cross him over and clear into turn 3. And because of that failed pass attempt by Christopher Bell, after all, now he's under duress from the 17 to Chris Buescher. Buescher to the inside of the 20 on the front stretch. Tried to side draft, but maybe not too aggressive enough with it to stay alongside Bell into the first turn. Eric Jones peeking out of line to try to make a pass attempt now after Buescher in the 17. He might have slowed himself down a little too much by trailing on the bottom lane for the first half of that front straightaway. Eric Jones is underneath him, and he'll side draft the 17 car. Buescher trying to side draft him back, and they're losing time to the cars that are just in front of both of them. Buescher's car wiggling through the bumps on the outside lane. William Byron behind both cars with really nowhere to go. He's boxed in, waiting for somebody to break free or make a mistake that allows him to get momentum to pass at least one, if not both of these cars. Six-tenth of a second lead for Brad Keselowski out in front of the field with Carson Hocevar in second. A 1.7 second deficit for the third place driver, Ty Gibbs. John Hunter Nemechek is 2.2 seconds off the lead in fourth. Denny Hamlin 2.4 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 5 in fifth. This is again the early going of stage 2. Penske teammates Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney in traffic, working together to both tag team around Bubba Wallace on the inside. Wallace might have slid a little bit too far wide off the exit of turn 1. Austin Dillon now coming with a head of steam as he followed the draft behind Cindric. But Dillon can't complete the pass in turn 2. Stay alongside the 23 of Wallace for another straightaway into 3. And if he doesn't make the pass here, he might be the car that is going to get freight trained on the front stretch by cars in the outside lane. Dillon not going to complete the pass on the 23. And this is going to get interesting down towards turn 1, but I would imagine the 3 is going to lose the spot to Wallace, which he does. Surprised that Justin Haley in the 7 didn't pull out of line trying to make a pass on him in the next corner. Maybe not enough of a run for Haley or help from behind to keep his momentum up to poke out a line and make the attempt. Obviously, the points are going to change throughout the course of the race a lot, so I don't want to focus too much on the playoff bubble as they run, especially when you consider the fact that we're still 10 races to go in the regular season, but that's definitely something that I'll look for after the race, assuming that they'll show the graphic on Prime Video, of course, once we get into our post-race. Denny Hamlin got by John Hunter Nemechek within the last couple of laps, so Hamlin is up to 4th. Chris Buescher, who was 2nd at the end of the first stage, has only reached to 8th. Hamlin clearing the way, I would believe to be the fastest car in the field outside of potentially Brad Keselowski, who is out in front of the field. Last lap, Keselowski was about a 10th quicker than Hamlin. And a lot of that could be due to the clean air advantage the 6 has over what the 11 would have in traffic. Hamlin's still about 2.8 seconds off of the race lead in the 4th spot. William Byron just passed Christopher Bell for 10th on the racetrack, or is at least continuously battling with the 20 of Bell. Pretty solid considering Byron started at the deeper end of the field. Tail end of the pack. So for him to get up into the top 10, you'd have to imagine that William Byron has one of the better cars in the field as well, just hasn't seen the front of the pack yet. 42 laps into the race, considering that he qualified 31st, had to start at the very tail end of the field because of repairs to the primary car. And a crash in qualifying in turn 2 yesterday. Caution flag is out now for the second time in the race today, and our first for incident as Riley Herbst in turn 1 has cracked the outside wall, and he is coming to a stop at the exit of the corner as the entire right side of his car is destroyed. Right front tire seems to be flat. I'm not sure if that was the cause of him hitting the wall or not. If so, that probably made for a pretty hard hit. We've seen a lot of vicious impacts into the turn 1 wall with tire failures and brake failures in years past here at Pocono Raceway, and Herbst might have been the next casualty as a result of something of that nature happening. Yeah, car just went straight. He was well into the first turn. He wasn't directly in the middle of the corner, but you could tell the car went straight on him. That right front tire seemed to be flat, and that's a pretty hard hit against the outside wall. We've seen harder before, so it's good that it wasn't as violent of a hit for Riley Herbst, but still definitely a hard hit that he'll be feeling tomorrow morning. Pocono debut for Riley Herbst today, and he's going to end up with a last place finish here as a result of which his day will be done. Brennan Poole will get the free pass to get back on the lead lap. Cody Ware got the free pass to get back on the lead lap at the lap 30 stage break. So 36 cars will be on the same lap as our race leader when we get to the next restart. With 53 laps to go in the stage, we're still outside the fuel window to make it to the end of stage 2. So I don't imagine most of the front runners to pit, but we may see a lot of the back half of the field pit and get on a different strategy with those up ahead of them, topping off on fuel and taking 4 fresh Goodyears perhaps. Yeah, NASCAR is going to be going to TNT next week. Obviously, this is the last week on Prime Video. We'll still have live commentary coverage for you. And no racing on Sunday next week, again, Saturday night at Atlanta for next weekend. Saturday night race under the lights at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Our next live commentary stream will be Cup Series qualifying on Friday afternoon. And I'm not sure of the start time off the top of my head for that, but it is anywhere between 4:30 to 5:30 Eastern, considering that the Xfinity race will be on Friday night at 7:30. So we'll have doubleheader Cup or no practice for the Cup Series, but Cup qualifying on Friday with Xfinity racing, and then Saturday doubleheader truck race at Lime Rock Park, road race, and of course the Cup race Saturday night at Atlanta.
Yeah, we don't see many right front tire failures.
Yeah.
You have to wonder if there was something that created an issue. Was there contact with the wall, maybe contact with another car in the previous lap?
Yeah, just a couple laps before this, he was top 3 wide a couple times. I think he even got pushed up into the dust. So to your point, Dale, maybe ran something over, had a slow leak. You run a couple more laps and then it goes down. I mean, we talk about just some turn 1 at Pocono. I've seen some of the biggest wrecks. So I know he's out of the race. It's unfortunate, but good situation. It could have been worse if it blew at a different time. Still a pretty decent hit, but we have seen some vicious wrecks down there in turn 1.
Yeah, that's probably the scariest entry to any corner in NASCAR because you're carrying so much speed, and we've seen some bad accidents, brake failures. Think about Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, several in recent memory, and it's a really tough corner. And you see that happen, you have to walk it out. All the other drivers, they have to, hey man, that's not going to be me today.
Pit road's going to stay closed, so we'll get a break in on Prime.
Yeah, currently towing the 35 Herbst back to pit road. Once that car gets to the garage area, then pit road will open. But again, considering that they're outside the fuel window to make it to the end of the second stage, I don't expect many cars to hit the pits. Brad Keselowski, our race leader under caution. Carson Hocevar second, Ty Gibbs third, Denny Hamlin fourth, and John Hunter Nemechek rounds out the top 5. You're listening live to the Great American Getaway 400 at Pocono Raceway on KRC. 139 people have voted for who they think is going to win today's NASCAR Cup race in our chat poll. 47% have somebody other than Hamlin, Blaney, or Bell for the race win. 25% took Denny Hamlin, who was my pick for the win today. Ryan Blaney at 19%, and only 9% taking Christopher Bell. I will say Bell definitely lacking race winning pace from what I've seen so far. Haven't seen Blaney with track position, but I wouldn't consider him to be as quick as guys that were a little bit deeper in the qualifying order, like Brad Keselowski and William Byron, who are already up in the top 10. And for Keselowski's sake, in the race lead. Might drive down to Lime Rock if my friend is in town. Oh, there you go. Not a far drive for you, I take it. It'll be a fun event. First time ever the Truck Series will be racing at Lime Rock Park. That race is supposed to be on local Fox, by the way, next Saturday afternoon. So, big Fox for the truck race on Saturday afternoon at Lime Rock Park. The only bit that I've seen of the Lime Rock Park road course was when, I can't remember, I want to say it was last year. They were at Lime Rock doing like a testing / exhibition race for IROC with all the old IROC cars that I saw on YouTube a while back. I think Stapleton's YouTube channel was where I saw it. So shout out to him. Had a lot of great coverage from those 2 days of on-track activity. They were basically just kind of testing the cars. Then they did like a little exhibition race the next day on the Sunday with a lot of the old IROC cars, IROC drivers from years past. So that's kind of where I got the layout of the racetrack, or at least some areas of it. Will look at least familiar to my eyes when the Truck Series comes to town next weekend.
Put your Prime membership into overdrive with movies that are right in your lane. Stream hits like Air, Moneyball, and Ford vs. Ferrari. Hard driving drama, it's on Prime. Celsius onboard camera. Right with AJ Allmendinger. We got some takers on the pit lane.
Yeah, not really a window, but we saw teams having to wait on fuel on the last pit stop. If you put a little fuel in here, Kim, you shouldn't have to wait on the next pit stop.
Yeah, a lot of crews keep telling their drivers, this doesn't necessarily put us in our window, but it gives us more flexibility later in the race. You see Alex Bowman just with those right sides and fuel.
And if it were to go green from here with 50 laps to go in stage 2, Chris Buescher could not make it to the end of the stage. However, get a couple cautions, you never know. They might be able to make it. Great thanks to Paul to come down for fresh your tires. They did not wait on fuel last time. They get it full and maybe can make it to the end with a little help from some cautions.
That's like stopping for a snack in a traffic jam. Didn't really cost you anything, so why not come down and get a little gas?
All right, so more cars hit pit road than what I initially thought. A lot of the front runners stayed out, but there were some drivers in the back half of the top 10 that came in. And again, cannot make it on fuel to the end of the stage from here, but going off strategy, we'll see how it works out for him. As we recycle the front 5 positions, Brad Keselowski will be out in front still. Carson Hocevar second, Ty Gibbs third, Denny Hamlin fourth, John Hunter Nemechek will be our top 5 spots. About 50 minutes into the race today, 45 laps in out of 160 at Pocono Raceway. It's our first caution for incident. Right front tire failure in turn 1 for Riley Herbst, bringing out the first yellow for him. And the first retiree from the race as a result of which. The only other caution before that was the lap 30 stage 1 break. Stage 2 will end at lap 95. That is when the chat poll will close. Fantasy lineups, remember, lock at the end of stage 2 if you play in our NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or in the NASCAR mobile app. And the only other thing at the end of stage 2, we got our diecast showing that we do during these live commentary streams every weekend. Long ways to go here at Pocono for the NASCAR Cup Series. Well, Carl Edwards was right about this race not going caution-free because we ended up getting a yellow about 10 minutes after he said that. 10 laps or so afterwards. Good news is Riley Herbst did get out of his car under his own power. Substantially large hit. Field has not yet gotten the 1 to go signal. Lights are still on the pace car. So they should be getting 1 to go this time by. I'll get to the choose rule and then restart at lap 49, I would expect.
Throughout NASCAR on Prime, you are hearing an anthem. It's our anthem, Up Around the Bend, an Amazon Music original by John Fogerty and Eric Church. Scan the QR code on the bottom of your screen to add this song to your playlist, available to stream only on Amazon Music. You're watching NASCAR Cup Series racing from Pocono, presented by Dish. Second caution of the day.
Right in the upper torso, the head area of the rear tire changer for the 88, J.P. Keeley. He's a D1 lacrosse player, so he's taken some hits before. But this right
Not
here,
a 40-pound tire to the chest.
In his hand, it almost looks like he drops the gun. You see him, he grabs the gun and gets up and finishes the stop. You want to talk about tough and athletic Trevor.
Yeah, Richie used to be my jack man here. He's a pit coach now at Trackhouse. Said JP's rib is just a little bit sore. He's trying to catch his breath a bit. Obviously, that caught him off guard there as the tire came flying into the stall.
I mean, that's just, whew, that is some scary situation. So good to see him finish the stop and being checked on right here. You know, we talk about that. I think we forget, right? So they run at 200 miles an hour. It's unbelievable. But pit road speed is 55. You can run 60. I don't know about you, Adam, but I don't really want to go stand on the side of the interstate at 60 miles an hour. That's really what these guys are doing. And these drivers are looking at their dash, and they're looking up, and they're trying to get in their stall. And just, there's a lot of commotion. Thankfully, it happens right a lot of the time, and it's just a really scary reminder of just how quickly it can go wrong. AJ back in here.
Fuel tank. Put a little more fuel in there, a little more assurance to drive a little further. And everybody's chose. We're lining up for 1 to go, coming to the tunnel turn up here. Scan the QR code to save on gaming products by Logitech G, the official wheel and pedal of NASCAR. Right here with Denny Hamlin. Won the opening stage. Has led 32 laps today. Let's get a report on Chris Buescher, Marty.
He was the furthest car forward to come to pit road under that last caution, Adams. Here's what Scott Graves told his driver.
All right, I know that was a hit there, but it's going to help us later in the stage. It's going to help us do some things here later. We're a couple laps short from making the stage.
So, Steve, if you're sitting in Scott Graves' seat, what is the nerves like right now? Knowing you have one of the best cars, but you're going to restart 22nd.
Well, this is the concern, right? This is you could call all the strategies you want. You need your driver to do the best you can in the restarts, but this is where the wheels can come off. No wrongdoing of your own. Like, Buescher has no choice. He's stuck at the top. He's got to fire off down into turn 1 and just hope all of these cars in front of him play nice.
Get the restart with 47 laps to go, stage 2.
All right, green flag back in the air again. Brad Keselowski, Carson Hocevar front row for the restart this time. Hocevar was outside row 2, got the second place on the last restart. So inside of row 1, we'll see what he can do. He's got Denny Hamlin, one of the fastest cars, if not the fastest car, pushing him from behind. That'll keep Hocevar's speed up as they enter turn 1. Carson not quite able to hang with the inside of Brad Keselowski, so it'll be the 677 and the 11. Top 3 off of turn 1. William Byron shoots through to 5th place. He was 3 wide for a brief moment with Cole Custer and John Nemechek around him. Big block by Custer trying to hold off Chase Elliott in the rearview mirror, also getting down into turn number 2. Elliott just able to get underneath the 41. Chastain now 3 wide as well. He's got a bump trap from Tyler Reddick. Contact Hamlin up the racetrack, gets into his teammate Ty Gibbs, and William Byron passes both cars for 3rd in turn 3. Hamlin washed wide as he overdrove the corner. 24 gets by both of them. Nemechek also gets by Ty Gibbs, but can't quite get alongside the 11 car before getting down into turn 1. So Byron up to third after starting at the back of the pack today from a crash in qualifying. It's 30 positions gained since the start of the race for him. Josh Berry up 17 spots, also started deep in the field after failing to make a qualifying lap yesterday. He is just inside the top 20. Chase Elliott on the move, 3 wide, gets by both Ty Gibbs and John Hunter Nemechek. On the straightaway between turns 2 and 3, holds clear off of turn 3, and Elliott is in the top 5 for the first time today. He has a next-gen win at Pocono in 2022. Hamlin next-gen winner also 2 years ago in 2023 is in 4th. And the only other driver to win a next-gen race at Pocono, Ryan Blaney, who won last year's race, still outside the top 10 today, as he is currently 19th. Aggressiveness has definitely ramped up quite a bit on this last restart, the most aggressive we've seen anybody on any sort of restarts going forward. It seems like the whole field, especially front, middle of the pack, doesn't matter where you're at really in the field, they're all aggressive. Only calm place would be those top couple of positions with the 6 and the 77, but from third on back, it was a melee. Still slowly trying to single itself out a little bit. Constant battle going on between John Hunter Nemechek and Cole Custer. They side draft each other all the way down the front stretches there. Fighting hard for 7th, Nemechek wins the battle over Custer. Joey Logano is kind of slowly and methodically working his way through the field. Also gets to the inside of Custer now off turn 1 for 8th place. Cole Custer's done a great job after qualifying in the top 5, keeping himself in the top 10 this whole race, but he's starting to go backwards for really the first time and is in danger of falling out of the top 10 shortly. Logano clears him off turn 2. Eric Jones, the 43 car, now to the inside of Custer, also for a spot. That is for 9th. And Christopher Bell waiting in the wings just behind the 41 and the 43 in the 11th spot. Jones with a slip up on the inside of turn 3, and Custer holds on for 9th for the time being. Brad Keselowski has set the fastest lap of the race, and that was the last time by. Lap 51, he dropped a lap of a 53.261 out in front of the field. Nobody else has ran that quick so far today. Bonus point is awarded to the fastest lap of the race, and again, Keselowski so far has that bonus point. Byron moved up 6 positions on the restart to go from 9th to 3rd. And again, 30 positions from the start of the race, from 33rd to 30th. Let me get that right. From 33rd to 3rd. There we go. I got it right that time. Denny Hamlin just passed William Byron somewhere around the racetrack for 3rd place recently. That was off screen. So Hamlin now 1.8 seconds back. Byron did a great job to get up to 3rd. I'm not sure what happened. It's only a couple tenths slower than Hamlin the last lap, at least. Like Hamlin's just that quick. Even with the contact he had with Ty Gibbs on the restart, it cost him a couple spots. He was able to get him back here over a handful of laps. And Keselowski has the fastest lap of the race. We'll see if Denny Hamlin can put a lap time down anywhere similar to that and try to reel in the 6. Hamlin also ran his fastest lap of the race at lap 51, but it was about a tenth off of where Keselowski's time was. Granted, Hamlin obviously in traffic, the 6 is not. Hosvar, who had a good short run car earlier in the race, very, very loose as that first stage went on the long run. As he holds on in 2nd for the time being, how long will it be before he potentially fades back as we have trouble again? And I believe that is the 23 of Bubba Wallace, who's got damage on the right side of his car. Maybe another right front tire failure. We are still green as he limps his way to pit road. Window net is down on the 23 car, so he has definitely hit hard. And now the caution flag is out as debris has been shedded around the racetrack.
It's a time, but we do get our 3rd caution of the day. Immediately you look at the points. It's plus 57 coming in, plus 20 now, 15 on our leaderboard. said he didn't have much track position. He was 27 when he had his problem.
And let's see. On the outside of Chris Buescher, down the straightaway.
Oh, flat.
Yeah.
Tire's flat.
Another right front tire.
Both 2311 Toyotas,
Similar
too.
to Herbst.
I was going to say Team Car.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
Oh, but up.
that one looked harder than Herbst's hit.
That emotion in his voice. As he can tell that right front tire is blowing and there's no control. The car is going to go straight. Whichever is in front of you is what you're going to hit. You can hear the emotion in his voice. He knows this is going to be painful. That's what you face when you come to Pocono.
That is such harder hit than it looks. I mean, that is a hard hit right there. You see Bubba out of the car, walking by his teammate, 35, also right front. We didn't know if he had run over something, but it could be two cut tires. We just heard from Kim that 48 had a cut right side as well. Maybe there's some debris out there these guys are getting into, but just not the trend. Whatever the cause, not the trend you're looking for. If you're Reddick, you're the third 2311 car still on the racetrack, and you have to hear on the radio that the other two have both cut right front tires. That doesn't make the scariness of Pocono get any better.
This level. And Bubba Wallace had 3 straight finishes outside the top 30. You get concerned. Last 3 weeks, inside the top dozen. Felt like they had regained the momentum. Today, and like Steve said, it kind of all began yesterday when they couldn't make a qualifying run, and now it's out of the race. Just about midway point of our second stage at Pocono. Brad Keselowski is your race leader.
All right, so Brad Keselowski, 4/10 of a second. Well, we're under caution, so I guess the interval doesn't matter at this point. We are at the edge of the fuel window to make it to the end of stage 2 for where we're at right now. 40 laps to go, so we may see quite a few drivers coming in. I think it's very well possible those that pitted for 4 tires earlier in the stage with the first caution for Riley Herbst having a right front tire failure is now going to lead into everybody coming to pit road so they can make it to the end of stage 2 here. But probably fuel only for a lot of the teams that already took tires and fuel only stop versus others taking 4 or right side tires for those that are at the front of the pack could allow the current front runners to lose quite a bit of track position. Strategy is the name of the game at Pocono Raceway, if you haven't figured that out yet. We have had strategy races here of the abundance over the years. It doesn't matter what generation of stock car we have had. A lot of fuel mileage races, and here today, a lot of fuel strategy in the first half of the race with the way these early cautions have laid out. No cautions in the 30-lap opening stage. 2 cautions for incident early in stage 2 now. So all 3 yellows spawning in about a 25-lap stretch. Larry H., thanks for tuning in. Yeah, Prime Video today. I mean, you can sign up for free and get a 30-day free trial. So if you aren't signed up for Prime Video and are looking for visuals, yeah, I mean, you could sign up. Everything will be free. Hamlin the favorite to win. Yeah, he was my personal favorite to win. I do think he is one of the top 3 cars. Him passing William Byron after it looked like Byron had a quick car coming from the back of the field to drive up to the top 3 leads me to believe that Hamlin is still quicker than the 24. We haven't seen the 6 and the 11 head-to-head yet, but we saw the 11 and the 17, which is the 6's teammate, head-to-head, and Hamlin was quicker there, especially in the long run. Short run Buescher was promising, looked like he could compete with Hamlin, but as the run carried on, that's where Hamlin had the advantage. There hasn't been a lot of tire fall off. It was about 4 to 5 tenths of a second in the opening stage through about 20 to 25 laps. I would assume it was probably the same over the course of the entire 30 laps. So that's why I do believe we could see quite a few right side tire changes only. Brad Keselowski on the pit road.
Closed. And here's Brad Keselowski.
Oh, no.
So, to your point, Adam, we were going to go to a replay of the 23 because pit road was closed.
Huge mistake by the 6 of Brad Keselowski, pitting pit road closed. Trevor, mistakes you just cannot make with track position. That's exactly right, Steve. And they called it open to Brad, and he came down pit road. Right when he got on pit road, they called it trick play, hoist, whatever that is. And then as soon as he hit pit road, they realized it. They said 4 tires.
Oh, I mean, you're going to see some frustration. Look, confusion, frustration, head shaking, disappointment. And Jeremy Bullins is beyond upset right here because all we talked about all day was strategy and qualify well. And then pit when it is closed is an instant tail of the field penalty for the 6 car. So he'll be the last car on the racetrack.
How did he do that?
Be a long grind with 103 laps for the 6.
We got some more looks at the replay from the 45 car and Bubba Wallace off in the tunnel. We think we know exactly why this failure happened.
Yeah, so we take a little look here. Let's see if I get my thing going. All right, right here. Yeah, there you go. Look at that right there. That shiny piece. This piece right here is what I'm looking at. I believe that's a part of a brake rotor. So, Dale, you and I talked about this. We weren't sure if the tire went down or if it was when he stepped on the brakes, but it looks to me that the brake rotor has come apart. A flat tire is not going to explode the rotor. Now, if this would have been after he hit the wall, you could be on the brakes when you hit the wall. That would break a rotor. But, the cause and the effect, the brake rotor looks first, and then the third 2311 car had this conversation about brakes.
Yeah, the only good news is our brake temps were a lot lower than theirs in practice, but we're just going to have to go to as much rear brake as you can stand. But I'll be honest, that's not going to keep it from happening. I don't know that their rotor temps were a lot higher. I'm telling you, they were almost 400 degrees up.
And so you can hear the worry in the driver's voice, the concern about his fate. Is he going to have that same situation of blowing a tire, having no brakes, and up into the fence he goes? Now pit road is open. Here they are, Trevor.
Carson Hocevar coming down pit road from the lead now after Brad Keselowski pitted earlier. They're debating on the radio whether or not to fix that roof flap material we saw come up when he got loose earlier in the race. 24 cars right behind him. They're working on that as well. And the 16 just now came the report to Brad that they're going to get a penalty when they saw everybody else coming down pit road.
Trevor pitting with 37 to go in stage 2. These teams can make it to the end of the stage. Chase Elliott in stage 2 to the car is much better. Denny Hamlin said his car definitely tighter in traffic, especially turns 1 and 3.
Pit stops, 37 to go on the stage. 10 drivers stay out. 2 tires for Hamlin. As we talk, he's the first off pit road.
So the 10 that stayed out pitted under the first caution for incident in the stage when Riley Herbst had the right front tire failure. At least that's what it looked to be. Now it sounds like it might have been a brake issue for both the 2311 Toyotas of Bubba Wallace and Riley Herbst causing their incidences. But Joey Logano in the 22 looks to be the new leader. And then Austin Cindric second, Josh Berry third, Alex Bowman in fourth, Chase Briscoe rounding out the top 5 in fifth. Wait to get the full leaderboard rundown here as we have about 37 laps to go again in stage 2. Long ways to go in today's race at Pocono. Still roughly 100 laps left. Tire, brake failure, fuel mileage race kind of race today. Yep. Yeah, that sounds like Pocono to me. It definitely sounds like Pocono. The strategy's just been so off the wall and all over the place with how these cautions have been laying out. The lack of them in stage 1 and then where we're at right now. Here in stage 2. But yeah, a lot of racing to go. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC. Our coverage continues with the Great American Getaway 400. I almost hit end stream. That would have been terrible. Oh, man. Almost hit end stream. I'm losing it. So Ryan Blaney took fuel only, and then he was second off a pit road behind Denny Hamlin. He just came back into the pits and changed tires this most recent time after everybody else had pitted before that. So that's interesting. Another interesting thing is you heard there Brad Keselowski pitted when pit road was closed well before everybody else. Big mistake for the sixth. It kind of reminds me of when Mark Martin pitted in that Busch race back in the 90s before when they were coming to get the white flag thinking the race was over under caution and thought it was a checker.
Not sure what happened there. There was a lot of people talking about Keller. Now running a race here. Get your chances on right back to it.
Your reaction, Steve?
I mean, it's shocking to me. Look, it's easy to do, right? These radios are single communication. If two guys are on the radio at the same time, you can't really hear either at times. So, you know, it's a mistake that you can't afford to make, but I don't want to make it sound like it's hard to make it. It's an easy mistake to make. We've seen some of the best teams, best drivers make it, but this is a place it is going to be costly for the 6 car.
All Penske front row for the restart. Both Logano, Cindric stayed out. Their teammate Ryan Blaney caught speeding on that cycle of stops.
Okay, so that's what it was. Speeding penalty for Ryan Blaney sends him to the tail. Green flag back in the air. Logano, Cindric on the front row as they stayed out of the pits entirely. Ross Chastain, one of the first drivers trying to pull 3 wide to the bottom of the track. Everybody spanning out headed into the first turn. We're going to be nearly 5 wide. Got down to 4 wide by the time they got to the middle of the corner. And they're still trying to get situated in the middle of the pack. 38 almost brushed the wall off the exit of the first turn. Joey Logano holds on to the race lead. Cindric losing time middle 3 wide now between Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Josh Berry into turn 2. What a move by Stenhouse to pull into 3rd place. He's clear. Out of the tunnel turn, Chase Briscoe trying to break back into the top 5. Battles the 2 and the 21. So Logano and Alex Bowman lead the way. 4 tires on the most recent pit stop for Logano, 2 for Bowman, but Logano has 13 less laps of fuel in his car compared to the 48 who's right behind him. 99 laps to go here at Pocono Raceway. Denny Hamlin trying to make some moves, middle of the pack. He won the race off of pit road of those that just hit the pits. He took right sides only, but obviously has the most fuel in his car compared to everybody else unless you came onto pit road at the same time as the 11. On this restart, he was 3 wide middle and being sent backwards by cars whizzing around both the top and the bottom of him. Elliott was up in the top 5 for a brief moment on speed earlier in the race. Currently outside the top 20. Only Hendrick Card in the top 15 is Bowman in 2nd. Chris Buescher making a pass on Chase Briscoe off of turn 3. Briscoe trying to side draft with the car that he is battling with, and that slows both him and Justin Haley down. That was who Briscoe is side by side with, and Denny Hamlin will pull past both cars. It's the effect of the side draft. You're not only slowing the car down to the outside, you're kind of slowing yourself down in a process to stay alongside of the car alongside of you, and Denny Hamlin able to conquer both of those drivers in one fell swoop. Hamlin now up to 8th place, already up 7 spots from the restart in just 2.5 laps. And Alex Bowman passed Joey Logano for the race lead out of turn 2, and Alex Bowman is now out in front for the first time today. He won the first race of the doubleheader leg back in 2021 at Pocono. He has not won an oval since Las Vegas of 2022 in the spring. He had 1 win last year on the Chicago street race. And he is coming off a top 5 last weekend in Mexico City, so momentum is good for the 48. And now he's out in front. Bowman has not led a lot of laps this season. But he's got more fuel in his car than what Joey Logano and a lot of these other cars at the front of the field have. And he's leading. That seems to be pretty good to me. See if he holds on for the rest of stage 2. So I got about 31 laps to go this time by in the 2nd stage. 35 cars on the lead lap. The only 2 out of the race are the 2311 Toyotas that have had brake issues of Riley Herbst and Bubba Wallace. Brad Keselowski's already up to 24th after having the pass-through penalty, or I should say the penalty, having to restart at the tail end of the field because of pitting when pit road was closed. Carson Hocevar up 15 positions since the restart into 4th. By far, the most positions gained of any other driver. Eric Jones is up 10. But Hocevar's really come out of nowhere. He was 19th on the restart, and he's all the way up to 4th. Great run by the 77. And go figure, he's got Ricky Stenhouse Jr. right in front of him in 3rd, so this could get interesting. I doubt Stenhouse is going to give this position up by a lot. Can you imagine if Hocevar wrecks him again? Oh my gosh. I don't want to think about that. I don't think Ricky wants to think about it. I don't think Carson Hocevar wants to think about that either, quite frankly. Ricky hasn't done anything wrong the last 2 times. Stenhouse is working on Logano. You can definitely tell the 22's holding both the 47 and the 77 up. Hocevar trying to sneak to the inside of Stenhouse. He's got a run on him off turn 1. We'll see if he just gives him a bump trap to try to get him going and attack the 22. It might be better to follow the 47 by the 22, but after some point, if the 48 car Bowman starts checking out on these guys, Hocevar's just going to have to make a pass on both of them if he gets the momentum and gets the run going forward for him in advance. Hocevar is definitely closer to the back bumper of the 47 this time down the front stretch than the 47 is to the 22. He's lost a little bit of time to Joey Logano. Get out the boxing gloves. Stenhouse trying a wider line through turn 1, trying to get some sort of clean air on the nose of his race car. Hocevar went towards the bottom, closes in on Stenhouse again. And you can tell he's being patient with him. I would like to think Hocevar would have tried to have made a pass attempt on Stenhouse. He's been all over his back bumper off the exit of a corner twice now. Stenhouse getting whatever momentum he can back after the 22. Runs a wider line than Logano through turn 3. We know how tough it is to pass Joey Logano on most tracks as well. So definitely not going to be an easy pass attempt for really either one of these 2 cars behind the Shell Pennzoil Mustang. Hocevar is the first running of those that pitted during the most recent caution. Denny Hamlin in 8th would be the second highest of those that pitted during the most recent caution. Keselowski up a few more spots from when we last saw, up to 21st. Blaney with the speeding penalty, 2 positions behind Keselowski in 23rd. 185 miles an hour on entry into turn 2. Here Pocono, a little faster, especially in the draft down in turn 1. Tailing off of the longest straightaway on any oval in NASCAR. Front stretch here at the Tricky Triangle. Logano that much slower than Alex Bowman, but he is losing about 1/10 of a second or so a lap. Give or take. He's a 1.1 second deficit to our leader, Alex Bowman, this last time by at the line. Lap 69 of 160. Keselowski's up 13 positions on the restart. Blaney up 12, and again, Hocevar up those 15 spots, still in 4th. Alex Bowman's in the lead right now, Stu. Top 10 in the running order. At lap 68 has Alex Bowman out in front. Joey Logano is 1 second off the lead in 2nd. 3rd place, 1.5 seconds off the lead is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Carson Hocevar is 1.7 seconds back in 4th. 2.1 seconds off the lead for Austin Cindric in 5th. Chris Buescher is 2.3 seconds off the lead in 6th. 7th is Josh Berry, 2.7 seconds off the lead. 3.2 seconds back for Denny Hamlin at 8th. Justin Haley in 9th is 3.4 seconds off the lead. And 4.3 seconds back is Chase Briscoe in 10th. So that is the top 10 positions and the interval between themselves and our current race leader, Alex Bowman. Bowman took the lead from Joey Logano a few laps after the restart, and Bowman has now led the last 6 laps. Logano led for 5 before that. Most laps led the race is Denny Hamlin from the pole. He won stage 1, led the first 32 laps of the race, but hasn't led a lap since. Brad Keselowski led for 24 laps early in stage 2. Pitted when pit road was closed under the caution, a penalty that is so easy to avoid, and that is why he is back in the 20th spot. Those are the only drivers who have led so far today. Hocevar credited with 1 lap led at the start-finish line on restart with a double file restart on Keselowski, but obviously Brad led the majority of those laps. So 4 lead changes, 3 cautions, 2 for incident, both in stage 2, and the lap 30 stage yellow. And the 2 cautions again were the brake failures, first for Riley Herbst, then his teammate Bubba Wallace at 2311 Racing in turn 2. The Herbst incident was turn 1. Tyler Reddick still continues, worries about his brakes as he is back in 33rd. Take a look at how the pre-race predictions have kind of spawned out through these first 70 laps or so in the race. We're almost halfway home. I took Denny Hamlin for the race win today. He is currently in 8th. Again, he won stage 1. The other must-have picks for the race today, Chris Buescher, who was quick in the opening stage, finished 2nd. He is 6th in stage 2. And Tyler Reddick, who is having some brake issues, seemingly with the rest of the 2311 Toyotas, is back at 33rd right now. And quite a ways, obviously, off the lead with that being said. So Reddick in 33rd. And those are the 3 must-have picks. The sleeper picks coming into the day. Carson Hocevar, top 5, currently in 4th. Impressive yet again. Chase Briscoe has hung out in the top 10 all day. He's still currently in 10th. He actually was up in the top 5, but he lost 5 positions on the last restart. So 10th for Chase Briscoe. And the 3rd of the sleeper picks for the weekend. I think I gotta look back into my notes. Oh, it was Bubba Wallace, my bad. And Wallace had the brake failure. Though he never cracked the top 15, I don't believe. Obviously started deep in the field, but so did a couple other drivers like William Byron. He was able to get up into the top 5 at one point. Not there anymore because of how the pit strategy has landed. Al Byron's back to 13th, but that would have been the other sleeper pick. So 2 for 3 on both of those categories. Then my don't haves to all finish outside the top 10 today. Byron, Larson. Byron has speed, but Byron, Larson are 12th and 13th. Chastain 14th. All currently outside the top 10. Probably going to get a caution any second here. Michael McDowell has hit the wall off of turn 3. Missed pit road. He's slow rounding the racetrack now in turn 1. Still green for the moment with 23 laps to go in this second stage. And McDowell's right front tire is definitely flat as he tries to make it all the way back into the pits. If he starts to shed debris like Bubba Wallace did, then we will end up seeing a caution. Something that just kind of got kicked around on the front straightaway. Not sure what that is, but I would imagine that probably came from somebody at the front of the pack. Josh Berry trying to take advantage of what could be a looming caution. He's on pit road right now while pit road is still opened. And he is pitting from just inside the top 10. McDowell's getting lapped by the leaders as he's just entering turn 3. He'll use that excess road to try to get to the pits on the bottom of the racetrack. Well below the racing line. Surprised there was no caution, though. Barry hoping for a caution after hitting pit road, trying to get a little bit of an advantage here.
Back at Pocono, let's do our FanDuel race update. Here are the numbers, Steve.
Denny Hamlin, favorite before, continues to be the favorite, plus 230, a little under 2.5 times your money. If you thought he was the guy to bet right now, as we see Briscoe on pit road, I think this 19th car thinks they're in a window, and we have the 71 limping around the racetrack, and they're wondering if that's going to bring out a yellow. The 71's on pit road now, so this tire didn't come off the 71. I really think that was the call for the 19, which I like. I love the gamble. See what happens to the 71. Trail contact here, and then it just goes down. The right front explodes. You're wondering if another issue with the brakes. Trevor. Yeah, Michael McDowell reported some great shakes for a couple laps there before it finally exploded. When the crew chief asked him, what was it? He said the rotor just exploded there in the third one. We've seen that a lot, Steve, and you mentioned the faster speeds. That requires a little more brake on entry, right?
Exactly. So this Goodyear tire has a little bit more grip, a little bit more corner speed. So I think the overall faster speed you have to get on the brakes. And if we take a look at the wind down the front stretch, it is a tailwind. So when you're first of all, you're hauling the mail down the front stretch. I mean, faster than you ever would pushing into the wind, right? It's just easier with a tailwind. Everybody's gone out for a jog or been on a bicycle. They get that concept. Well, also, when you lift off the gas, that tailwind doesn't want it to slow down as much. So you're using more brake pressure at already one of the toughest corners there are. And these guys, it's a really awkward racetrack. We talked about it all weekend. Well, it's even awkward mechanically. Now we've seen multiple cars with brake issues, and we have yet to reach halfway.
19 laps to go, stage 2. Let's hear from Bubba Wallace. Kim caught up with him moments ago.
Bubba Wallace out of the care center after what looked like a tire issue, but then on closer inspection, maybe the root cause of brake rotor. What kind of feedback were you getting from the car?
None. It's gonna battle 17 into 2, and by the time I was ready to take the pedal, it just went to the floor, so brakes exploded. So I hate it. 2, 3 good races in a row, then here we go with the bad luck again. But hey, MJ told me there's no such thing as bad luck, so we create our own luck. It's apologize to the racing gods. This weekend sucked, aside from practice, but that pays nothing. Hate it for my guys. Hate it for McDonald's. We knew it was going to be a grind, and I was mentally prepared for that all day. As frustrating as it gets here to not be able to pass here at Pocono, we were just going to take our lumps and march our way through and set ourselves up for the end of the race. And brakes didn't want us hang around that long.
With it being a brake issue as the root cause, do you think your teammate Tyler Reddick should be concerned?
Race your own race. Don't worry about the things you can't control, pal.
And while they were talking there, you saw caution flag is out 4 times today. Debris on the front straightaway.
Yeah, the 71 had the brake failure on the right front down the front straightaway. Eventually,
I would say interesting location.
Yeah.
I would have thought it'd been on entry,
Of
but
course, yeah.
you know, obviously that's where it was pretty clear. But
he's lucky. One of the lucky ones to have it fail in a situation where you can avoid any contact with the outside retaining wall. And apparently NASCAR has found some of that debris and concerning because this front straightaway, these drivers use all of it, right? Breaking the draft, going 3, 4 wide, way down the racetrack. So probably in a situation where there was not much choice but to err on the side of safety.
and you saw the 21 and the 19 both had hit pit road under green. I just bring that up because, you know, we continue to talk about you got to keep coaching, right? All the way through. You got to keep crew chiefing. Well, you know, there's a lot going on out there. Nearly impossible to follow everyone's strategy and everyone's story. But the 19 and the 21 said, hey, we might be able to just buy a free pit stop here. We can pit. The caution comes out. We can pull back up to the field. Exactly what happens. So just, you know, great calls on top of the pit box. We'll see if it pays off. Just always trying to take advantage everywhere you can.
You always want to have options, and options create opportunities in a race like this. Bowman's led 15 laps. Hamlin's led the most laps today, 32 out front, won the opening stage. And 17 to go stage 2 as they come out of turn 3 this time.
It's going to be busy once again.
The guys staying out, several coming down the pit lane. Here's Kim.
Including leader Alex Bowman. He was just shearing the right rear, needed a little bit more lateral stability. They will make a slight adjustment on that race car. As you can see the crew to the right side. Fresh Goodyear tires, no go fuel for Alex Bowman.
Chris Buescher, Joey Logano coming down pit road here. 17 to go in the stage. So obviously this will get everyone to the end of the stage here and also gets them in a window to maybe split the rest of the 82 laps in half. The car really good and much more manageable in traffic. And also, Joey Logano said his car just got better the longer they ran. And Denny Hamlin on pit road as well said his car just a little bit too free. And look at that drag race, 3 wide off pit road, Adam.
Yeah, this place is entertaining. That pit lane is so wide. It's fun to watch them run off. We'll reset the running order when we return to Pocono.
Third brake failure of the day. Now Michael McDowell in the 71. Having an issue, and that is not a Toyota like we saw obviously with the 2311 Toyotas. Bubba Wallace and Riley Herbst, Spire Chevy for Michael McDowell, having the current problem. So at this point, brakes could go out on any one of these vehicles. I would like to think. I would hope not, but the way that this is looking, I don't think it's a manufacturer problem anymore as much as it is, the teams, how their cars are set up and balanced to run this racetrack with the current track conditions that we have today. I was going to go down and refill my water and grab a snack since I've been streaming for about almost 5 hours now because of the rain delay earlier, and then I heard caution was out. As soon as I got downstairs, I'm like, gosh darn it, gotta go back up here. So I'll try to time that out here on the next restart. Get to listen into a little bit more of the on-air Prime Video coverage of today's race. We'll take a quick break of our own while we're waiting out this caution. About halfway through the race at Pocono, 4 cautions, 5 lead changes. And because of the pit strategy, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Carson Hocevar 1-2 for the restart. Oh boy. Stenhouse and Hocevar, front row. Brad Keselowski's back up to third for the moment. Off strategy. He's probably got the most speed of those up at the very front of the field for this next restart. We're going to have 15 laps to go in stage 2, and we'll be exactly halfway through the race. 80 laps complete, 80 to go when we get back racing.
IHOP surprise with the race.
Yeah, and a surprise, unfortunately, in a bad way for the 6 of Brad Keselowski. Leading the race, turns left. Unfortunately, pit road is closed. Res light on pit road, some count by himself. He's positive on the radio after, though, said, hey, there's a lot of racing to go. And sure enough, Brad Keselowski in the 16 passed a bunch of cars, a little pit strategy, looking on board right here with this BuiltSurrees.com onboard camera. Just 2 cars in front of him. So the 6 doing everything they can to recover from that surprise move earlier.
This will be a fun restart to watch. 47 to Stenhouse. Not a very quick race car, but he's able to get this track position. Hocevar knows 47 is not very good. He wants to be able to get this track position, be able to get this lead to clean air on this restart.
Stenhouse lead laps for the first time this season as they stayed out here. 15 to go, stage 2. Stenhouse outside of Hocevar.
Oh, and Brad doesn't get to the back bumper. The 47 advantage right now on the bottom of the racetrack with Hocevar. The push coming from Briscoe. They're going to clear pretty easily down into turn 1. At least the 77 is clear. Stenhouse going to try to stay on that back bumper. He can't do it.
Look at Briscoe. He pushed the 77 out there. 19 coming through, trying to take the top spot. Racing for the lead down the long pond straightaway. He cuts up in front of him. Briscoe in charge of the field.
Hocevar could have side drafted on the outside, decided not to. That allowed the 47 to jump to his outside. Not surprised by that now. Hocevar ducks into third. Byron back there into 5th around Keselowski.
I would say the trend continues for the 77, but not with a big fight out on the 47.
He wanted so bad to drive by and be clear, and then it fall away. And now he's trapped behind him again. He's got tiptoe around.
Look at what Jake Salts did, right? That call to pit before the debris. Now he's leading the race.
Byron up to 4th around Barry right there. Keselowski to the inside of the 21 Barry. Behind him, Chase Elliott and 17 of Briscoe's. Great battle right here. Everybody trying to find clean air, trying to not be the person that's stuck in the dirty air and can't use the throttle.
I'm going to tell you, there's a lot going on with strategies, but I will say Byron and Elliott have worked their way to the front of their groups. While the 17 and the 11, Dale, we talked about it, they keep migrating back just a couple positions. Busher recovered up to 8, but Danny's still back at 12.
Level of frustration got to be high, too. Look at Hamlin working that outside lane.
3 wide off the corner. Wow. Oh, he almost got squeezed in the wall by the 5. I don't think Larson knew that Denny was out there on the 3 wide. So Denny had to get out of the gas. Let's kind of see that again if we can. I don't know if there was contact with the wall off of turn 3, but Denny probably not very happy. So Denny's out here. I don't think Larson knows it. Larson's going to come across the track clearing the 3, but here's Denny Hamlin. Denny just gets out of the gas. Maybe a little contact. Yep, you see the right front fender. It's like, oh, there. It's not the first time those two have danced together at Pocono. Issues with the 1 car. Right there, he loses a ton of momentum. Big crash behind.
Christopher Bell involved. Shane Van Gisbergen, Dylan Kyle Busch. Caution number 5, and it comes out with just over 10 laps remaining, stage 2.
It's been a tough several months for this 20 car. They came out of the gate starting the season off looking like championship favorites. They've lost a little bit of that mojo, and it continues. And Ty Dillon, who's had a great run at the road course at Mexico City last.
Spent a lot of time in the top.
Sure did. And, you know, he's actually really been able to improve with this colleague team this year. It's kind of gutted it out to try to get these opportunities and making the most of it this year. And 888 able to get around the racetrack on the pit road. Let's take a look at how this happened. Kyle Busch in the door of the 38 just gets loose right there. And everybody trying to avoid a little contact with the right rear on the number 8. Right on board with Christopher Bell through this corner. Kyle's going to be right in front of this. Car come around. Christopher Bell locks it down, trying not to hit this inside wall.
All right back there?
They do a good job there. What happens is this race gets closer and closer to the finish line. Everybody stops giving as much. They start taking more. Kyle Busch knows he wants to take that position. He's going to force that pass. He probably doesn't do that early in the race.
Kyle involved in a crash early last week and a spin today as well.
What did I miss? I missed it. I didn't even know what happened. That's 2 times I tried to leave, and then something happens, and I miss it. Sounds like Kyle Busch maybe forced the issue and caused an incident, perhaps? I saw SVG, Ty Dillon was around in it. I'll have to get another look at the replay. I don't know what happened. A few cars crashed. See if the timeline has anything for me. I leave to refill my water once. Caution comes out. I have to come right back up here. And then I go to do that again. And then the caution comes out. And I missed what happened this time. Let's see here. Multi-car incident unfolds. Turn 2. Kyle Busch spins while battling for 24th with Zane Smith. Collects Christopher Bell, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Ty Dillon as well. Well, there you have it. 5-car incident. Oops, I didn't mean to log out of the raw feed. Tyler Reddick is now in the garage area as his team is looking to more than likely replace the brakes. So 23-11 brake issues with all 3 cars today. Crazy. Fellow Toyota driver Chase Briscoe leads the way under caution for the 5th time. And for the 4th time in stage 2. I got a tickle in my nose. I don't know what's going on there. He keeps seeing me rub my nose. That is why. But Chase Briscoe out in front. Pit road will be open this time and might lead to even more strategy. Even though we only went a few laps green there. I mean, it's pretty standard 2-stop race from when the last caution came out. Especially with the stage yellow that we know we're guaranteed to get. But stage 2, vastly different from stage 1. A lot of cautions. Stage 1 went caution free. And I'm curious to see if stage 3 is going to go caution free or not. You want to be the first to pit last. When we do get into that final stage, we saw that come under the forefront for the Xfinity race yesterday, and may see it here today in the Cup race as well if we catch a ill-timing caution.
Carson Hosebar coming down after a big debate with his team on whether or not to stay out, trying to wait on getting this fuel in. They know it won't take too much fuel this time, so they are not going to wait on that. Once they get 4 tires on, they'll take off, Marty.
Austin Dillon gives up 14th. Trevor and Richard Boswell's crew chief told him, hey, this strategy is worth a gamble and leads. And splitting this in half, 75 to go. They can take it to the end of the level. Pace out at them, so they'll be behind all those cars when they restart.
The give and take of having some fuel, some track position. We'll follow up on Tyler Reddick when we return to the Pocono.
They cut the commercial every single time. I can't eat anything, let me tell you. The racing gods don't want me to eat today. My goodness. I was hoping that they were at least going to stay on the air while they were under caution until the next restart. That wasn't the case. I was able to refill my water, though. So that should be good for the rest of the race. I have a couple slices of leftover pizza I was trying to eat. I took one bite and then they cut the commercial again. I'm off screen eating that, by the way. Trying to be away from the mic is the big thing, so that way you guys can hear what's going on with the race. I'll come back on and finish out the Stage 3 coverage, per usual. Word of the day is strategy, yeah. Maybe more so than any other race I've seen all season on the strategy side of things. Pocono's a strategy-based racetrack, and we've seen a lot more cautions in a short time frame. Like, if it goes green to the end of the race, we're only going to finish with 6 cautions, which isn't a lot. They're just all compacted in a tight time frame of one another. We know the saying, cautions breed cautions. Started today, and I didn't. You know, I was expecting there not to be any rain, and the race would have been over by now, but we still got about half the race to go. Next restart, we're going to have Chase Briscoe in the lead, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in second, William Byron third, Josh Berry fourth, Brad Keselowski in fifth, then Chase Elliott sixth, Chris Buescher seventh, Eric Jones in eighth, Kyle Larson ninth, Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 10. We'll take a quick break, As we're about to get to another restart, we'll have 8 laps to go in stage 2. I think I'm just going to do the commentary here for the end of stage 2, and I'll just hold off on eating again because I know when I get up, there's probably going to be a wreck on the restart, so I don't want to miss it. I'll let you listen into the race audio early in stage 3 instead, and I'll hope for the best. I'll hold off for another 10, 15 minutes or so. Because that's a trend of what's happened here. I've gotten up 3 times, and I've had either a commercial break immediately after or a caution. Now I'm going to stay here and nothing's going to happen. But it should be a pretty wild restart because these last couple, they've been fanning out quite wide, especially into the first turn. This go around, we're going to have Chase Briscoe in the inside lane. So we've seen the outside lane be the control lane for most of these restarts, but Briscoe takes the bottom. This is going to be interesting. He's got Stenhouse above him, green flag in the air. Row 2, Byron on the bottom, Josh Berry on the outside. Field rushes down into turn 1. Stenhouse has the push in that outer lane, and he is clear into the first turn. Briscoe drives it in deep, though, on the inside, trying to hold alongside the 47. And they're going to be door-to-door for the lead off turn 1. I am shocked that Chase Briscoe took the inside lane, and it might bite him if he is not able to make this pass in turn 2. He side drafts the heck out of Stenhouse down the Long Pond straightaway, and as they head for turn 2, Josh Berry is clear for third and closing in on the 2 leaders ahead of him. William Byron also trying to pull alongside of Josh Berry. Has a run out of turn 2, and he'll try to make a pass for third into turn 3. Briscoe sails it off deep on corner entry. Outbreak Stenhouse, outmaneuvers him all the way around. Berry to the outside of Stenhouse for the second spot. A couple cars brush the wall off of turn 3 as they race out of the pack. A little bit further, deeper in the field. It's kind of a monkey see, monkey do situation there where one driver kind of let off and the next driver followed that driver and so on and so forth. Slide job by Stenhouse for second on a crossover attempt to get back by Josh Berry. He cleared him for a brief moment. Berry now to the inside of the 47, and the 24 of Byron is 3 wide to the inside. Stenhouse pushes the 21 through. Berry is cleared for second. One Ford helps another. Keselowski broke his momentum though. And Chase Elliott through turn 2 rushes by the 6. The same for the 11, the 43. That maneuver, a bump draft in the 21, costed Keselowski at least 5 positions. And now it's Byron and Stenhouse side by side for third. Chris Buescher, who also got by Keselowski, is 3 wide on the front stretch under Denny Hamlin and Eric Jones with 6 laps to go in stage 2. His teammate Brad Keselowski follows on that inside line behind him, but not close enough to give him a bump draft. Didn't need it though. He was able to clear the 11 by quite a bit, really. 2 to 3 car lengths out ahead of the 11 off the exit of turn 1. We haven't seen a 17 and the 11 up at the front of the field, but remember, they were first and second at the end of stage 1. Hamlin won the stage, Buescher second. They both qualified on the front row. They've had fast cars all day, but they've been buried deep in traffic for a lot of this second stage with the abundance of cautions that have come on the forefront from lap 30 to lap 95. Keselowski trying to hold off Eric Jones to keep from losing yet another spot on the restart. Looked like Chase Elliott was the first car that scrubbed the wall off of turn 3, then Chastain, Logano, Bowman, Allmendinger. They all, 5 cars, I think is what I counted, scrubbed the wall off of turn 3. It was like progressively more and more the next driver that kind of brushed the wall, and now we got somebody else brushing the wall off turn 2. And I think that might have been Denny Hamlin in the 11. As he tried to slip to the outside of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Everybody's trying to get all they can. Luckily, with these tougher, more rigid bodies on the next-gen car, as long as you don't hit right on the tire to bend a toe link, these guys are obviously perfectly fine. They're able to run on and not have to worry about a punctured tire or a fender rub causing a flat. Carson Hocevar trying to rally in traffic back in 13th. Getting by Joey Logano with not as tough of a fight from the 22. Hand out the window of the 77 to ensure that he was thankful for that easy pass. Stenhouse tag team by the 11 and the 6. Hamlin finally gets by Stenhouse. Keselowski's help and will follow through. They now move into 6th and 7th place, the 11 and the 6. 4 to go in the stage. Stenhouse just trying to hold on for any sort of stage points he can get here. In 8th, again, 1 point per position for the top 10 spots. Josh Berry's pretty close to our race leader, Chase Briscoe. They've got over 2 seconds to Chase Elliott and William Byron in 3rd and 4th, though. And Keselowski coming to pit road before pit road closes. Ready to go in the stage. He's coming in.
It's the earth here. The pit road's open this time. These guys are going to take 4 cars on a fuel here, flipping the stage, as you mentioned. Also, Eric Jones hitting pit road. He was inside the top 10. Another good run for this Legacy Motor Club Toyota.
Legacy's been great this weekend. We talked about John
Keselowski might have been fading on older tires there. He was at the end of his fuel life, so he comes to pit road before the end of the stage. John Hunter Nemechek, Eric Jones, Austin Dillon are also in the pits.
Around the points, way back in the 30s. Then it's a must win. That's the path to the playoffs. So no surprise he wasn't concerned about points.
Chase Briscoe backing up the entry quite a bit into turn 3. Josh Berry much harder on entry into the corner. Closed a ton, only for Chase Briscoe to have obviously more corner exit speed. And pulls Berry quite a bit. Probably not the greatest move by Berry because now he's not going to have as much of a draft effect down this long front straightaway to try to reel the 19 back in again. May take him another lap to get as close as what he once was in turn 3 the last time by. Blaney now looking to get by Stenhouse for 8th. Kyle Larson just behind both of them. Carson Hocevar up to 11th. I don't know if Stenhouse is going to hold on for a top 10 spot here. Every point matters, especially for a driver like Stenhouse outside the playoff bubble. Was inside of it for most of the regular season, but recent weeks, incidences and run-ins with Carson Hocevar, a spin at Mexico, and a wreck at Nashville off the front bumper of the 77. Now has the 47 on the outside looking in. So much needed stage points for him. Hocevar on the outside looking in for the playoff battle, as well as going to fight Stenhouse hard for that 10th spot, because that is what they're battling for right now. That's the final stage point position. Hocevar pulls out a line into turn 1. Stenhouse up on the outside, but he's bleeding spots. And quickly. Hocevar clear. Joey Logano now to the inside of Ricky. And Alex Bowman 3 wide to the inside of Logano. Remember, Bowman was strong when he was out leading earlier in the stage. And Logano was in 2nd, and now those two, the 22 and the 48, battle for 11th. Both got by Stenhouse out of turn 1 in through turn 2. Half a second lead still for Chase Briscoe over Josh Berry, and Briscoe going to win stage 2. Hamlin got his 4th stage win of the season back at stage 1, and as for Chase Briscoe, this is his 1st stage win of the season and with his new team and Joe Gibbs Racing. Toyotas were strong all day yesterday at practice and qualifying. They're strong again here today. Can Joe Gibbs Racing seal the deal by sweeping all 3 stages and getting the race win? We shall see. So Chase Briscoe wins the 2nd stage. 2nd in stage 2 was Josh Berry. Chase Elliott 3rd. William Byron 4th. Chris Buescher 5th. Denny Hamlin 6th. Austin Cindric 7th. Ryan Blaney 8th. Kyle Larson 9th. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will round out our top 10. Again, 38 to 40 green flag laps is the fuel window to make it to the end of the race on one more stop. And as of right now, this final stage will be 65 laps in length, so that's where we're at currently. We're going to end our chat poll since we've reached the end of stage number 2. 158 votes were casted for who you thought was going to win today's race. 46% had somebody other than Hamlin, Blaney, or Bell getting the race win. I think Bell was the only one of those outside of the top 10 at the end of stage 2. It hasn't really been in the top 10 for the most part today. Hamlin, I still think, is the guy to beat if he can get the track position back. Haven't seen it since the opening stage where he led the first 32 laps of the race. But Hamlin had 26% of the votes, 17% for Blaney, and only 8% of you took Christopher Bell. 158 votes again were casted, so greatly appreciate everybody in the voting poll, but only 73 likes on the stream. Our goal is to get to 100. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet, so we can try to get to 100 likes on this live commentary stream. We've been live for about 5 hours now with the rain delay we had before the start of the race, but the final stage is finally approaching. Again, our coverage continues right here on KRC. I have no clue on the full details of the brake rotors. That's a Steve Letarte question and not a Keegan Schneider question. I honestly don't know. At 76 likes right now. We're 25 away from our goal. Thank you for everybody that has hit the like button so far. Subscribe for NASCAR content as well. I think we came into the stream only 9 subs away from 6,400 on the channel. We're 7 away now. 7 away from 6,400 subscribers on the channel. So let's see if we can get to that before the end of the race as well. End of stage 2, time for a diecast showing for today's race. Kurt Busch was at the track for the first time since his career-ending injury back in 2023 in a qualifying session where he backed it into the wall in turn 3. So with his return to the racetrack on the start-finish line, they have a thank you Kurt in lettering around the start-finish line at the Pocono Raceway this weekend, so I figured I'd show off a Kurt Busch diecast. And this is his number 97 Irwin Tools paint scheme from 2004 when he had won his only NASCAR Cup Series championship. And this is actually a championship-winning diecast. There's a logo on the back of it, on the deck lid there of a Nextel Cup Series championship.
Tires and gas later on. The only issue on that 24 is the steering rack right now. You feel some issues, Ken.
As you see the 47 on the bottom of your screen, that's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Last stop on lap 47, they strung it together to get to the end of the stage, hoping for stage points. Did not net out. They finished that stage at 13. Ricky said it just was not turning, Marty.
Kim Daniel Suarez has been hanging in the top 15 today, been struggling with the vibration, especially when he has to turn the car to the right. But Steve, to your point, Matt Swiderski told Suarez this will make our next stop shorter. That's why we're pitting now.
So shorter, but the question is, it's going to be two.
All right, so pit road, very front of the pack, chose to stay out. Again, can't make it upfield to the end of the race from here. By pitting now, you put more fuel in the race car in hopes that it's a lesser stop. Not on pit road as long when you do have to pit for the final time within the last 40 laps of the race. If we see any cautions before 40 to go, we'll have other drivers trying to top off on fuel and get as close to the right strategy as they can until they're in the final fuel window and we know what the track position and the running order will look like to the end of the race. We're getting close to seeing the formality of all that, but we're just not quite there yet. Everybody can make it on one more stop. Easily. You want to be the first to pit last? We saw in the Xfinity race yesterday a caution in the final fuel window when only a few cars had pitted from the lead lap. And you do have to be within a certain interval of the race leader to be able to come onto pit road, make that pit stop, and not fall off of the lead lap if a caution were to come out for that strategy to work. And that led way to Connor Zilic getting track position and eventually holding on to win his first career oval race in the Xfinity Series level yesterday. We'll go through the full field running order and where your favorite drivers are running as a result of how Stage 3 will start. We're going to have about 60 laps to go in the restart. Chase Briscoe, again, is out in front. Josh Berry is second. Chase Elliott third. Then Chris Buescher in fourth. Denny Hamlin fifth. Austin Cindric sixth. Ryan Blaney seventh. Kyle Larson eighth. Carson Hocevar ninth. And Joey Logano in 10th. Alex Bowman in 11th. Ross Chastain 12th. William Byron 13th. Justin Haley 14th. And 15th is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Ryan Preece in 16th. Zane Smith 17th. Ty Gibbs 18th. AJ Allmendinger 19th. Noah Gragson 20th. 21st is Daniel Suarez, Shane Van Gisbergen 22nd, Kyle Busch 23rd, Cody Ware 24th, and Cole Custer 25th. Brennan Poole 26th, Austin Dillon 27th, Brad Keselowski 28th, Eric Jones 29th. Actually, our running order just shook up a little bit. Looks like Ty Gillen is now 29th, and Kyle Busch back to 30th, Brennan Poole 31st. Christopher Bell's the last car in the lead lap at 32nd. Tyler Reddick came into the garage to change brakes at the end of the second stage. He lost 2 laps, but he is back out on the racetrack. Good call by the team considering the brake issues that they were obviously having earlier because he's the only car running on track that is off the lead lap. The likelihood of him getting back on the lead lap, we get 2 more cautions, and he is back on the lead lap. Problem is, 2 cautions in the last 65 laps can be tough to work his way in the top half of the field, but we'll see what he can do. Ty Dillon out of the race, 34th. Same for Michael McDowell, 35th. Bubba Wallace, 36th. And Riley Herbst, 37. So 4 drivers out so far. Stage winners, Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe. Hamlin in stage 1, Briscoe stage 2. Briscoe's led for 18 laps and counting right now. Hamlin for 32, which is the most of any driver in the race so far. Keselowski is led for 24. Bowman for 15. 5 for Logano, 2 for Hocevar. Are the only laps led for anybody in the field today. Stenhouse led 2 laps also on a restart. Or under caution, should say. Yeah, exactly 60 laps to go in the restart. Field is doubling up at the choose rule right now. Brendan Poole's running today's race. He's Xfinity Series full-time. He's in the 44th New York Racing. open entry for the weekend. Fantasy lineup's locked up at the end of stage 2, and I completely forgot to adjust my lineup. The rain delay had me. I forgot about it. I don't know who's in my garage. I'm about to check. Ooh, Chase Elliott's in my garage. I don't know if I like that. Apparently Daniel Suarez was in my lineup. I had no idea. Considering there was a brake change for Tyler Reddick, I would have probably ended up having Elliott. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. That's me not paying attention is what that is. Having Elliott in my garage. I do have Briscoe and Hamlin in my lineup, though, so that I like. That might be the only bright spot if the head-to-head points don't bail me out. You're lucky for anybody in the fantasy league if you beat me this week. I think I was the points leader coming in with just 9 races to go in the regular season after the checkered flag falls today. Still 2 hours of daylight, plenty of time to get the 60 laps of racing in. No other rain in the forecast. So we shall see who's going to win the 400-mile race today at Pocono. Green flag back in the air. Chase Briscoe takes the outside of row 1 this time. He had the inside the last time, almost lost the lead to Stenhouse. Doesn't want to have to fight that hard for the lead again, especially with stronger cars around him. Josh Berry and especially Chris Buescher in the 17, who was on his back bumper pushing Briscoe down the front stretch. Josh Berry trying to be aggressive and squeezing the 17. He gave him just enough room to slip to the outside by the exit of turn 1, and now Buescher's got a massive run after Chase Briscoe. Denny Hamlin to the outside of Josh Berry for the 3rd spot. Berry wobbles on the bottom lane of the racetrack, and as he washes up, Hamlin clears high. Elliott clears on the bottom. Elliott now to 4th. And Ryan Blaney, who we haven't talked about really at all today, is now battling Josh Berry for 5th. Hocevar and Logano very tight. Off the exit of turn 3, I thought they were going to get against the fence. That was not a lot of room for error. Luckily, no driver made the error. Josh Berry just put the fastest lap of the race down that last time by. Lap 90, second to last lap. He put the fastest lap together of the race, 53.04 for Berry, as he rides in 5th. Logano still door-to-door with Hocevar. Now he's trying to block Alex Bowman. He got a quick push from Bowman as a result of the block, and that results in the 22 clearing the 77 finally. But Hocevar slips right back to the outside in turn 2 again, so that didn't last very long. What a move by Hocevar. He's almost clear of Logano entering turn 3, and I'm sure Joey will charge hard on the entry on the bottom of turn 3. We'll see if he stays alongside the 77 corner exit. No, he does not. The battle is just outside the top 10. Chris Buescher still trying to run down our race leader, Chase Briscoe. Well, Briscoe won stage 2 and he's got the track position, but the 2 guys who dominated the first stage of the race fell behind on the track position side of things for the middle going, only to get it for stage 3 are finally there. 2nd and 3rd, Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin. And Chase Elliott even. He was in the top 5 around that same time frame, and he's now back up to 4th, so can't count Elliott out of it. And Ryan Blaney, who we, again, haven't talked about much today, just made a pass for 5th on Josh Berry. He's a little ways off the top 4. But he is moving forward, and so is Kyle Larson. Larson also gets by Berry for 6th. This is the highest in the running order that both Blaney and Larson have been all day today. Larson overdrives the entry to 3, though. He runs the 21 up the track. They almost make contact with each other. Austin Cindric gets by both of them. Cindric, another driver, having kind of a sleeper performance today. Haven't talked about him. He's now to 6th. And the failed pass attempt by Larson and the mistake by the driver, the 5, cost both him and Berry. Larson's still back in 7th, and now he's got the 2 in front of him. Larson clears high on Berry, and Berry will try the crossover as he nearly got into his left rear on corner exit off of 1. Chastain and Priest are closing in on the 21 and the 5, who have been battling very intensely for the 7th spot. Larson got a quick little push from the 1 of Chastain on that outer lane down the Long Pond straightaway, and Larson's finally clear of Berry and will hold clear. Chastain gets by Josh, and Josh Berry's going backwards quickly. Priest will get by on the outside. He's getting freight train, and all of a sudden the 21 car is now back to 10th. Briscoe extends his gap just a brief bit over the Chris Buescher 17 Ford. There's so many Toyotas that were up at the front of the field for a large portion of the first half of the race. And they're still in first and third, but they're now the only Toyotas up in the top 10. Briscoe and Hamlin. Next Toyota in the running order wouldn't be until 14th, where Eric Jones is at. Obviously, Reddick having the brake change and Herbst Wallace having brake failures. Probably not helping that list of the Toyota drivers. Ty Gibbs has fallen back quite a bit, too. He's in 28th after qualifying up in the top 10. Faded, unlike his two teammates who are first and third. Christopher Bell also really hasn't been anywhere to be found all race, and he's towards the tail end of the lead lap, too. Logano brushes the wall just a bit off turn 3 as he goes wide again. This allows for Eric Jones to get underneath the 22 car, side drafts him, pulls away from that side draft. Now enters turn 1 looking to make the pass for 13th and does. Solid run for Eric Jones today. He qualified top 10. He's kind of been hanging around top 15 the whole day. He's in 13th late. Having himself a fine day. All right, so Chris Buescher has reeled in Chase Briscoe just a bit. He fell behind a couple laps ago. The last time by the start-finish line, Buescher was a little bit over a tenth quicker than the leader. Denny Hamlin in third was about 2/10 quicker than her leader and a tenth quicker than the second-place car of Chris Buescher. So cat and mouse game of trying to stay in this lead draft down these long straightaways, trailing the clean air car and the leader Briscoe. Buescher back-to-back top 10s, had a runner-up at Michigan on one of the bigger, faster ovals on the schedule. Denny Hamlin in that same race was able to get the race win. So not a surprise that those two cars are sitting in second and third and in contention for another win on a similarly styled racetrack here today. May have to look for them at Indy in a couple of weeks as well. I should say another month from the Brickyard 400. Because to consistently run this good on those kinds of ovals, obviously a good sign. Briscoe doing a good job trying to break the draft down these long straightaways. Not cutting his momentum off by zigging back and forth too much. He's doing a great job by just getting off the exit of the corner in a pretty decent spot. That I haven't seen a major run from the 17 to really get close enough to have any sort of a pass attempt on the leader yet. Now, Buescher faded on the long run when he was trailing Denny Hamlin early in stage number 1, so it'll be interesting to see if Buescher's going to have the long run speed for stage 3 as we get 10, 15, 20 laps into a green flag stint, whereas Hamlin and Elliott going to be right there underneath them looking to make the pass if Buescher does end up slipping behind just a bit. Obviously, several pit stops and adjustments have been made for the 17 since the opener of the race. The gap is about 0.2 of a second entering turn 1, but there's still that car length and a half to 2 car length gap on entry. He rounds the center of turn 1 off a little bit better than the 19, but he also ran lower to the yellow line, where Briscoe ran more in the middle groove, or about a lane and a half off of the yellow line. Gets him a little bit more straightaway speed, and that's where the draft comes into play for Buescher to try to keep as close to the 19 as he can, lacking the straightaway speed from corner exit. Not only running behind another car, but because of running the lower trajectory in the corner. It's less banking on the inside of the track. Even on a track that is relatively flat like Pocono, there is still progressive banking, especially in turn 1. 18 degrees over there. Lessens down to about 6 degrees of banking when you get towards turn 3. 50 laps to go at Pocono. Prime video coverage continues as well as our coverage right here on KRC. We'll go through the full field running order quickly. Chase Briscoe leads. Chris Buescher in second, right on his tail. Denny Hamlin a second back in third, and 1.9 seconds off the lead is Chase Elliott in fourth. 2.4 seconds back is Ryan Blaney in fifth. Then Austin Cindric behind him in sixth. Kyle Larson 7th, Ross Chastain 8th, Josh Berry 9th, and Brad Keselowski 10th. Ryan Preece 11th, Carson Hocevar 12th, Eric Jones 13th, Alex Bowman 14th, and Austin Dillon 15th. Joey Logano in 16th, John Hunter Nemechek 17th, Daniel Suarez 18th, Noah Gragson 19th, and Zane Smith 20th. 21st, Justin Haley, Christopher Bell 22nd, Shane Van Gisbergen 23rd, 24th for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Cole Custer 25th. 26th now for Custer, and Stenhouse moves up to 25th. Kyle Busch 27th, Ty Gibbs 28th, AJ Allmendinger 29th, Todd Gilliland in 30th, Cody Ware last car in the lead lap 31st, 2 laps down on track, Tyler Reddick in 32nd. Brendan Poole, I think, just pulled off track. He's 11 laps down in 33rd currently. And Ty Dillon off track 34th, Michael McDowell 35th, Bubba Wallace 36th, and 37th, Riley Herbst in the finishing spot for today's race last. 6 cautions, 7 lead changes, 26 laps under yellow, 111 out of 160 laps complete at Pocono Raceway. 49 to go. You're listening live on KRC to the Great American Getaway 400. I'll try to eat my snack again while my leftover pizza while I'm going to play some of the on-air audio for Prime Video for the next stint of green flag laps when they come back from the current commercial break that they are on. It's crunch time here at Pocono. Hamlin losing time to these top 2, but is he managing his tires better than the cars above him? I will say Chase Elliott slowly closing in on the 11. He's about as close to the back of the 3rd place car of Hamlin as what Buescher is to the back of the leader Briscoe. Fuel window will open up with about 38 to 40 laps to go, and that's about 8 to 9 laps from now also.
Back at Pocono, now we get today's Credit One Bank. One to watch. Dale, who you got?
I'm going to pick Ryan Blaney. Last several laps on the racetrack, one of the top 2 cars. Came from a speeding penalty that happened earlier in the race, able to drive himself into the top 5. 2-time winner here, including this race last year.
I'm going to take that driver we see right up the hood of Ryan Blaney. That's the 9 of Chase Elliott. I think what was lost with SVG's dominating performance last week was Chase Elliott driving into the podium from outside the top 10 of that final run. This 9 has speed again. He has pulled it off here at Pocono. Maybe today's the day, hanging around in the 4th spot.
Brad Keselowski trying to end a winless streak of 39 races, put himself in the playoffs. He had that miscue, Black 58 coming out pit road, clinic was closed. He stayed positive on the radio, coached up his group. He said it will come to us, and it has. They're on the plus side of it. When you look at fuel mileage, he's running ninth right now and thinking about career win number 2 here in the Poconos.
47 to go. We expect the fuel window to be around 40, maybe 41, depending on pace. We've heard Marty mention a few times the gamble last year of people hit it before they can make it. Why would you do that? Because if the caution comes out, anybody who still has to pit you would cycle in front of. I think we're still outside that window at 47 to go, but I don't know, 43, 44, somebody may gamble.
We talk about that 72 RPM faster than the 19. Him being stuck behind the 19 in dirty air. That doesn't mean that Briscoe's really slow. He ran the 2nd fastest lap the last time by. So the 19 is a good race car. I think the 17 may be the best car in the field. Just really struggling to be able to put the runs together.
So this is going to sound crazy, but there is a little bit of the crew chief in me that says, hey, Buescher, if you push it down the straightaway and you can offset the corner, push it down the straightaway, we'll run faster together and just try to gap the cars behind us because they know that Brad and a couple guys back here are going to have shorter pit stops. I'm sure he would take the lead if he could, but it's not too painful if you guys are trying to get that gap back to Hamlin. So here's your ones to watch, Blaney going right by my guy Chase.
Still, what do you know?
On top of the pit box, Nostradamus now. He's got it. Man, I love it. I love it.
Dale was first in the draft, right?
Oh,
so, I mean, you get to go first.
None of y'all were going to take Blaney.
I didn't have to defend him. I wasn't. I didn't have him on my list.
You know, I look at Briscoe up there. He changes organizations. This has not been a good track for him. You look at recent years, last 5 starts here, he had exactly 1 lap turn inside the top 5. Today, he's led the most laps, 35 out front for driver 19, trying to control this thing and win a race, put himself in the playoffs. And if he delivered today, He would join a long line of success for Joe Gibbs Racing at this place. I mean, just look at the last 13 races. Going back to, I think it's 2017, the 7 wins, the pole positions, all the top 5s, laps led, and how good they've been here today. Very impressive, Marty.
Adam, we know these final stops of the day, very critical final stops of the day are coming up here at Pocono, 45 to go. The drivers know that as well. Just a moment ago, Junior, Denny Hamlin radioed to Chris Gale, and he said, hey, give me a 5-lap heads up when we're coming to pit road. So to that point, how difficult is the pit road entry under green here at Pocono?
Well, it's inviting. It's not that it's difficult. It's actually easy because you can get turned and you have a very low braking zone, straight braking. You can get aggressive. That's the problem with the entry to pit road at Pocono. It's drivers can really go after some speed there and try to challenge and close some gaps by driving deep into that braking zone and getting to the pit road. So you'll slide tires. You'll either speed in the first couple of segments because you actually went too fast, or we've actually seen people wreck coming on the pit road trying to get there too quickly.
You know, Junior, we're celebrating the success of Joe Gibbs Racing, and rightfully so. Been so good here today, leading laps, winning stages, got the pole and all of that. But let's go to RFK Racing. We told the story of Brad Keselowski. We know how good Chris Buescher has been. Ryan Preece has now entered the top 10. So all 3 of their Fords in the top 10. I go back a couple of weeks at Michigan, they were all 3 in the top 10. First time they had done that since 2016. So they are starting to find the sweet spot when it comes to speed here as we head down the stretch of the regular season.
And it's time to recognize that for sure. They've struggled this year trying to match some of the performance from years ago. And I've been really impressed with his 60 car. You know, you bring in a new car, new team, new people. It's a third car. No other way to look at it. And they're going to be probably, getting some of the third best parts and pieces at times, if not all the time. And they have found a way to make that car competitive. Done a really, really good job with Ryan Preece this year.
Austin Dillon, Ross Chastain, exchanging positions here. They're inside the top 15. Nice effort there. Dillon up to 14th as he makes the pass.
He's one of those drivers that flipped stage 2 for some track position. I'm telling you guys, if you're one of these pit crew members, this is the moment you're living for, right? You see it. Pit window is open. This is the leading edge of it. I don't know if this is the comfortable spot. Well, there you go. Pit window open. Cedric says, now the time. Here I go. I'm going to get fresh tires right away. He's going to pit from the 7th position. Let's see how he does and how much fuel they take. That's what's important. They have to be full to get to the finish, Kim.
It's about being the first to pit last. That's what Brian Wilson wanted. You see that second can going in that he's here just on the free side and trying to plug it in as long as possible there on the 2, Marty.
And remember, Josh Terry was one of those who pitted a little bit earlier when there was a caution, so he knew they had to come before the other cars. But you got to wonder if this is going to bring a lot of other cars down pit road. 48 also on pit road. And Steve, does this open the window for everybody?
I think you have no choice. As soon as you think you can make it, you have to come. You cannot allow the guys to get new tires. There you go. Leader, Briscoe, hard left-hand turn on pit road. Buescher, Hamlin will have to counter next time by. Fresh tires are enough of an advantage. The field's so close, I don't think you could give them an advantage by running long, Trevor.
Yes, sir. This is the final stop for the 19, hitting pit road for that money stop. They wanted to be one of the first to get there. Going to see 4 tires of fuel go on this 19 car. 5-car of Kyle Larson was saving fuel during that run, just trying to manage how much was burning to make the stops a little bit shorter. Another toolbox for these drivers to use.
Bottom right, Ryan Preece waiting on fuel. You see that long wait there? You need a little more center turn.
Scheduled green flag pit stops, final stage at Pocono.
I'm going to tell you, unbelievably fast stop for that 19 car. I'm going to say I hope they have enough gas in it. I thought they would have to wait longer. Only 11 seconds on pit road. Now here comes the 24 and the 77, Trevor.
24 car just took 2 right sides right there. A short stop for him. Remember, he came down pit road in that last caution.
So Buescher now leads the race. Obviously, he's going to have to come down pit road. Denny Hamlin making his stop now, Marty.
That comes with 40 to go. Adam coming down pit road. He said he was really tight in turn one. Denny Hamlin, you ride on board with the Logitech onboard camera. Chase Elliott also comes pit road. He said he lost his front turn at the very end of the run for Chase Elliott. It's been very strong here at Pocono this afternoon. Question is, can they make up time that they were behind the other cars in front of them here on pit road, Kim?
And the one of Ross Chastain waiting on fuel. Tight middle, it's 1 and 3 drive off, needs a little bit. They're going to wait as long as possible, and they get all clear from his crew chief, Marty.
For a while, Joey Logano was in the top 10. Paul Wolfman in the strategy play, but then they kind of struggled outside the top 10 on this fast running for Logano. We'll see where this cycles him out. Chris Buescher coming down pit road. He said that last run was a bit frustrating because he could catch the 19 of Chase Briscoe everywhere, but couldn't pay off the pass in turn 2. He has had no complaints about a handling of the 17 car. Now we'll watch to see what Scott Graves does here to make it home. Chris Buescher, I think that 4 minutes transmission was behind the 19 tires for the 17.
Bottom of the screen, on board with Briscoe. That shows you that freaking 11-second pit-stop in the start-finish. 17 leading. This won't be close. The 19 will easily clear him on the racetrack and drive off. He will become the leader, but I will tell you, that pit stop for the 19 was shockingly fast at 11 seconds. If this is full, great job in the pit stop. If he didn't need the fuel, a great job by Briscoe, who maybe was saving fuel. This is going to play out in front of us, 38 to go. We still have a few to pit. But Buescher, we saw him wait on fuel, and look at who cycled in front of Buescher, the 11 of Hamlin. So these cars are all assuming they can make it to the finish on fuel. Long run here in Pocono.
And that's the advantage for Denny Hamlin, who was suffering from a little bit of a push in that car before this cycle. He's now in front of the 17. If this comes down to a race between the two, Denny Hamlin's had the adjustment to fix the balance of the car and now has the track position to take this thing to the finish.
Top 12 yet to make a pit stop here in this final cycle.
So when I was talking about when we look at pit stop times, we're going to assume they needed the same amount of fuel, but just look at this. Briscoe 11.0, Buescher 14.4. Now, look, that's not a mistake for Buescher. That's not like slow tires. That's how much fuel they had to put on. I talk about the fuel tax. This started at lap 0. These guys started counting every quart, every ounce, every gallon all day long. Is this the day the 19 has out-executed everyone out? That 11 seconds shocked me. What an impressive job, Trevor. Yeah, you talk about the fuel tax, Steve, but how about the tire tax? The 6-car Brad Keselowski talked with Jerry Bowman and said, I want the tire advantage. We have more fuel right now, but that time of a shorter pit stop isn't as much as I think we can get if we go long and have better tires for the rest of the run. What do you think, Steve?
I think that's their option, right? They made a mistake, Trevor. They came on pit road closed. They just can't raise heads up. They have to do something. They worked on having more fuel on it, and he's out there running 53 sixes. I mean, this 6 car has clear track in front. So when you have it, use it, right? Like this is the absolute goal for the 6, because I think it's their only is the wrong word, but it's their best option to win. Remember, a win is the only chance Brad Keselowski makes the playoffs, Marty.
Last year at Pocono, Jonathan Hassler had the winning strategy for Ryan Blaney. He's pitting here with 36 to go. We'll see if this call to run long plays to their benefit as well. We've mentioned Blaney coming to here twice today. He has done it without the finish. I'm sure he didn't have to work all day long.
Don't have to even check bottom of your screen coming up.
Oh!
To the city of Brightside. Hopefully it looks like maybe caution though.
In the midst of these stops, we get a caution. 7th of the day. Brad Keselowski scored as the race leader. They had not yet made their pit stop in the green flag cycle.
So now we're just going to have to see so many cars have pitted that we'll see where the 6 cycles back. I think what they would have rather done was pit under green, then the yellow come out, because then he could have kind of cycled out, had fresh tires. Unfortunately for the 6, this yellow, you see the disappointment. The yellow's too early. They needed to make their pit stop first. Let's listen into the 6.
I'm sorry. Every time, man. Just clean the air.
All right, so let's just review. What they wanted to do is run 5, 6, 7 more laps, come down pit road, then get a caution. Then you have brand new tires. Like I said, you have to gamble anyway. And when you have a mistake by coming down pit road closed, your gamble has to get bigger. You heard the frustration Brad knows from behind the wheel. He knows exactly how this is going to work out.
What about those guys that were just on pit road? I mean, they're making their stops. Caution comes out.
And we're going to have to see where this all cycles because you're absolutely right. With the guys on pit road, the blend might be very different. Let's see what happens in the 88.
Just gets loose right there. Out of turn 1, I believe.
Yep, Shane Van Gisbergen, last week's winner, locked into the playoffs, getting the victory at Mexico City, but it gets away from him here. Caution with 35 to go.
So I think, yeah, the question, I guess, is where does Bland cycle out in all of this? He was on pit road.
He might be the leader.
Looks like he's going to end up coming across finish line in 4th place.
But the top 3 haven't pit.
Once everybody else comes to pit road, he's behind Briscoe, Hamlin, and Busher. So kind of a bit of an advantage for the 12, I suppose, to catch that caution when he did.
I mean, looking at our scoring monitor, there are 6 drivers that have not yet made a pit stop. And then 7, Chase Briscoe, who was leading when the cycle began. He's maintained that position, or he will have done so once everything cycles through and these guys get their pit stop. Hamlin talked about jumping in front of Busher, and then you mentioned Ryan Blaney, who came at lap 124 and was on pit road when the caution came out.
That's why it's important for these guys like Briscoe and Busher and Hamlin and Briscoe for, when the caution comes out, stay in the gas, run hard, because, that would have allowed Blaney, I think, to cycle in front of him if they'd have let off the gas and slowed down and allowed the pace car to pick up the field.
Racing at Pocono today, 34 to go. Do a little drafting next weekend, Friday night, Truck Series. Racing a practice, rather, for the trucks in Friday evening, and then Friday afternoon, I should say, qualifying for Xfinity cars Friday, then Friday night. We got the Xfinity race on CW, qualifying for Cup teams Friday, Saturday night race for Cup cars as we head over to TNT. Truck Series racing Saturday afternoon at Line Rock on FS1.
I tell you what, the guys and the girls, the men and the women down in the race, down in the trucks, they're finding replays, they're digging through radios. Well, check this out, listening to the 19.
Caution. Thank you. Yeah, you'll be changed because we're not ready to wait. So you shouldn't have to speak out of so.
Right, so there you have it. They are not good on fuel. So we talked about the time. Well, let's show you what it looks like. 19 on the left, 11 comes in. Remember, we showed the pit stop times. This isn't old school. This isn't slow pit stops. It's all about the 2 guys with the dump cans. Both right sides look good. They come to the left. Now watch the difference. The 19 is going to drop the jack, and he goes. 11. Wait. The fueler shakes his head. 2.5, 3 seconds worth of fuel. That's the whole situation. Execution, communication. Oh, frustration. You see the body language. So I don't know if it was miscommunicated, if Chase didn't understand what the signal was supposed to be for Chase. Obviously, though, they are not good on fuel. 2.5 seconds should be like 3 gallons. That's like 6 laps.
Hey.
I mean, you see the difference, right? I mean, 11.0 to a 13.3. That's the whole difference. James Small and Chase Briscoe have had so much speed. He told Carl and Corey on the stage, we just have to execute. And then here we are. Now, look, they may get lucky enough to have enough yellows to connect. Maybe they'll get lucky enough, but it just doesn't look great. Unfortunately for Brad now, he has to come get his fuel, and you see all the cars staying on the racetrack.
Here's Kim.
And Kyle Busch coming in from this stop, saying on the radio, this caution hurt us. They were hoping to play it a little bit differently. Kyle reporting tight all the way through turn 1, slight adjustment. So they'll take tires and put fuel in, Trevor.
Yeah, 6-car, Terry Bowen saying, we're just going to have to eat it here. They debated staying out. They could have gone to lap 138, but they felt like the risk was too great here to try to catch a caution.
We got a yes, sir, and we got a they're just going to have to eat it. The phrasing for Trevor Bayne, it never disappoints. We return to the green flag in a moment on Prime.
33 laps to go under caution. It does look like Briscoe did claim the lead. They're saying on the broadcast that Ryan Blaney was picked up. I think Dale Jr. mentioned something about Blaney getting picked up in the draft over Briscoe and Hamlin. Not the case. Sorry about that in the chat. But yeah, Briscoe definitely sounds like he's going to be short on fuel to the end of the race. Unless we catch a bunch of cautions, which isn't impossible. If we were to get quite a few yellows, Briscoe can save fuel as much as he can and maybe make it on gas to the end of the race. But he's definitely going to be tight. And I'm sure he's going to stay out until he absolutely can't. Big picture here, again, Briscoe doesn't have a win this season. So it's going to hurt him in points if he ends up having to finish at the tail end of the lead lap because he has to come onto pit road and pit for fuel. If he has to pit for fuel under green at the end of the race, right now there are 31 cars on the lead lap. With him in the lead, that is going to be a 30-point difference in where he would be right now versus how he would finish the race otherwise. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, each with a win this season, are in the second and third spots right behind Briscoe for the upcoming restart. Caution was for Shane Van Gisbergen spinning in turn 1. Car got loose and out from underneath, and that was right in the middle of green flag pit stops. Most of the field had pitted. Of those that did not, obviously they pitted during this caution flag, and one of which being Brad Keselowski, who had tried to do everything they could as a team to get the track position back. And I mentioned it a couple times already earlier in the stream that you got to be the first to pit last. On a track like this, very similar to a road course, if caution were to come out, we saw the same thing happen in the Xfinity Series race yesterday, and I feel like in that instance for these Cup teams, you got to learn from other people's mistakes. And it happens 2 days in a row. We catch caution in the middle of green flag pit stops, and doesn't necessarily flip the field. What it does is the drivers who were already at the front of the field that already pit just get their track position back, and those that stayed out are just going to be buried even deeper than what they once were. Keselowski, I believe, was in 9th before the pit stops started, and obviously now he's going to be way at the back. One of the last cars on the lead lap, 24th. Only 7 of them still had to pit that ended up coming to pit road during the caution.
Lobby this time, with your pace, no pressure here. Air off, please. All right.
Ouch.
One more lap, Brad asked for. That was one too many. Junior, you're a crew chief now, so do you ever regret going against Steve on any calls?
I never went against Steve's calls. Never. This guy was the best crew chief on the pit box, best strategist I knew. I certainly wasn't going to have any better ideas than he did, but yeah, that's a tough one. Sometimes you feel like you think you've got a better idea or you know better, and it's Brad also being an owner is in a position of a little more authority.
Yeah.
And able to help make those kind of calls. He's got a lot of experience, years in this sport. Sometimes those things pay off, and you look like a hero.
Here's Chase Briscoe, 19 radio.
So right now, nothing changes. Stop getting a lead. What will be is what will be. Yes, sir. I had it ramped up so loud.
Right, so what James Small is saying there, we run 6, this will make 7 yellow flag laps, so that saved him some. We know they're short, we don't know how much, but James is smart enough to say, hey, don't give up the lead, don't start saving now. We can run 5 laps and get another 5 or 10 laps, and we couldn't get enough yellows to do it. It happened for Blaney a year ago, so I think that was really good just to be very clear on what the goal is here. Now, Dale, it's all about this restart.
I'm going to reach a little bit here, but the 12, right? We talked about the caution coming out at a certain opportune time while the 12 was leaving pit road. Well, when they went back and looked at the timing lines, he actually did beat the 17 to the last timing line before the caution. So he is third to choose. Now he gets to put himself in this outside line, which I believe is the preferred line behind the control car of the 19. If they produce a successful restart, he could go off into turn 1 on the outside of the 11 and fighting for second place off of turn 1.
And every position is huge. And I go back to the Briscoe deal. Who knows how this is going to shake out? However, they've scored 17 stage points today. I mean, you hope they maybe get the yellows they need, they can save, whatever the case may be. But they have already put themselves in position for a good points day, and that might magnify how you manage the latter part of this race, knowing you got some points in the bank.
I know all that fuel, it's a lot to try to figure out, but I'm going to tell you, Grab some popcorn and cold beverage. This is going to be unreal right here on this restart. What it's all.
All right, 30 laps to go at the Pocono Raceway in the Great American Getaway 400. Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, and Chris Buescher, the front four. Probably the four best cars in the field. And I'd say Chase Elliott in fifth right there behind him isn't that much worse than these other guys that are just up ahead. He's equally on par. Green flag is in the air. Briscoe on the outside of row one is a control car as he gets the push from Ryan Blaney in the 12. Denny Hamlin in the 11, still hanging on the inside of the 19 for now. And as they enter turn one, the 19 of Briscoe is clear. Blaney to the outside of Hamlin for second. Buescher up the racetrack, almost gets into Chase Elliott. It allows for Kyle Larson to be three wide on the bottom now for fourth as they exit the first turn. Slight bit of contact between the 5 and the 17 down low. That allows for the 9 to go clear. He gets a great push from John Hunter Nemechek, and Nemechek is into fifth as well. Denny Hamlin surges to second in front of Ryan Blaney on the inside lane. An impressive side draft by Hamlin. Drove it off deep into turn two, got his car to stick. No crossover attempt made by Ryan Blaney in the chute between turns 2 and 3. Meanwhile, Chase Briscoe continues to lead, but seems to be light on fuel to the end of the race. If John Hunter Nemechek is able to pull off a top 5, that would be back-to-back top 6. He was 6th last week in Mexico City. Qualified top 10. Hasn't really been up in the top 10 since stage 1, but did a great job on the strategy throughout the course of the race to lend themselves where they're at, and on this last restart picked up a few extra spots on top of it. Ty Gibbs, great recovery up to 12th place as well. He was 28th a couple of restarts ago when we began stage 3. Side-by-side battle, Austin Cindric and Alex Bowman for 9th place. Also side-by-side behind them is Gibbs and Barry for 11th. 3 wide in the middle of the pack, Hocevar, Bell, Logano. Hocevar up in the marbles there in turn 3, and he's going to lose a ton of time on the outside. Barely kept it off the wall. 4 cars are going to race by him on the inside, and that was all outside the top 10 positions in the running order. A lot of lane changing going on in the back of the pack yet down this long front straightaway. Denny Hamlin's 0.4 of a second off our race leader, Chase Briscoe. No real chance for Briscoe to save when everybody else is pushing because they are good on fuel to the end of the race. The only time Briscoe will be able to save gas is during any cautions we get the rest of the way. It seems as if he is very short as of right now, but if we get 1 to 2 more yellows, how much closer can he be to making it to our full scheduled distance? Top 5 in the running order after the restart now with 27 laps to go. Chase Briscoe, 0.4 of a second ahead of his teammate Denny Hamlin. 0.8 back is Ryan Blaney in third. Chase Elliott's 1.2 seconds off the lead in fourth, and Chris Buescher is 2 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 5 in fifth. Kyle Larson, Ryan Preece battling for 7th. Larson wins that battle. Drive on to try to catch the 42 of Nemechek just in front of him. Mostly single file down the Long Pond straightaway, about the 4th lap following the restart now. Stage 1 going caution free. We last restarted here with 30 laps to go as well. Denny Hamlin won the opening stage of the race, had that good 30 lap speed compared to others that qualified obviously towards the front of the field. Now racing a few different cars, Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott just behind him. Chris Buescher still there. And obviously our race leader, Chase Briscoe. Hamlin had a big run on Briscoe getting into turn 1. Tried to slip to the outside of the 19. The 19 covered that quickly. He's going to do whatever he can to hold on to the lead. Just in case they get the cautions needed. He's not going to lay over just because Hamlin is a teammate. Briscoe, not in a must-win situation to make the playoffs, but a win would take a lot of pressure off of him for the next 9 weeks. Chase Elliott, Chris Buescher also in the top 5, though, without any wins. Only Blaney and Hamlin in those top 6 positions have a win so far this season. 3 for Hamlin, 1 for Blaney. Hamlin trying to go back-to-back considering he missed last week's race in Mexico. Won his most recent race at Michigan 2 weeks back. And it would be career win number 58 for Denny Hamlin if he could pull it off, which still would sit him 11th all time, but only 2 behind Kevin Harvick for 10th and 5 behind Kyle Busch for 9th all time in the NASCAR Cup Series. 8th would be Dale Earnhardt Sr., which would still be another 9th in reach of Hamlin, unless he does race for another 6 or 7 years, but I don't see that happening. That's another discussion for another day. But right now, 24 laps left. Front four is starting to merge a little bit closer to one another. The longer it takes for Hamlin to make this pass on Briscoe, the more likely Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott, and Chris Buescher are going to be able to close the gap on the 2 Toyotas out in front. Hamlin had a big lifting point through turn 1. Ryan Blaney did not. Blaney's got momentum on the back of the 11, exiting turn 1 and headed for turn 2. Blaney's about a car length and a half off the 11 as they get into the tunnel turn. Hamlin's about 4 to 5 car lengths off of Chase Briscoe. It's one of those things for Hamlin. He's in a tough spot in the sense where he wants to just go out past the 19 because he might be holding him up. But at the same time, when does Briscoe pit towards the end of this race for being short on gas, and then Hamlin's just got the clean air without having to battle it away? The closer the 12 and the 9 get to the back of the 11, the sense of urgency for Denny is going to go higher and higher and higher to try to make this pass on his teammate for the lead. He just hasn't been able to make the pass or get a good enough of a run to attempt to do so yet. Tries a wider arc on entry into turn 1, turning down more in the center of the corner than what the 19 of Briscoe did that last time by. Now he's in the draft trying to pick a little bit extra time up, and he does have a bit of a run through turn 1. Now into turn 2. Pretty even between the 19 and the 11. The 19 maybe got the slight edge that time through turn 2. Hamlin outbreaks the 19 into turn 3. And in the race back to the gas, it's the 19. Hamlin will try to utilize the draft on this front straightaway. Briscoe will attempt to break the draft as they cross the start-finish line. Staying a couple lanes off of the outside wall and now going back to the wall to arc his corner entry off into turn 1. You can definitely tell Hamlin's outbreaking the 19 pretty much every corner around this racetrack, but it's resulting in not as much straightaway speed for him. Not going to be able to move too far off of the line of the car in front of you with how much of a one-groove track that this place is here in Pocono.
Be 21 laps to go. That's an eternity here at Pocono. At the top of the racetrack now at 12 car. Blaney's getting close. It's got to be a little bit concerning for Denny. And we heard about Denny's balance issues later in the run. The run previous, have they got those fixed? Does he have the turn in this car that he needs? Okay, the 12 car's right there. A little traffic coming out on the racetrack might cause him not to be able to use this lower line or do anything about the proximity to the 11. Marty.
Junior, kind of walk me through what Ryan Blaney is going through right now. This is the first time he's had this much clean air all day long. Remember, he's come through the field twice, and he just told Tim Feet a moment ago, we're better in turn 1 than we've been all day long. The tunnel turn, turn 2, with Ryan Blaney will tell you, that's the corner they kind of give up here at Pocono. That's where they're struggling the most.
Yeah, this is the most important corner down here. Marty, turn 3 opens up onto this long straightaway. So if you can get through that corner really good and get to the throttle sooner than everyone else, you run down this straightaway carrying so much speed and close the gap to put yourself in a position to battle it. Man, I'm not sure Denny Hamlin has the car that he would love to have right here. So it seems like he's not able to pressure the 19 at this moment. The 12 is actually able to get to the back bumper of the 11 a little bit more. I'm a little surprised by that. Denny now with the fastest lap of the race, though. 45 out there. I don't know if it's helping the nice handling, but it might help the fuel mileage a little bit. It's kind of a little further out than I thought. I'm not sure if it's getting a whole lot of tow.
How about the 9, Marty? Time for the Chevrolet team update, and Chase Elliott sitting in the 4th position. Adam, he had been so impressive in the second half of this race, and they lose a little bit of turn later in this run, but they kind of felt like this length of run fit the bill for the 9 team. But right now, coming off that 3rd in Mexico City, as Steve mentioned, one of the most impressive cars coming up through the field late in that race. Right now, looking at back-to-back top 5s.
And I said it earlier, but an incredible finish last year for that race team. Unbelievable rally to finish it after they had a speeding penalty. This team just knocking on the door, chipping away as they think about their first win of 2025. When you look at the top 5 drivers, only one does not have a victory under the belt here at Pocono, and it's the man leading this race, Chase Briscoe, first year at Joe Gibbs Racing.
Tell you what, Briscoe is doing an amazing job. Dale, you talk about rolling out from the throttle early, lifting and not using any brake. Let's look at his system right here. I was looking at the miles per gallon. He's up to almost 5.4 miles per gallon versus like a 4.7, 4.8. There you go, 5.3 right now. Just lifting, posting off into the corner. That's the best mileage of anyone by a very big chunk. Barney. Oh, sorry about that, Trevor.
Hey, it's okay. You can call me anything you want to, Steve, but Briscoe here, as he has started to save, he's going faster. I know that's frustrating for a driver. You feel like you're backing up the corners and they're calling out lap times that just don't make sense, but sometimes that's how it goes, right, Del?
Absolutely. That's why I was thinking, he's able to lift a little sooner, roll speed down in the corner, roll through the center of the corner quicker, back to the gas, way more comfortable. He could get even more aggressive on the saving. Lifting earlier. And see, Denny's not really pressuring him. This is a really nice lead he's got right here.
So that is the miles per gallon. I'm sorry, Dale. That was the miles per gallon I was circling there.
He can get after it a little bit more, lift even sooner. I just feel like he's going to have to take advantage of every single lap to be able to gain what he needs to make it to the end.
Yeah, I mean, look right there. That's a mile further on every gallon, right? So just do the math. Say he was 3 laps short. That's 6 miles. So, I mean, that's a lot, but with that big of savings, you might be able to get there. Now, I'm assuming he's 3 short reading the radio. It's like a poker hand being played right now. I'm not sure exactly we know what all their cards are.
Well, I go back to Michigan when Hamlin was saving and we thought it was really tight. Then he's doing burnouts and all that. So, the science is way better, but you truly never know till you cross that finish line in this situation.
Well, he's got 16 laps to go.
And that's not a long ways to go. Yes, getting close to the end of this race, that's also not a lot of laps to be able to save additional fuel. Has he done enough on the front end of the run? He might have been a little nervous to do too much and allow that 11 to get by because then the race is lost. But has he saved enough on the front end of the run here?
Has he saved enough? And back to what you've said multiple times, does Denny Hamlin have the car to push him? Right? You see like how Chase dumps the throttle, right? He's doing everything he needs to do. The 11's just not being able to mount a charge. But let's listen into the 19 with an update.
Doing what you're doing. Don't make any changes unless we tell you.
Negative, flip to a positive. A glimmer of hope. That light at the end of the tunnel is no longer a train. Now it's victory lane. If you could just somehow maintain this. Now I want you to hold off Denny Hamlin while saving gas. Just such an impressive job by Chase Briscoe. This is why Joe Gibbs hired him, right? Because he does it all, man. He's fast.
Really good.
He sits on poles. He said to our pre-race they have to execute. They tripped up with the fueling. Can they make it up by executing on the racetrack?
A couple other things he could do. As you see right there through the tunnel turn, left it in 5th gear.
Oh,
Denny downshift to 4th. I was watching the telemetry. The Chase Briscoe shifting sooner into 5th gear, keeping the RPMs down just another notch in that belt for saving fuel.
You know what burns gas? Throttle position and engine RPM. Those two combinations, but that's what calculates miles per gallon. So stay in that 5th gear, keeps that RPM lower.
We're almost a year ago to the day when Chase Briscoe was announced to drive. Everything going away. And Stuart Haas went on to win in the fall at Darlington. Such an emotional time for him to walk it off there.
And he's had some really good moments early this season, but just couldn't find his way to the finish line when they had the car to beat. Started on the pole 4 different occasions, but here he is in position today. And when you look behind him, the 4 drivers in the top 5 have combined for 11 wins. I mean, he's saving fuel and trying to hold off the fast. This is incredible as we come to 13 to go.
And that radio,
The fact that he's getting better fuel mileage and he's still putting the lap times needed to try to keep ahead of the 11, the 12, the 9, and the 17 is pretty impressive. The gap right now between himself and Hamlin is about 7/10 of a second. It was down to 3 or 4/10 a few laps ago, so Briscoe slightly extended his gap. Blaney's losing a slight bit of time to the 11 and the 19 in front of him. He's about 1.2 seconds off the lead, and then 2.5 seconds back to Chase Elliott in 4th. 5th place is Chris Buescher. John Hunter Nemechek is in 6th. 7th for Kyle Larson. Ryan Preece 8th. Austin Cindric 9th. And Alex Bowman rounds out the top 10. 11th is Josh Berry. Brad Keselowski 18th. Joey Logano 16th. Christopher Bell 17th. 18th for Carson Hocevar. Justin Haley 19th. Kyle Busch 20th. AJ Allmendinger 21st. Cole Custer 22nd. Zane Smith 23rd. Noah Gragson 24th. Austin Dillon 25th. William Byron 26th. Ross Chastain 27th. Todd Gilliland 28th. 29th, Cody Ware and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 30th. And he is the last car currently on the lead lap. Shane Van Gisbergen 2 laps down at 31st. Same for Tyler Reddick in 32nd. Ty Dillon 33rd. Then Brendan Poole 34th. Michael McDowell 35th. Bubba Wallace 36th. And Riley Herbst rounds out our 37 car field. Chase Briscoe was about 1/10 of a second quicker than Hamlin each of the last 2 laps when they crossed the time and scoring line. He has 11 laps to go this time by. The next question is does he have enough fuel to make it to the end of the race? It seems that everybody else is going to be plenty good, especially if this race finishes under the regulation length. But Chase Briscoe and fuel-saving measures as he continues to also try to pace the field simultaneously at Pocono in a 1.5 seconds.
Well, let's just remember Denny's last win, you just pointed out, was at Michigan. Byron led that until he ran out of gas. Dale, you and I were shocked at how many cars made it. Like, obviously, the information that these teams are getting is just so fine compared to what we used to have for some very coarse guessing years ago. So we will see if that same thing. Pretty relaxed on the 11 box right now. I guess they feel like their work is done at this point. He passes the question, Trevor.
Yeah, Jake Small asking Chase to back up turn 1 a little bit more. But another thing you guys mentioned was the shifting for Chase. Now through the tunnel turn, he's leaving it in 5th gear and not giving up any time, skipping that downshift.
Yeah, that's a great way to save a little additional fuel. And he's shifting a little earlier into 5th gear off of turn 1, maybe down here on front straightaway as well.
10 laps to go.
And it just seems like he could continue to be even more aggressive to make sure we're saving that fuel.
I saw 0 brake flow, right? I saw him out of the throw. I didn't see that brake going at all into turn 1.
That fuel switch, Steve.
So the fuel cells have a couple different pickups in there. A lot of guys run on 1 because they feel you get a little bit of a stumble. You flip to the 2nd, and it gets you back to pit road. And basically what James is saying is, we're not going to do the 2, running both pumps until we see the white. Once we see the white, we're not pitting anyway. If we run out, we run out. So go ahead and flip the switch. Run both pumps. It's a little. I asked in the garage. Some think there's a warning, some don't. It's a little bit of a mixture of anyone.
I'm not really get with the little ball.
There we go.
1, 3.
That's right. Back him up. Get more aggressive.
Miles per gallon in basically the pylon to the left. Almost a mile further for every gallon for Briscoe. Think about you buy a car, right? Hey, this thing gets 19 miles per gallon in the city, 31 on the highway because you're not on the brakes and all. That's what you're doing, right? They're asking Briscoe to not drive like you're in the city. I want you to drive like you're on the highway. I like it has no corners, right? No brakes. Don't slow the car down any more than's necessary.
So far, so good. 8 laps to go. Briscoe in front of Hamlin and Blaney. Here's 11 radio, Denny Hamlin's team.
Oh.
All right. Right. So the 19 story is we think we can make it. The 11 looking at the same data saying, I don't buy that. I think they're half a lap short. This chess match, this is a poker. And for sure, you have the 19. They know the 11 can hear it. They know they can look on the radio. Denny, I'm with you. I don't think he's back there by choice. I guess he's asking because now it looks like he's mounting a charge. We'll see if he is saving. Maybe just saving some tired nails.
I mean, trying to see here. Lap time wise, Chase Briscoe was 3/1000ths of a second quicker than Denny Hamlin that last lap. We have 7 laps to go right now. Ryan Blaney's about a second off the lead. 4/10ths back for Hamlin, which is as close as he's been in a minute because he was about 8/10ths back a couple laps ago. So Hamlin is definitely mounting a charge. And what Ryan Blaney wants to see is the 19 and the 11 battle a little bit before potentially the 19 runs out of gas so he could be right there for the taking at, again, about 1 second off of the race lead. Briscoe trying to make it on fuel, and Denny Hamlin going to try to do everything he can to try to pressure Chase Briscoe into using more throttle, maybe more brake, to try to do what he can to, even if he can't make the pass on the 19, make things more difficult for him on the fuel-saving measures. Because we know that Chase Briscoe is very light. He's been saving gas almost the entirety of this green flag run, obviously during the last caution as well. We last restarted with 30 laps to go. He had a 2-second slower green flag pit stop than that of most of the rest of the field, which was right about 13 seconds to top off on gas. And Briscoe had about 11 seconds. Briscoe's 5.5 laps away from getting his first win with Joe Gibbs Racing, his first win of the season, which would lock him into the playoffs, and the third win of his NASCAR Cup Series career. Does seem like Hamlin's a bit better through turn 3. Briscoe does a great job through turn 1 managing whatever time he would lose in turn 3 and then getting that back on the other end of the racetrack. Hamlin does have the fastest lap of the race today. It was at lap 122 when he put down a lap of a 52.592. We've seen about 796. And Ryan Blaney ran a 53.858 the last lap, so he was even slower than Hamlin. We'll see if that kind of consistency on the lap times can keep up for these top 3 drivers. They pulled quite a ways ahead of Chris Buescher and Chase Elliott. Buescher did get by Elliott within the last few laps for 4th, but Buescher's still 2.5 seconds off the lead. Chase Elliott is now about 5 seconds back in 5th. 4 laps to go at the line. That's 10 miles for Chase Briscoe. Does he have 10 more miles worth of fuel in that race car? Talked about it all day with the strategy, and it could be a fuel mileage race. It is for the 19, but not really for anybody else. 11 of Denny Hamlin charges through turn 1. He's about 3 to 4/10ths of a second back yet again. Blaney within about a second of the lead as they try to draft off of one another down this Long Pond straightaway and enter turn 2. Briscoe has never finished better than 15th in his prior 4 starts at Pocono Raceway. All with Stuart Haas Racing, none of which with JGR. But Martin Truex Jr. in the JGR 19 with this next-gen car has 3 top 10s. I had him on the sleeper pick for that reason. Coming into the day today that the 19 car and Toyotas have been just so good this weekend, and although most of the Toyotas have faded throughout the course of the race, the 19 and the 11 haven't. And even the 42 for that matter, back in 6th place. Still hanging on for a solid run. Denny Hamlin with a great run in that slightly wider line through the first turn. He's picking up a little bit of ground in the draft on the Long Pond straightaway. He's about 3 car lengths off the lead entering turn 2. Right in the wake of the dirty air through the tunnel turn, though. Briscoe slightly widens the gap out just a little bit more as they head for turn 3. 2 laps to go this time by. Hamlin charges the entry to 3 a lot harder than Briscoe. Briscoe will win the race. Back to the throttle. And we're extended right back out again to about a 5-6 plus car length lead. Hamlin's now half a second back. Briscoe was quicker that last lap than the 11. He's less than 2 more laps away from the from the checkered flag at the start-finish line. If it stays green to the white flag, obviously the next flag would end the race, whether it's the yellow or the checker. Byron ran out of gas coming to the white flag at Michigan, which allowed for Hamlin to coast his way to victory after making a pass on Byron late in that race. Hamlin is in second with another driver pressing for fuel at the end. And Chase Briscoe is just now coming to the white flag. Off of turn 3, he's got 2.5 miles to make it. 1 lap to go at Pocono. Briscoe extended his gap by about 0.7 of a second over Denny Hamlin that last lap. Ryan Blaney is now pressing on the 11 for second place. If Briscoe were to run out of gas, the gap between the 11 and the 12 is closer than the 11 and the 19 as they exit turn 1. Blaney's about 2 to 3 car lengths off of Hamlin entering turn 2 now. Briscoe still under power. Briscoe rolls through turn 2. He's still at speed off the exit of the corner. Hamlin extends his gap by a slight bit over Blaney for second. Into turn 3 for the final time. Chase Briscoe to the exit of turn 3. Just needs to pick up the throttle and hope it'll last for half a straightaway, and it will. At Pocono and the Great American Getaway 400. Do you believe in miracles, ladies and gentlemen? Because when it seemed like they were very short, the driver, the 19, was still able to save enough. And Chase Briscoe has won at Pocono Raceway for the first time in his Cup career. And for the first time in 2025, he has won a race. He'll be the 11th different Cup winner this season. Means with only 9 races left in the regular season, we have just 5 spots available for the playoffs. And a lot of strong drivers who still have not won yet this season, including 2 that finished in the top 5 today, Chris Buescher and Chase Elliott. 1-2 finish for Joe Gibbs Racing. 3rd career win for Chase Briscoe. Back-to-back seasons in which he has gotten a win and both qualified for the playoffs. Margin of victory was 0.7 of a second. Chase Briscoe wins, Denny Hamlin second, Ryan Blaney third, Chris Buescher fourth, Chase Elliott finishes out the top 5 and 5th, and John Hunter Nemechek 6th, Kyle Larson 7th, Ryan Preece 8th, Austin Cindric 9th, and Brad Keselowski in 10th. Alex Bowman 11th, Josh Berry 12th, Eric Jones 13th, Ty Gibbs 14th, and Daniel Suarez 15th. Joey Logano 16th, Christopher Bell 17th, Carson Hocevar 18th, Justin Haley 19th, and Kyle Busch 20th. AJ Allmendinger 21st, Cole Custer 22nd, Noah Gragson 23rd, Austin Dillon 24th, and Zane Smith 25th. Ross Chastain 26th, William Byron 27th, Todd Gilliland 28th, Cody Ware 29th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was the last car to finish on the lead lap in 30th. 2 laps down for Shane Van Gisbergen and Tyler Reddick in 31st and 32nd. Ty Dillon finished but 21 laps down after he came back on the track from a Stage 2 incident he was involved in. Will finish in 33rd. And then 4 drivers DNF today. Brendan Poole in 34th, Michael McDowell 35th, Bubba Wallace 36th, and Riley Hurt. Changes, 31 laps ran under the yellow. We finish under the regulation length of 160 laps and 400 miles. 3 hours, 4 minutes, 19 seconds total time of the day. Briscoe gets 6 playoff points too because he did win Stage 2 on top of winning the race. And he goes on to lead the most laps. 72 laps led for Briscoe. Denny Hamlin led for 32, finishing in second. He also won Stage 1. Ryan Blaney led 3 laps, 2 for Chris Buescher, 27 for Brad Keselowski, 15 for Alex Bowman, 5 for Joey Logano. Carson Hocevar led 2 laps earlier in the race. Same for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He also led 2. And those are the drivers who got to lead certain points in the race today. Denny Hamlin does get the fastest lap bonus point award of 52.592 was that lap time. Here's your race winner, Chase Briscoe on the front stretch at Pocono Raceway.
Kind of did it the old-fashioned way. Dirt racer from Indiana. 3rd generation guy. Great family support. And today they can all celebrate in Pocono, Marty.
Adam, as Steve mentioned, he told our pre-race folks, we have to execute. It was a driver mistake that put him in a bad spot, but it was maybe the most impressive stint of his entire career that put him back in a good spot. What was going through your mind, saving fuel, trying to hold off your teammate, the 7-time winner here, Denny Hamlin? And what pressure was that behind the wheel?
Yeah, it was a lot. It was kind of weird. Like I wasn't driving hard, so it's not like I was on the ragged edge, but it was just so hard to have a guy chasing you, right? Especially the guy that's probably the greatest of all time here, and to be trying to save fuel and everything else. So yeah, just thank you to all you race fans. It's sold out every single time we come here, and it's unbelievable racing in front of a sold out crowd. So yeah, just an amazing day for our race team. That's really the first race we've kind of executed truthfully all year long. So yeah, just to get Johnny Morris past Bruce Johnson in victory lane, to get Toyota in victory lane, Joe Gibbs Racing, they took a big chance on me, right? Like I wasn't everybody's first choice, I think. But yeah, for me to be able to get here and finally deliver a win is just an awesome feeling.
Was that maybe the single most disciplined stint you've ever driven in your career?
Yeah, anybody that's worked with me knows I'm normally overdriving and missing my marks all the time. So yeah, for sure, it's crazy when you slow down. My dad tells me all the time, if you slow down, you probably go faster, and it's true there. So yeah, just amazing day. I want to say hey to Marissa, Brooks, Cooper, Collins. I wish they were here to celebrate this, but yeah, just an amazing.
You're named to the list of drivers who have won a Cup Series race for Joe Gibbs Racing.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, I literally grew up racing my sprint car video game in a Joe Gibbs Racing Home Depot uniform. So yeah, to be able to get coach in victory lane after, like I said, them taking a chance on me is just, it's so rewarding, truthfully. And that, just such a big weight off my shoulders. I've been telling my wife the last 2 weeks, like, I have to win. And finally to come here and do it, it's just been a great day.
As a sold out crowd celebrates with you, you got about 20 crew guys ready to celebrate as well. Welcome to the playoffs, Chase Briscoe.
What a finish for Chase Briscoe, taking care of business. And when you look at the stat line, dominating, leading 72 laps today, getting the stage and holding off some of.
Yeah, congratulations to Chase Briscoe. We'll continue on with our post-race show. I'll read off the point standings for you as they're showing that on the Prime Video broadcast at the moment. Again, 11 drivers locked into the playoffs. We know those wins are Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, then William Byron, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, now Chase Briscoe, Josh Berry, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Ross Chastain. Those are the 11 drivers who are in with a win for the playoffs. 160 points to the good right now is Chase Elliott. Then plus 107 for Tyler Reddick. He would be 13th on the playoff grid. Gets much tighter after that. Plus 38 for Chris Buescher in 14th. Bubba Wallace after a DNF today. Plus 29 in 15th. Alex Bowman on the bubble. First driver in plus 20 over Ryan Preece, who is minus 20. AJ Allmendinger minus 59 is in 18th. 19th Eric Jones minus 62. And Kyle Busch in 20th minus 63. So that is a playoff battle. Logging back into the broadcast now. I had to pause it so I could read that off for you guys without it going away. Any other interviews we get for the top finishers of today's race, you'll get to listen into that. And as far as the rest of the post race, we'll go over the pre-race predictions and then the fantasy league, see how that all shaped up in the meantime. Pre-race predictions, I mentioned sleeper pick Chase Briscoe, and he gets the win. Very few times that a sleeper pick gets the race win, but he does here today. My actual pick for the win, Denny Hamlin, finishes in second. Chris Buescher, who was one of my threats for the win today, finishes in fourth. That is the best finish he has had here since his win in 2016, but he has had a strong car all weekend. He's been fast on the ovals in the last month or so as well. So Buescher gets the top five. On the don't have list, Kyle Larson finishes seventh. Kyle Larson can get a top 10 basically anywhere at any given time. It was a little bit out on the limb to take him for the don't have list, but he hasn't been great at Pocono, and he didn't look great in practice of qualifying. Obviously, adjustments throughout the day. And Cliff Daniels, one of the best crew chiefs in the garage, if not the best in NASCAR today, and he's able to strategize their way to get more track position through the field, and up to seventh goes Kyle Larson for the finishing result. Now, the other two don't-haves did finish outside the top 10. That was Ross Chastain and William Byron. Went out on the limb with both of those guys. They finished 26 and 27. So I was right on the call for them. Had Larson in that group. 2 for 3 on the don't-haves. Must-haves was also 2 for 3 today. I mentioned that Hamlin and Buescher were 2 of which Hamlin, the race win pick. The only other must-have that would have been in that group was Tyler Reddick. They had to make a brake change, and they ended up a lap down in 32nd at the end of the race as a result of making that brake change. They made that in the middle of stage 2 during that caution flag, so that's why they only lost a couple laps. Obviously, Pocono, big racetrack. And they made the brake change because not only their brakes were starting to fade on them, but they also had brake failures within the organization. Bubba Wallace, Riley Herbst at 2311 Racing had failures earlier on in the day and had wrecked out as a result. Bubba Wallace, in fact, was another one of the sleeper picks for today's race, and he ends up 36 as a result of the brake failure. And he was actually battling with Alex Bowman just around the 10th spot at the time of the incident. And as far as the other sleeper pick, Carson Hocevar, he led a couple laps early. Outside of the first half of the race, he really wasn't anywhere near the front of the field after that. Finishes 18th today, which is around where he finished in last year's race, so missed out on a top 10. Overall, though, not bad on the predictions. 5 for 9 on those drivers to either get or not get a top 10 finish for today's race at Pocono. As far as the Fantasy League, you can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website and or the NASCAR mobile app. You got a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season if you win our regular season and or playoff championship. Name of the league is KRC League. KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. It is free to join. All you need is your email to sign up. And again, 2 chances because obviously you can't win the regular season championship this year because we only have 9 races left in the regular season. But what you can do is you can sign up. You can play for the next few weeks, get a gist of how the league operates on a week-to-week basis because you can still play along. And then when the playoffs start, everything resets at 0. Again, we have 2 separate champions. And that's because there are newcomers to the channel throughout the course of the year that didn't know I existed until throughout the course of the season. So gives you a chance to play as well and not have to sit out, wait until next season starts. So as far as the Fantasy League goes, I'm on NASCAR.com right here. There's a Fantasy tab. You'll click on that. And then Fantasy Live specifically. There's a couple different fantasy things, one of which will be the in-season tournament coming up next week, which I'll also fill out a bracket probably in the pre-race next weekend. I'll have it filled out beforehand, but then I'll kind of discuss it in our pre-race before the Atlanta Cup race next Saturday. But Fantasy Live is where you'll want to pick for this. Now, I was not paying attention, and I did not get Chase Elliott into my starting roster at the beginning of stage. Literally went to the garage right as that was happening for a brake change, despite scoring 8 stage points earlier in the race. So I definitely missed out for Elliott. I didn't even realize I had Suarez in my lineup. I don't know how that happened. I didn't mean to have him in my lineup. But needless to say, he was there. Denny Hamlin finished 2nd. Chase Briscoe won, so that was good. Joey Logano, let me go back to see where he finished. Just read off the finishing order. Logano was 16th. Yeah, not a great day for him. And not a lot of stage points to show for it either, I don't believe. 4. None for Suarez. I don't even know why he was on the team. I didn't even realize I had him. Apparently I didn't take him out of the lineup from last week. Thought I did. That's what I get for rushing that. Head-to-head picks bailed me out, though, because I went 4 for 4. So that's a 40-plus bonus. I had Chris Buescher over Joey Logano, Carson Hocevar over Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ryan Blaney over Chase Elliott, and Denny Hamlin over William Byron. So I get 4 for 4 on that side of things. Our winner for Pocono on the Fantasy League this year is Chris Kennedy, 1974, with 229 points, a 1-point victory over Inside Uranus with 228. Monster Jam X10 finishes 3rd with 224. Hercules Harrigan, 221, finishes in 4th. And Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan rounds out our top 5 at 216 points. And 208 points, finishing in 6th. Coming into the week, I do believe I was leading the league standings. Yeah, 3,074 points. I was out in front by just 6 points over Monster Jam X10. And Monster Jam X10, I believe, will take the points lead then, because he beat me by 2 spots, and I think he had a 20-point cushion over me this week. So, looks like Monster Jam X10 is going to be the points leader, but it's very tight. I mean, if you look at that, only 69 points separating the top 4 in the standings, less than 100 points separating the top 5 for this year. 9 races to go in the regular season again, and another big one next week with Atlanta coming up, a drafting/speedway style racetrack. That's probably going to shape up for a lot of crazy things to happen on the fantasy league side of things, and maybe some wild fantasy lineups to go along with it. The only downside with Prime Video's coverage is when it comes to their post-race shows, it does seem like it takes them quite a ways into the post-race to start interviewing other drivers. This is an attempt to try to get fans to stay along for the post-race show all the way through. As a result of which, we've only heard from Chase Briscoe so far. And obviously, he was our race winner. We've gone through everything we needed to cover on the pre-race. We've been streaming for a long time today. This stream has lasted for over 6 hours. That is because we had a couple-hour rain delay at the start of the stream, so we did some extra NASCAR trivia compared to what we would usually do on these pre-race shows for the Cup Series race days. And now, obviously, and then we did some NASCAR 08 content as well. Did a full Busch race, completed all of that. 40 minutes worth of NASCAR quizzes and a full NASCAR 08 Busch Series race on a short track in the rain delay time frame we had. And we still got here, obviously, in plenty of time for the drop of the green flag. So I'll go over the start times for next weekend's live streams. If there's any other interviews in the next couple minutes, I'll let you listen in. And as far as next week, our next live commentary stream will be Friday afternoon for NASCAR Cup Series qualifying. And I believe I remember seeing that was 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Obviously, I'll let you know the community tab during the week next week on the schedule for the upcoming weekend. But I think I saw 5:30 Eastern for Cup qualifying on Friday next weekend. Friday night will be the NASCAR Xfinity Series race, and that will be starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern at the Echo Park Speedway in Atlanta. Saturday will be a doubleheader as well. Craftsman Truck Series racing will begin at 1 p.m. Eastern in the afternoon. They're on a standalone event at Lime Rock Park while Xfinity and Cup are at Atlanta. And our Cup Series live race stream will begin at 6:30 p.m. Eastern with our pre-race against Saturday night next week for the next Cup race. And that will be the first race on TNT for their coverage and 5-race block for the NASCAR race season. It will also be the first race of the in-season NASCAR tournament. $15, so I highly recommend you go onto NASCAR.com during the week and you fill out your bracket for next week. Why not? Chance to win $1 million? I know I'm going to do that. I'll go over my bracket in the pre-race next weekend on top of the other race predictions for how I think the Atlanta summer date will go. Should be a fun one. Atlanta is turning into one of my favorite racetracks, if not my very favorite racetrack on the schedule. We had a great race there in the spring earlier this year. The summer races seem to be a little bit better, in my opinion, than the spring from start to finish, just because the track is hot, it's slick. Drivers are going to be on the edge of control. It'll be fun in hot Atlanta. Thank you all so much for watching this weekend's coverage of NASCAR live commentary content here from Pocono, and I'll see you next week for Lime Rock Park and Atlanta yet again.